Prologue. The crowded streets of the sprawling city of Coruscant are not known to be a quiet place. This night is no exception. The wailing of sirens and murmur of distant conversations can be heard even by the guards at the main entrance of the Jedi Temple, which sits separated from the city proper by a respectable distance and several flights of stairs. The guards remain alert, ready to perform their duty should any foolish intruders attempt to force their way through the doors. A flock of trantor pigeons takes to the sky, screeching madly with fear. Creatures of both diurnal and nocturnal species bolt away into the night. In their wake, they leave a disquieting silence. The temple guards are startled, but only grip their weapons tighter and increase their vigilance in response. Their captain's hand lingers by his communicator, ready to call in backup should anything assault the temple. In their guts, the guards feel a pervasive, uncomfortable sensation. A child's cry pierces the silence. It's distressingly close by. With a gesture, the captain tasks two guards to investigate. They find an infant lying in the center of the main path, swaddled in the remains of an unfamiliar military uniform. The child gurgles in its sleep, having fallen back into peaceful slumber. One guard keeps watch, wary for further strange phenomena, while the other carefully retrieves the infant. As it is lifted from its cloth nest, the guards can get a better look at it, and it becomes clear that it's a girl, and she is clearly inhuman. She appears almost like a baseline human, and is certainly human-like, but the child has what appears to be a third eye in the center of its forehead. Neither of the guards have seen a species exactly like this. Of course, there are many examples of humanoids with three eyes, but this particular specimen is unfamiliar. Hopefully, the child is force-sensitive, for it will be easier to find acceptance for its strange appearance within the Jedi Temple than without. Circling the child's head is what appears to be an adjustable metal headband, shifted off-angle in the child's sleep. The front of the headband expands out and tapers down into a triangular shape. A set of three squashed diamonds adorn the piece, vertically offset as if in a geometric hierarchy. The emblem of an open eye rests inside the centermost, glaring out at the world, ever watchful. The guards reach out to collect the strange clothing, but reveal more to the mystery. Out of the clothing drops an unusual ornament depicting a double-headed bird of prey, wings spread as if in flight. The bird sits upon a strange piece of machinery that the guards cannot identify, the shape of which suggests that this ornament sat atop a larger item. The child and its swaddling is gathered up and taken through the main entrance of the temple. A preliminary inspection is all well and good, but it would do to leave the child in the care of the temple's medical staff for the night. Stepping into the medical wing, Jedi Knight Bren Masbow begins explanations to the staff while his fellow guard for the night, Party Lan, rushes away to make inquiries with Coruscant security about a missing child. Hopefully the child can be reunited with a loving family, but if the family is either non-existent or unloving, other steps will need to be taken. Thankfully, the Jedi on duty in the medical wing is still awake and quickly makes arrangements for a closer inspection of the child. The child is placed onto the medical table, and the strange clothing and accessories are stored for later investigation. The child shivers slightly in the slightly chilly air of the room, and arrangements are made to have clothing prepared. The healer and his assistants perform a perfunctory medical examination, confirming that the child is in reasonably good health despite its circumstances. Not only that, but a test for force sensitivity is performed, and it appears that the child does in fact bear some spark. Even merely holding the hand of the child and manipulating a wisp of the force results in a flare of emotion from the child, a clear sign that the child can feel the force intrinsically. The child's appearance is rather strange according to the medic. There is no known species that shares all the child's physical traits. The most standout feature is her tail, shaped like that of a scorpion's. The child unconsciously curls it around herself in her sleep, causing the medics to fear that she will accidentally pierce herself with the stinger. However, it appears that the stinger itself is dulled. Either someone has filed away at the sharp point for safety reasons, or it has simply not matured to the point of becoming a perpetually on-hand tail weapon. Scans reveal that despite the frightfully scorpion-like appearance of the appendage, the child does not have any venom glands, and thus the tail will not be too much of a danger. Next, at the crown of the child's head sits two small nubs, the beginning of what could be horns. From the size of these, it is likely these will not grow to be much larger than that of a Zabrak. The medics almost ended the examination here before noticing two other subtler features. Firstly, the child completely lacks any body hair. They had originally assumed that the baldness of the child's head and the lack of eyebrows simply meant that someone had shaved these off for hygiene, but closer inspection of the child's skin reveals that the child lacks even the tiny hairs that would normally coat a human. Strangely enough, she does seem to retain her eyelashes and nasal hair, both of which are the first line of defense in many humanoid species' eyes and nose. In order to avoid waking the child during the examination, the medics opted to wait until the end to check the child's vision. She appears to respond to optical stimuli well, but when the medics shut off the pen light, they notice that her eyes seem to keep sparkling as if they were reflecting the light of an icy blue sun. The same can be said of her third eye, though the medics become somewhat concerned when the lead examiner begins to stumble and clutch his chest after staring into her eye for just a few seconds. In fact, anybody who looks into her eye begins to feel nauseated, describing the sensation as being drowned in an endless sea of grasping hands. In the end, it is decided that the headband, eye patch that the child was originally wearing should be returned to the child and locked in place. Despite the swift reactions of the guards and Coruscant, no family has been found to be missing a child matching this one's description. Given that she is Force-sensitive, it only makes sense to keep the child as a ward of the temple. As no name for the child is known, the medics decide to give her one so that they can at the very least put something on the medical records. And so you were officially admitted as a Jedi initiate and were raised within the confines of the temple. You have had a good, albeit regimented childhood so far. Every day is filled with learning and exercise which you have done your best to apply yourself to. The temple staff, the instructors, the knights, and the masters that interact with you younglings have given their time and dedication to the nurturing of you and your fellow younglings. Of course, you are a child and have gotten into your share of mischief as you grew, playing harmless pranks on your friends, staying up past curfew, running next to the temple pool, and more. Despite your childhood adventures, you have still been instilled with some modicum of discipline, meaning that you floss your teeth and do at least 4 of the 5 required meditations every day. This is where your story begins. Good luck, and may the warp be with you. 1-1 Seeing the Storm. 10 years later, it is almost never a rapid transition to full wakefulness. You balance upon that knife edge of slumber, in the peculiar state of near-dreaming consciousness that allows the creative mind to wander afar. For as long as you can remember, your mind has conjured up innocent and silly figments during this state, often immediately forgotten, but still leaving a fading imprint upon waking. The masters have always dismissed it easily, childish and harmless as it is. For the first time in your life, however, you experience something different. You see an enormous storm of indescribable color stretched upon an intergalactic scale. Horror and wonder and fear and joy and a million emotions flicker through you. You instinctively flinch back and attempt to look away, but the storm surrounds you. Winding currents and protean gusts and unspeakable things with far too many teeth and eyes hurtle past. You attempt to scream, and something's attention turns to... The rumble of rain and thunder wakes you, dragging you violently into consciousness. Gasping and sobbing quietly, you clutch at your chest and look around to confirm that you still exist within reality. After a moment, you relax, body and brain aching as if you'd just spent a whole year climbing each of the temple's 5 spires. It is pouring outside. Daybreak has yet to begin, but the harsh lights of Coruscant's endless skyline are still capable of reaching your quarters, which you share with several other younglings. A glance at your roommates lets you know that you haven't disturbed their sleep. You sit upright, shutting your eyes and slowing your breaths, centering yourself as best as you can. Your heart's desperate pounding eventually calms to a steady beat. Warm tears trace their way down your cheeks. The next time you open your eyes, the room is bright with sunlight and rustling with the sounds of the other younglings getting ready for the day. A gentle hand touches your shoulder. "Xena?" a voice asks. "Are you all right?" Looking to your left, you see Tara, your best friend. She's short like you, well, you're all small at your age, but only she matches your diminutive stance, and her head boasts an impressive 4 leku, uncommon but not unheard of for Twi'leks. She normally feels to you like a warm hug on a beautiful summer day, but right now she radiates the warm, dark tang of concern and yellow-cold song of fear. You can still sense her true self beneath, but her emotions scream outwards at you. Yes? You stammer. Why? What is it? You have blood on your face, she whispers. You hesitantly wipe at your face, and your fingers come away with flecks of dried blood. A small mirror is pushed into your hand, which you use to examine yourself. True enough, there are 2 lines of crimson-brown running downwards from the corners of your eyes. You lick a finger and begin to rub at the streaks. "I'm fine," you say. Getting up, you quickly dress for the day. Your clothes are the same as most other initiates: a light tunic, a slightly thicker robe-like outer layer, a cloth belt to bind it together, pants, and soft brown boots. Finally, you check your headband to ensure it's fit, then head out for breakfast. An initiate's day consists of meditation, practice with the Force, meditation, classes, meditation, physical training, and more meditation. Every day, apart from holidays, provides a structured routine for initiates to follow. As you perform your morning meditation, you attempt, as always, to center yourself and find yourself in the Force. Everybody's connection to the Force is different, as the Masters say. To some, it is like submerging in a pool and feeling the currents and ripples flow around and through oneself. To others, it is simply just there. But to you, the Force feels like a blanket wrapped around you. Sometimes it is a comfort, warm and welcoming. You feel safe and surrounded by the presence of the Force, and you are able to push at the membrane surrounding you in order to feel others around you. Manipulation of anything outside the blanket is still difficult but doable, whether it be to move a physical object or touch the mind of another person. It feels like, well, trying to grab onto something while hampered by a thick piece of cloth. You can grasp for things, but you do not yet have the strength or dexterity to wrap your mind around them. However, the blanket sometimes feels smothering. There is too much to feel at once, too much pressure from all around you. Pushing it away simply makes it worse, as it reveals that the blanket is not so much a discreet piece of cloth draped upon you, but more of a tightened body bag in which you are confined. It is all around you, and the exit cannot be found. The days when it feels like this are the worst. It is all you can do to power through the day. You would likely lose sleep to it if you weren't so exhausted from pushing yourself all day. The Masters say that the Force fills everything in the universe. You are one with it, and it is one with everything. If that is the case, then why do you feel the weight of the Force like a blanket? Should it not flow through you instead of around you, as it does through everybody else? Oh, your connection with the Force is not in question. You are able to complete all the tasks and little games the Masters assign to you. It is only your age that is holding you back from the tougher exercises. You have relayed your concerns to your Masters in the past, but as far they can tell, your connection with the Force is just as strong as that of your peers, which makes you wonder even more about why you cannot experience it as deeply, and your seeming inability to feel its presence within you seems to be unfounded, as the Masters are able to sense it spiraling within you. This session of meditation, however, does not reveal the reasoning behind your troubles. You try to meditate as usual, but end up pondering your dream from last night. What is the meaning of the storm? What were the creatures that you glimpsed? The experience felt like it only lasted a second, but all that you saw fills up your mind for the rest of the meditation session. It is only the quiet warning that Force lessons are about to start that causes you to break out of your thoughts. Your lesson for today involves the manipulation of small toys through the Force. It is a simple exercise of stacking objects, which is typically a task that much younger initiates can do. This causes muttered complaints from some of the other initiates, but they are silenced when the instructor gives them a harsh glare. The instructor, Jedi Knight Party Lan, then sighs and explains that despite the apparent simplicity and tedium of the task, continuous practice only makes a student better. An obvious statement, but she continues on by producing a timer and having every initiate in the room repeat the task faster and faster until everyone feels exhausted. Your performance is slightly above average for the group. You're able to stack all the given toys available in a rather haphazard way, but you put just enough care into the task that even though you went slowly and dropped a few toys, you never knocked over your whole tower. Perhaps today is a good day after all? You attempt another meditation session just before you break for lunch, but you end up thinking about your dream once again, and essentially accomplishing nothing. Lunch is a simple fare, just some grains and proteins. You spend some time talking with Tara and a couple other clanmates, and then it is off again to classes. Early afternoon classes consist of galactic history, language, culture, and, of most interest lately, politics. Unlike in your Force lessons, you typically do rather well in these courses. You apply yourself fully to the topics you are interested in, and only slightly less so to the topics you are not. Today's lesson plan is focused around the relatively recent political history of the Naboo crisis. 9 years ago, the planet of Naboo was blockaded by the Trade Federation. The whole thing was caused by a mess of political and economic disputes. Fortunately for the Queen of Naboo at the time, the late Master Qui-Gon Jinn and his apprentice, Obi-Wan Kenobi, were in the right place at the right time to swoop in and save the day, which probably would make a good holodrama. While the adventures of your fellow Jedi offer a good incentive to keep the other younglings engaged, you do make sure to try and untangle the threads of the story that brought about the entire dispute in the first place. From what you can make out from the instructor's lectures and your own readings of the event, much of the chaos could be traced back to the rise of the Nebula Front within the Trade Federation. Led by Newt Gunray, the Nebula Front was heavily against both the corporate conglomerates and the Galactic Republic. After the mysterious deaths of multiple Trade Federation leaders, later discovered to be assassinations, Newt Gunray ascended to Viceroy of the Trade Federation. Under his leadership, the Trade Federation gained enough firepower to launch a blockade of Naboo, citing the raising of taxes by Chancellor Valorum as the final straw. All of this is preceded by even more complicated economic history, primarily involving taxes and wealth inequality between the inner core and the outer rim of the Galactic Republic. Your studies of the Naboo crisis are ended abruptly as the class is dismissed. Perhaps you will come back to this later. For now, it is time for a brief break and then on to physical training. 1-2 Pillars of the Force. Xena! You look up as Tara walks up behind you. You had again been contemplating the dream you had last night. It continuously pervades your thoughts, and you can't help but feel drawn back to it during quiet moments. You have heard that dreams are often filled with symbolism regarding current events in your life, and can often be interpreted in some meaningful way. You've been focusing on the storm you'd seen, turning the vision around and around in your mind. You would think that a storm could symbolize turmoil in your life, but nothing has happened recently that could cause you that much concern. Perhaps it symbolizes your connection to the Force. However, it doesn't match your normal experiences with the Force. Additionally, why would you be feeling a storm-like disturbance in the temple? Here, the Force feels calm, as peaceful and quiescent as the surface of the temple pool. There are significantly fewer people within the temple than without, and those that are here are mostly knights and masters who contribute to the maintenance of an oasis of peace. Xena, let's go. We'll be late. You jerk out of your thoughts. Tara's spiky bright hum of impatience draws you to your feet, and you begin your walk to the training yard. As you go, you listen to her chatter on with excitement and anticipation. The two of you, along with a good portion of other younglings, have been told that you are nearly ready to take the initiate trials, and she obviously cannot wait, running on with hypotheticals about what you may or may not face during the trials, and who your eventual masters could be. You can't help but be excited as well, drawn into the pure anticipation that she radiates. Passing the initiate trials will make you eligible to become a Padawan learner. As a Padawan, you will finally be able to leave the temple and explore the galaxy. But then again, whenever you left the temple in the past, on chaperoned day trips and the like, you always couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. So many people, so many thoughts and emotions and souls around you that you could barely tell who was who and what was what. It was all that you could do to parse out your own self from the crowd. Perhaps staying in the temple would be better. All the other younglings radiate dark red derision when speaking of the alternative, joining the service corps, but it cannot be that bad. After all, nurturing crops, healing, teaching, exploring, these don't sound too bad. It's honest work, and best of all, you likely wouldn't have to be around so many people if you were to join any one of the service corps branches. If you are unable to master yourself and find some way of suppressing the deluge of thoughts and emotions of other beings, then this would be a viable career that you may even come to enjoy. So long as you can survive the shame of failing the initiate trials, that is. Physical training is taught by an off-duty Jedi Temple guard today. Master Mazbow strides across the room as the students perform their warm-up exercises, lecturing as he goes. The 3 pillars consist of the Force, knowledge, and self-discipline. Every one of you has built a foundation for each pillar at this point, and it is my responsibility to help you build up from there. Keep each of these in your mind throughout today's lesson and form connections between each pillar and your actions. This morning, you practiced with the Force. Remember, just like with muscles, the more you practice, the stronger you get. With the Force, your connection will continuously get stronger. Whenever you get the chance, you must practice. Even simple telekinetic exercises like the one that Knight Lan had you perform this morning will reveal their necessity given time. However, remember that the Force is not a toy. Do not play with it. Do not abuse it. As an initiate, you have learned about the aspect of the Force called control. Control is centered around your own body. The Force exists in everything, including your body. Develop your control and you will always understand what your body can do and how it can do better. Master it, and you will master yourself. You will build upon your knowledge and your connection with the Force as you progress through each of the 3 aspects of the Force: control, sense, and alter. During our exercises, allow the Force to flow through you. Open your mind to it, for it will never lead you astray when it comes to your own body. At this, you feel a bit of frustration. Your inability to sense the Force within you continuously hampers you. Why can't you do it? You have always been able to sense the emotions of others, an ability that the masters say is rather rare and is a relatively advanced technique for someone of your age, yet you cannot even perform the most basic of tasks. At this rate, it's even possible that you could be held back from the initiate trials. But this isn't the time to panic. You calm yourself with a quick breath, then continue on with your stretches as Master Mazbow finishes up his monologue. Form good habits throughout your life. Here, we help by structuring each day around the pillars, but once you leave the life of an initiate, you will have to keep up your practices by yourself. Your master will do their best to assist you, but remember that it is your own responsibility to yourself to ingrain these tenets within you. After all, once you've graduated from Padawan to Knight, you will often have no one but yourself, no one to guide your connection to the Force, no one to teach you about our galaxy, and worst of all, no one to tell you how to exercise well. Now everybody gather around, we're going to start our run in a moment. The 2 other aspects of the Force, sense and alter, are supposedly out of the reach of the majority of initiates. It is expected that younglings like yourself build up from control, then learn sense as a Padawan, and alter as a Knight. You, however, naturally have the ability to sense other beings around you. When you were much younger, you had assumed that everybody else was able to do the same, with this thought only reinforced by the fact that your minders seemed to share this ability with you. You believed that other younglings simply didn't pay attention to each other's feelings, too young and immature to care. It was only later, after a tantrum in which you screamed your frustrations out at another youngling for not sharing a toy, that you learned from the caretaker that this was not a common ability. Thinking back to it, It is clear that the reason why your minders could sense emotion was because they were knights and masters who had volunteered for or been assigned the task of taking care of younglings due to their capability in sensing emotions. You have tried to learn more about sense but have made little progress. Your instructors indulge your curiosity most of the time, but always advise you to master control first. Unfortunately, it seems that you are only able to sense the presence, emotions, and true self of others at this time. You still lack the capability to sense more of the environment around you. After your run, Master Masbow leads the class through the various forms of lightsaber combat. Most of the instructors, like Master Masbow, focus on Form 6, Nieman, but you at least know the basics of the other 5 basic forms. It is only Form 7, Veapad, and the unnumbered Jarkai that you are unfamiliar with, what with one being banned and the other requiring the use of 2 sabers. You aren't the best with lightsaber combat, but you do your best to keep up with the class. Your lack of height, and therefore lack of reach, often causes you to fall into the defensive. Fortunately, the form you are most familiar with, Nieman, is mostly balanced with a slight emphasis on defensive fighting. Additionally, while Nieman relies heavily on the use of force powers in its application, most of the use of the force is applied away from your body, generally to disrupt your opponent in some manner. Aside from Form 6, the form you are next most familiar with is Form 4 Ataru, the aggressive form. Many Jedi see this form as barbaric or overly aggressive. What place does such an aggressive combat style have in a peaceful galaxy? Jedi are peacekeepers, not assault troops. Yet, despite the stigma, you have pursued this form in order to negate your shortcomings for being on the smaller side. Through a flurry of quick and decisive blows, you can, in theory, force an opening and finish your opponent. 1-3 Redirection. Master Masbow is a familiar face to you. Having been the first to find you when you were left at the temple, he has taken to visiting you occasionally in your creche to check on your well-being. Despite him being rather brusque in his speech, his true self shines through when you look at him, showing you how he truly cares for you and all the other younglings. This is perhaps why he takes his job as a temple guard so seriously, having elected to continue as a guard after ascending to Jedi Master. And so, you always take his instruction to heart, even with the somewhat harsh words he uses. When he realized that you were too passive in combat, he recommended Ataru to you in order to get you to show more aggression. Your passivity had resulted in you being pushed into the defensive too often, and your lack of strength allowed your opponents to simply bat your lightsaber aside, leaving you wide open. Despite the negative connotations associated with Ataru, Master Masbow recognized its possible use in shoring up your weaknesses. With your small stature, you have to get in much closer than normal to engage your opponent. And in doing so, you are able to force your opponent into a much tighter position than they are perhaps familiar with, giving you the advantage. Even your lack of strength is less consequential, for in such close quarters your opponents will rarely have the leverage to utilize their superior strength. Additionally, quick blade work on your part does not need so much strength behind it, for your opponent must always contest your attacks lest they be run through. After all, a blow from a lightsaber is never glancing unless your opponent wears specialized armor. However, one weakness of Ataru is its performance against blasters. Oh, it still works just fine, but it will never match Gem, so in defending against projectiles. Unfortunately, neither is Nieman as good as Gem. So, when Master Masbow announces to the class that you will next be doing bolt blocking practice, you feel a sliver of apprehension. And it is not just your favored form's lesser performance against projectiles that concerns you. When Master Masbow releases the training droids into the air, you grimace and grip your training saber just a bit tighter. For some reason, droids have always seemed uncanny. Their capability for thought, speech, action, it all seems at odds with their existence. Many are able to act almost like a sapient, yet in your sight, they lack a true self. The true self of a person is often buried beneath their emotions, clouded behind a glow of feeling. A person's psyche is written upon their true self, declaring their desires, intentions, personality, and even secrets. You try not to look too hard at the last of these to allow others their privacy, but sometimes it's just there. But with droids, it is like looking at a cadaver, a dead thing, walking and talking despite having no business doing so. When you look at a droid, it feels as if there should be something else there, and yet nothing shows through the metal shell. Hollow, despite the weave of circuitry and sensors. All the other younglings seem perfectly fine with the droids, excitedly getting ready for the exercise. This kind of exercise is a basic one that all younglings have done before, often one of the first exercises a youngling has been led through. Donning the vision-restricting helmet forces the initiate to become familiar with the Force. The Force guides the blade and gives the Jedi awareness beyond sight. Through this practice, a youngling learns to trust in the Force, their body, and their saber. As the training droid assigned to you floats its way over to your assigned zone, you feel your heart beat slightly faster and your breath catches in your throat. You shudder as you prepare, tying your blindfold in place, the standard helmet not fitting on your horned head, and do your best to center yourself. You calm your breathing, reach out to the Force, and let go. Begin. In a matter of seconds, you block a dozen stunning bolts. The training droid darting all around you is a wisp in the Force, its presence glimmering as it circles. You ignore the dead feeling it emanates, concentrating only on the guiding hand of the Force, allowing your hands and feet to move where needed with little conscious direction. In this moment, you feel in control, at peace in the movement of your body, and able to ignore all the issues that have cluttered your mind over the day. You feel as if the Force conforms to your body, not really weighing on you, but instead gently directing your body into just the right positions to either block or dodge bolts for the next few minutes. You know that it's seeping in and out of your body, flowing through your limbs as you dance through the exercise, even though you cannot feel it yourself. During this exercise, more care must be taken than usual, for though each initiate has their own assigned area to work in, there is not much overall space and there are no dividing walls. Careless initiates often step outside their zones, forcing others to dodge them in addition to the stunning bolts. Not only that, but reflected bolts are another major hazard. Customarily, the training sabers will absorb the low-energy bolts from the training droids, dissipating them when blocked. Today's exercise involves sabers that reflect the bolts, and it takes additional concentration to avoid sending the bolts at other initiates while you practice, and dodge bolts accidentally sent toward you. After another 15 minutes or so, Master Masbo calls a halt to the practice, allowing you to rest. You and many other initiates nearly collapse in exhaustion from the intensive workout. You are at least nursing far fewer bruises than your peers, having avoided or blocked nearly all of the bolts. Younger and less experienced initiates are doing slightly better, having had their training droids set on a lower difficulty. "That'll be all for today," yells out Master Masbow. "Return your equipment and clean yourselves up. Dinner will be available soon at the refectory. Good work." "My hand still hurts. Xena, feed me." Tara opens her mouth expectantly, happily scrunching her eyes as you comply. Unfortunately for her, she hadn't done nearly as well in the exercise as you, having been hit in the dominant hand by a reflected bolt. She'd spent the rest of the exercise frantically dodging and trying to defend herself with her offhand, alternating between cursing and trying to shake the feeling back into her hand. "Xena, you really shouldn't spoil her," says Doran, one of your other clanmates. "She can just as easily eat with her other hand. It's not like she needs utensils to eat that." "True, but she'll keep whining if I don't fill her face for her," you respond. Tara gives you a brief pout, but you can see the rise of bubbly purple mild amusement in her emotions. It grows even more purple as you feel a sharp jerk in your tail, and then hear a loud crashing sound right behind you. My food! Xena, you've got to watch where you put your tail." "And you need to watch your step, Naeen. I tucked it as far beneath the seat as I could." "I can't see your tail when my tray is blocking my vision," she complains. "I'm going back to get more food. Help me clean that up and I'll forgive you." With that, Naeen Udea starts walking back to the queue for food, grumbling under her breath. You roll your eyes and start picking up the food, gathering it onto the tray for ease. Thankfully, most of the food is of the dry variety and in large chunks, so you're not going to have to mop anything up. 9 is usually the calm type of person, but her sticky orange irritation marks a contrast with her usual self. You can't really blame her either, as you probably could have been a bit more careful with your tail. On the other hand, her irritation is mostly directed again at the bolt-blocking exercise. Nain is a perfectionist in her defense, but in the chaos of the exercise, she failed to deflect at least 5 bolts, each one striking her in her leku or her sensitive montrals, both of which stuck out of the Togruta version of the training helmet. In the meantime, Tara and Doran chat about the classes you had earlier in the afternoon. Neither of them are fans of the courses, despite the obvious necessity of them. To a Jedi, who keeps the peace throughout a galaxy of 1,000,000 worlds and 1,000,000 different cultures, understanding the economics, language, cultures, and politics of the people you meet is critical. Unfortunately, this doesn't stop your friends from complaining. Why does Master Shima assign so much work? We've got so much to read already on the Naboo crisis. Why is he having us do more reading on the Gungan holidays too? How's that even important? Well, the Gungans were pretty important in the conflict, you say. The Queen of Naboo was only able to get them on her side after appealing to both the peaceful and the militaristic sides of their culture. They're normally a peaceful kind of people, at least that's what the texts say, but they do have the remnants of a warrior culture from back when they were a tribal people. By reiterating that all she wanted was peace, Queen Amidala was able to at least calm the Gungan boss. She was then able to appeal to their sense of honor by virtually begging them to help in the retaking of Naboo. Doran is a bit surprised at this, evidently having focused more on the exploits of the Jedi during the lecture than on the major players in the conflict. But still, why holidays? You think for a second, then hazard a guess. Maybe it's because of their Festival of Warriors? I don't know much about it, but it certainly sounds like something important for understanding their willingness to overcome their isolationist stance to fight for Naboo. Probably important for understanding their military doctrine, too. All right, you've got a point. You know, cultural studies is really important. Misunderstandings between cultures are a major cause of many wars in our past, you remark. Sometimes there are issues with basic greetings between cultures. Some cultures require you to meet the eyes of the one you're entreating in order to show proper respect. In others, it's a challenge for dominance, and the correct greeting is to keep your eyes lowered. Understanding between people is so important. Take, for example, the Outsen-Handon incident. The Outsen are a historically pacifistic people. They would rather live and let live than fight. In a cutthroat galaxy, this doesn't exist very often, but the uniquely caustic atmosphere of their home planet essentially makes it untenable for anybody to try and take it from them. And taking them as slaves or captives is more trouble than it's worth, since their biology is suited only for their world, and nowhere else. The Hendon, on the other hand, used to be far more militaristic. In their past, they were hunted by a great predator they call the Changer. They either overcame the Changer at some point, or it disappeared. It devolved into their boogeyman, hiding in the dark and ready to eat naughty children. But their racial fear of the Changer caused them to be ever afraid of new people, for the Changer was said to be able to shapeshift into anybody, striking when least expected. The only way the Hendon could identify the Changer was its lack of specialized cone-shaped organs atop its head. The Hendon utilized these organs to sense the flow of the Force around their homeworld, seeing its currents in the upper atmosphere and using this to orient themselves. The Changer could not replicate these organs, and thus could be marked out. Once the Hendon discovered spaceflight, they built up their military and would make aggressive moves throughout the galaxy, though always avoided all-out war. It is fortunate that they never came across any Claudites or other shapeshifters before the formation of the Galactic Republic, or this story may be about a different incident entirely. Then, they came upon the Outsen. For some reason, they refused to acknowledge the Outsen. Not in interaction, but in their existence. They would not even say Outsen, and feigned confusion or ignorance when anybody talked to them. In the meantime, they were invading the Outsen's world in all but name, landing in their cities, walking through their homes, and taking whatever they wanted. Of course, the Outsen complained. but their pacifistic nature prevented them from fighting back. This continued on for months before the Outson had had enough and finally pulled out their wild card. The Outson declared to the galaxy that they had a superweapon pointed at the Hendon's homeworld. If the Hendon did not stop their invasion, the Outson would pull the trigger. At this, the Council sent a pair of Jedi to try and mediate between the two, but of course, the Hendon continued to ignore the Outson, resulting in the negotiations going nowhere. However, at essentially the last moment, only a couple cycles from the Outson committing genocide, the Jedi Knight and his Padawan discovered a crucial piece of information regarding the Hendon's culture that allowed them to peacefully resolve the situation. Can you guess what it was? 1 to 4, meditate on it. Tara and Doran take a minute to think about it before Tara speaks up. It has something to do with that organ, right? Yes, you confirm. Did the Outson have the force-sensing organ? No, it's called the Fend, by the way. Means guiding vein in the Hendon language. So, did the Hendon just think that all the Outson were changers and decided to ignore them? No. If that were the case, they would have done the same to practically every other sentient they came across. Tara gave a little hum as she thought, wait, this story was about the importance of culture studies, right? So is there some taboo for the Hendon regarding the Fend? You're on the right track, you say. They placed supreme importance on the Fend, regarding it as more important than their eyes. All the native fauna on their planet actually have a Fend, every single one using their sense of the Force to navigate, which actually suggests that the Changer was not native to their planet in the first place. Is the answer related to Force sensitivity? Are the Outson just unable to sense the Force? No, you say, shaking your head. It's been confirmed that the Outson can produce Force sensitives. The only reason why there aren't any Outson Jedi is that they are highly communal. Where one goes, at least a dozen others follow, which wouldn't be allowed in the temple. Also, their extreme biological needs for a specific atmosphere completely toxic to any other sentient would require a portion of the temple to be sectioned off and retrofitted with a life support system just for them. Sticking them in a Haz suit and giving them rebreathers like with Master Plo Koon wouldn't work either, as they habitually make skin-to-skin contact with one another as often as possible. All right, I'm giving up, says Tara with a sigh. Doran, you have any ideas? At this, Doran, having been concentrating on his food, shakes his head. Xena, just tell us. Leading us to the answer like the masters do is all well and good, but I really don't feel like thinking anymore today. Maybe I should tell you two to meditate on it, you muse. Please, no. All right, fine. Jedi Knight Cern and his Padawan happened upon a strange Hendon just before the ultimatum came to a close. This Hendon, unlike all of her kind, actually acknowledged the Outson's existence and seemed to be extremely concerned about the Outson's weapon. During their meeting, the Hendon revealed to Chern that the Hendon had a foundational belief related to the Force and the Fened. In their legends, monsters come from a world where the Force could not be felt, could not be seen. The world itself was not completely devoid of the Force, but for some reason, the Force was trapped within the planet itself. The sky was empty, the streaming auroras of Force that the Hendon used to find their way absent. Any creature, blessed with a Fend or not, that lives under such a blank sky must be a demon, a monster, damned to a life of suffering, not knowing where it stood in the universe. The vast majority of planets that we know of are wrapped in the Force. Any Force-sensitive should be able to look up and see the flow of the Force around them and in the atmosphere, and the Outson homeworld is no different. The Force flows through them, through their world, and through the atmosphere. But there is one problem. The composition of the Outson climate creates perpetual clouds that prevent a Fend from seeing up into the upper atmosphere. Because of this, the Hendon thought that the Outson must be monsters, completely deprived from being able to bask in the glow of the Force in their atmosphere. They were demons, shadows in the corner of the eye that must be ignored. The two Jedi quickly acted on this information, frantically racking their minds for some way to prove to the Hendon that the Outson did indeed know of the Force around their world. Eventually, the strange Handan suggested that they use a creation myth of the Outsen, which extensively listed observations a Force-sensitive group of Outsen had made regarding what and where the Force could be found, including in the atmosphere. The Hendon Collective, after being given this information, decided that the Outsen were simply unfortunate beings, deprived of the atmospheric rivers of Force through no fault of their own. If their ancestors were once able to glimpse the Force up there, then perhaps their species was not damned after all. They stopped their invasion and ended up paying reparations over the next decade. You conclude your story satisfied, having remembered all the facts correctly. You sit in silence with your friends while you finish your food, it having gone cold while you spoke. While the three of you move to return your tray and dishes, Doran asks, "How could that Hendon have known about that myth? And why didn't she just bring it up with her own government?" "Well," you say, Knight Cern was asked that question too. For some reason, he seemed uncomfortable about it, trying to dodge the question whenever it came up. In one interview, however, his Padawan mentioned one thing that confuses people to this day. The Hendon they spoke to didn't have any Fened. After dinner, the initiates are released from their mandated classes for free time. Studies, meditation, and play are the most popular activities during this time. As such, you now have another chance to think about your dream. Force visions are a known quantity, not exactly common, but are a phenomenon historically experienced by Jedi. You've heard of incidents where a Jedi received some abstract vision in their sleep, leading them to come up with a new Force technique, give a life-saving warning, or spout some weird prophecy. Whatever the vision was, it was generally something important, and usually led to a big change in the Jedi's life. You are now wondering if what you saw was a Force vision, telling you of something that is to come. If that is the case, then what could it mean? Force visions are almost always up to interpretation, so it's possible that it could mean practically anything. In your musings, you have been walking the wide halls of the temple, subconsciously heading toward the security offices. This isn't the usual kind of place for an initiate like yourself, but you have come here often enough just to chat with Master Masbow when you feel troubled. As you approach the offices, the air rings with an electronic chime, alerting the off-duty guards inside that they have a visitor. You stand outside the door, shifting your weight from foot to foot as you wait for them to go fetch Master Masbow, knowing that you are likely there to see him. After a moment, Master Masbow opens the door and beckons you inside and into his personal office, where he takes a seat behind his blocky granite desk. The room is Spartan, even more so than what could be expected of a Jedi. Very few personal effects adorn the room, only an ancient-looking clock and a small clay sculpture made by you more than 5 years ago sit on his desk. Everything else is purely utilitarian. You're always embarrassed to see the little gift sitting there. It's obviously not well made, but you're not sure you could do much better even now. Master Masbow refuses to get rid of it, though, saying that he needs it to balance out the layout of his desk. Sitting cross-legged in the chair in front of the desk, it being uncomfortable to hang your 2 short legs off of it for long, you take a moment to center yourself before speaking. "Master Masbow, I had a dream last night, a weird one." He raises an eyebrow in curiosity, repeating back to you, "A weird one?" "A weird one." "All right, let's hear it." "I saw a storm of colors and monsters." "Close or far?" I don't really know. It seemed like it was everywhere, all at once. It didn't really feel like a dream, though. It felt different." He sits back in his chair, considering. "Master Masbow, this felt different than all my other dreams. For once, I actually remember it all, completely. I've been thinking about it all day, actually. It felt scary, as if the things I saw could potentially see me too. It even felt like something was about to notice me." Master Masbow hums. "Any interpretations?" You think for a bit, then speak quietly. "I've been thinking that it could be a Force vision, a premonition, maybe of a conflict, something soon to come." He closes his eyes, his forehead wrinkling as he thinks. "Have you meditated on it, on what it could mean, that is? Allow the Force to reveal more to you." "I tried," you cry. "But I just keep thinking and thinking, going in circles." "That's not what I meant. Don't think. Just dive deeper in. Let the Force take you to the meaning. Even if it doesn't, perhaps you'll find more information that will allow you to make better interpretations." Calming down, you say, "I guess I haven't really tried that, going deeper into it." "All right then. Would you like to try right now? I have some time." Nodding, you close your eyes and let go. Master Masbau's voice is there, just at the edge of your hearing. There is no emotion, there is peace. You see an enormous storm of indescribable color stretched upon an intergalactic scale. There is no ignorance, there is knowledge. Horror and wonder and fear and joy and a million emotions flicker through you. This time you force yourself to keep looking, but you feel as if you're missing something. There is no passion, there is serenity. Winding currents and protean gusts and unspeakable things with far too many teeth and eyes hurtle past. There is no chaos, there is harmony. You attempt to scream, and something's attention turns to, "There is no death, there is the Force." You choke back your scream and shrink in on yourself, making yourself as small as possible as the eyes sweep over you. A creature of mischief and madness swims past you, buffeting you in its wake. You roll over and over, spinning out of control. You dare not spread your limbs out to detumble lest you be spotted, instead waiting for your body to slow and stabilize in the viscosity of the Empyrean. After a few more moments, you untuck your head and stare out, and you see nothing. Nothing. Where? Where is it? The light in the void. The beacon? Lost. We are lost. All is lost. Wait. No. You're being a fool. Of course you cannot see it. You cannot see at all. How can you see when you have not even opened your eye? 1 to 5 baleful gaze. You reach up to pull away the headband, but realize that it is already absent. Your eye is already exposed, and all you need to do is open it, and you do so. In an instant, all eyes turn toward you, and the mouths of creatures innumerable snap open. Shrieks echo throughout the warp, stirring the muck of the Empyrean, revealing and waking a billion more nightmares. You spin in circles, casting your baleful gaze upon all your eye lands upon monsters, demons, shrinking back wherever you look. But it is no use. There are too many. You have but one eye, and the monstrous tides of chaos are endless. In panic, you try to hide once again. You curl up, compressing your soul into an infinitesimal speck, then throw yourself into the abstract detritus of the warp. The creatures swarm around, mixing you into the mess, a speck of life in a slurry of warp stuff. You spin dizzily through the heterogeneous mixture, fighting back tears of confusion. And yet, you cannot get away. They are everywhere, eyes wide open and vigilant. You know that you must stay still, stay silent, for there is nothing you can do in a realm like this. You have no power here, nothing, no hope, only chance can save you now. You realize with a start that in your panic you have not closed your eye. It shines with a sliver of metaphysical light in this void. Despite the roiling colors of the warp, your gaze cannot be hidden, for it continuously carves a shallow but noticeable trail through the warp stuff. Quickly, you close your eye, just in time to avoid notice from a feathered monstrosity twisting its way past you. Or, you tried to close your eye, and you tried to avoid notice. You did neither. In a moment, many-fingered limbs, digits ending with claws, hooves, mouths, spiracles, and 1,000 concepts unimaginable, reach out and trap you in a fleshy prison. The pulsating walls of the creature cage are impenetrable, even to your gaze, and suddenly a hole opens. An arm moves slightly, revealing the tiniest gap in the prison's defenses. Not wasting this chance, you dive in, shrinking yourself even further and squeezing your way out. And once free, you find yourself in a cave with teeth. You panic, whipping around just in time to see the entrance seal shut. You slam yourself into the wall, right where you think it should have been to no avail. And then you feel movement behind you. 9 tongues emerge from the walls, spiked and dripping with vile mucus. Each one continuously shifts in form, bigger, smaller, bloated, pink, blue, every form different from the others and never the same as before. Screaming in fear and disgust, you try to run, to swim, to move in some way, any way, away from this nightmare. And you move. You finally move. You duck and weave, twisting your way around the tongues as they begin to move toward you. But where do you go? You are still trapped. You cannot keep this up forever. And with that thought, you are hit. A glancing blow from one of the tongues, having violently shot outwards with intent to spear you. You roll with the blow, uncontrollably spinning away. The tongues try to track you as you move, but your path is unpredictable. The flow of the warp, even in the creature's mouth, continues to roil with the storm. A base creature of chaos cannot know where you will go, but neither do you. All you can see, however, is a blur as the blue and pink gums spin by, and you know it will be but a moment before you inevitably ram into a wall. Abruptly, the warp flows in a single direction, shunting you away. The blue and pink are gone, replaced with the familiar and only slightly less terrifying view of the endless immaterium. As your spin slows, you see the creature that had encapsulated you in its maw now spewing out a storm of unidentifiable innards and bones. In a matter of seconds, the creature turns inside out, its belly imploding and swallowing the rest of itself before being vomited out of its own mouth. As the remains of the creature fly off into the warp, they fracture, then shatter, then disintegrate into warp stuff. Soon, the creature is gone and all is clear. Except it is not. You are elsewhere. The Empyrean is calmer than before, and the sea of monsters has disappeared. The creature must have kept moving while you were trapped within it, taking you away from wherever you were. But you are still not alone. There is something floating there not 20 meters away from you. A peaceful, pale sun, warmth abundant, and oh so familiar. Rays of light spill outward, pushing back the corrupting influence of the warp. You bask in its glow, feeling safe at last. But it is fading, its surface vaporizing as it burns through its energy. Light flickers and all too soon it is gone. You are alone again, floating. Your eye is still open, boring a tunnel through the warp wherever you look, but you know that for now you are safe. It will not be safe for long, though, so without hesitation, you begin to close it, and then stop, for you feel something. Something is watching you. You look up, and through the clouds of the warp you see something in the distance. 3 somethings to be exact. 3 immeasurably distant whirls in space. 3 immensely powerful, massive storms of pure, malevolent concept. So powerful that you now realize that what you felt is only the sliver of the attention of one of them. One of them! You turn away, shivering. You look down and see your body fading into dust, and you know that your time here is coming to a pass. You are thankful for it, but then you realize something and whip your eyes around. You stare out into the abyss, heedless of drawing out even more monsters. But even now, with your eye open, you see no light. So with a sigh, you finally close your eye and wait for the end. You hear screaming, a voice shouting in pain and endless rage. Your eyes snap open, but you can't see past the cloud of red blocking your view, and in your frustration you swipe at your own face. Pain lashes across your mind, and you roar in anger. In the back of your mind you realize that the mindless, raging voice you heard was your own, yet all your realization does is make you even angrier. Strong hands grab onto your arms, and you thrash about, biting at the air and struggling to get your tail out from under you so you can make them pay. You can barely hear past the volume of your own voice, the beating of your own heart, the rushing of blood in your veins, and the thrum of the bloodlust in your mind. But between the thud-thumping beats of your heart, you hear a soft voice pleading, "Xena, calm, please be calm. You are safe. Shh, you are safe." A soothing, cool feeling begins to flow through your body. The pain in your face lessens and the fire in your mind starts to gutter. That's it. That's it. You're safe. You're safe. With a groan, you pitch backwards onto a soft surface, all the energy leaving your body. The soothing feeling continues to wash through you, clearing the aches away. You relax your muscles, close your eyes, and let go once again. Your eyes feel wet and your throat feels sore, as if you've been crying. You hear the soft rustling of fabric and muffled footsteps nearby. On your forehead, you can feel the reassuring weight of your headband, still in place despite its absence in your dream. The dream. It was a dream. Just a dream. Or was it? With a start, you open your eyes as you reach up to confirm that it is secure on your head. Still there. That was no dream. It felt so real. You knew things, words and concepts that you could not possibly know. You swam in the sea of something? The Empyrean, the warp, the immaterium, filled with monsters, demons, and you were looking for something, but you couldn't find it. Instead, something found you, something ate you, but you were saved. But by what? Whatever it was at the end that noticed you, it is absolutely not good. You know this with every fiber of your being. Even just thinking about it drives the force pooling within you into turmoil, as if you had, wait, you see it? You can sense it, inside of you. Why? Why can you see it now? Peering closer, you realize that at the edges of your senses is haziness. Anything in the figurative peripherals of your force sense is clouded. And then you notice two more things. This foggy material is your true self, overlaid on top of the force, and your third eye is open. Your headband eye patch is definitely there. You just checked, but you can see with it. But it is not like your normal sight. When you look upon yourself with it, a layer of your true self seems to fade away, revealing rivers of the force flowing beneath. And within that, you can see something else. Something else flows through you, circulating through your body, and you recognize it. It is what you saw in your dreams, the warp. It streams through you just like the force. Currents of the force and the warp intermingle, weaving together in a dizzying pattern. Blinking your third eye, your warp eye, you are fascinated as you observe the way your view of your true self changes. And then, you realize something else. The true self is related to the warp. Just as your gaze pierced through the layers of the warp, so does it pierce through the true self. And thus, the true self must also be made of warp stuff. But, no. That doesn't feel right. If that is the case, then why are you able to see more warp beneath? And why would the true self of anyone else be made of the warp? When you look at a person's true self, it is first obscured by surface emotions of the person. Any person with force empathy can sense these emotions, but you have never heard of anybody else besides you being able to peel back these emotions to see the true self lying underneath. You thought that the true self was made up of the desires and the beliefs of a person. You have watched as the true selves of your fellow initiates built up over time as each child grew older. As a person changes from experience, so too does their personality and their true self. Why did you use to only see this? Why could you not see this intertwining of warp and the force in anybody else? You are hit once again with another thought. You were able to sense the force in others before, and you were able to sense other people's true selves. These are layers upon each other, but it was only obscured for your own body by the warp. How are you feeling, youngling? You are in the medical ward of the temple, lying on one of the patient beds. As you sat there having epiphanies, the on-duty nurse noticed you and walked over to check on you. You immediately direct your gaze at his true self, searching for the answer. And you find it. With your warp eye closed, you see his true self just as you used to. You ignore the cloud of emotions, looking into his true self and seeing his fatigue, his love for the temple, his concern for all the patients including you, and 1,000 other things. Normal. Just as before. Blinking your eye open, you compare what you see with what you saw just now. Little difference, except you can see more depth in his true self. His fatigue lies on top of a mass of concepts, just above his concern for your health. You can see all his traits, layered upon one another like a sedimentary deposit, outlining his life, his soul. Probing with your force sense and watching with your warp eye, you can see the rivers of force winding their way through his body, just like with yours. though subtly different in texture and color. His is lighter, brighter and fuller than yours, perhaps due to age and experience, perhaps because you cannot see any strands of warp mixing in him at all. Turning your warp eye back upon yourself, you realize that the currents of warp seem to darken the force around them, tainting it, changing it. You begin to panic at this before catching yourself and looking closer, trying to learn more. No, the warp is not affecting the force, you realize with relief. The streams of warp do not bleed between, merely overlaying it and shadowing it in sight, and it is likely that your lack of age and experience mean that you simply cannot channel as much force within you as someone who appears to be at least twice your age. But then again, why are the individual strands of force within you so much darker than those within the nurse? Again, maybe it's due to age? Or maybe it's something else. Shaking yourself out of that train of thought, you come back to your original purpose. What is it that prevented you from seeing the force within you in the first place? It must be the warp. The strands of it, weaved in with the layers of your true self, built up over time to block your force sense from peering through. And you likely didn't notice when you were younger, as you were literally a baby, and you didn't even have force sense yet. Xena! You're startled out of your thoughts by Master Mazbau's voice. You look around, wondering where he had come from, then flush with embarrassment. You had been so excited, so determined to accomplish your goal that you had completely ignored what the nurse was saying. It seems the nurse, unnerved by your stare and not knowing what to do, had gone to get Master Mazbau in order to shake you out of it. "Yes, Master?" He gives a small smile in relief. "It's a good thing you're all right. I was getting really worried there. What happened to me? I meditated as you told me to, and I think I found some answers. And questions. More questions." "It worked?" We'll get to that later. Once you started meditating, you started mumbling a bit. Something about colors. It was only when your headband started glowing and you started screaming that I got worried." "Sorry." "Don't be. It's my fault. You're the one who got injured. You started bleeding from the waist, and you collapsed shortly after that, so I immediately rushed you over here. I would like to know why my clock spontaneously rusted to pieces, though. I don't know. Sorry." He sighs. "It is whatever it is. We'll figure it out. Anyways, how are you feeling now? You also injured yourself quite a bit when you woke up. The medics had to use some Bacta to patch you back together." "It hurts. A bit. My waist feels fine, but my face kind of hurts." "That's where you scratched yourself in the face. When you woke up the first time, you were quite a handful. Most of the Bacta went to your waist, so that's probably why it feels all right. Your facial injuries are still a bit red, though, so just keep your hands away from it for now. The medics will let you know when you're good to go." "Understood, Master." "We'll talk later. Come find me after you're released so you can tell me what happened." 1 to 6. Discussing the dream. A massive black ship drifts through the void between stars. Arches, towers, monoliths, and sculptures adorn the hull. The empty eyes of stone-carved skulls, larger than a cargo barge, gaze into the endless abyss. Dark windows flicker between columns, shadows passing behind, darkening them even more so. Gut-wrenching, bone-chilling horror fills you as you look upon the ship, and you know not why. All you know is that it is coming for you, and you cannot hide. You awake with gasp, eyelids fluttering as you claw your way to wakefulness. Your skin feels sticky with sweat, your clothing and the bedsheets damp. In a moment, the current on-duty nurse, a Bith named Runkado Diaso, is beside you trying to calm you down. You curl up, waiting for the beating of your heart to slow, as she goes to fetch you some food and water. It was just a nightmare, an actual nightmare. Not like the dream you had a few days ago, thankfully, but every night since then, you have been having nightmares. This is the second time you've dreamed of those black ships. Other times you have dreamed of monsters devouring you. 2 nights before last, you dreamt a dream of blood and rage, and when you woke up, you could barely think past the ringing echoes of cosmic laughter clouding your brain. You have been kept in the halls of healing for most of the past week, the medics and masters unsure of what to do with you. Your injuries have faded due to the ministrations of the medical staff, but it is the events that landed you there that give the masters cause for concern. You have heard from the friends and clanmates that visited you that Master Masbow was questioned by the council regarding the incident. He told them what he knew, but as he was only really a spectator, he was cleared of any wrongdoing and sent back to his work. Given that you were the only one injured in your accident, it appears that there are not too many questions for you either. However, the people who know more detail regarding the extent of your injuries, Master Masbow first and foremost, are curious as to what truly happened. Over the past few days, you have been debating what to tell him. Obviously, you must tell him what you dreamt of. His interpretation of what happened could be invaluable. You knew things in the dream that you didn't know before, namely that what you were experiencing was something called the warp, or the Empyrean, or the Immaterium. You suppose that something so confusing, a realm of ever-changing concepts, does indeed deserve multiple names. Anyways, Master Masbow deserves to know what you saw. Hopefully he can help you make sense of the monsters, the storms, and that light you were looking for. However, you have decided not to tell him about what you learned afterwards. To be honest to yourself, you're scared. What will happen if he learns that the warp is within you? What will he do? What will he say? You don't want to be different from the other initiates. You want to grow up and become a Padawan, a knight, a master. What would happen if the masters learned what your eye could do? Would you be prevented from taking the initiate trials? And so you will keep quiet about it. What he doesn't know won't hurt him. You won't let it hurt anybody. A week after the incident, you are released from the purgatory of sterility, boredom, and hospital food. Immediately, you head over to Master Masbow's office to get it over with. Like before, you shift from foot to foot in front of the door, waiting for him to be found by the guards. And as before, Master Masbow leads you into his office and directs you to sit. His desk really does seem imbalanced, you think idly. The lack of the clock makes the room seem even more empty than before, and the awful sculpture is worse than ever without something to take the attention off of it. You can just barely see the remains of the clock poking out from the side of the desk, though. It appears as if he's been studying the thing, or perhaps just trying to repair it. Master Masbow is silent, considering you as you sit nervous with trepidation. How are you feeling? I'm fine, Master. Nothing hurts now. Good. Good. Looks like your face didn't scar either. Anyways, let's get to business. I'd like to hear your account of what happened. You sit and think for a few moments, gathering your thoughts before you speak. I could still hear you for a little bit, when I started meditating, that is. It helped me get through to the dream. And as you asked me to, I dived deeper. It felt like I submerged myself in something, as if I had broken through some sort of membrane, and when I opened my eyes, I was somewhere else. Somewhere else? As if you had performed a force projection? No, it didn't feel like the force at all. I think it was different. Continue, please. This realm that I saw was like an ocean. It was filled with colors, concepts, and monsters. And the monster that I saw in my first dream, it was still there, looking for me. It almost noticed me, but I was able to make myself smaller until it couldn't see me. At this, you notice that you have wrapped your arms around yourself, as if you could squeeze yourself until you were so small that you could avoid Master Masbow's judging gaze. You relax your hold, folding your hands into your lap, and continue. It left, and I felt safer, but I was wrong. There were still monsters all around me, lying in wait in the dark, hidden behind clouds of warp stuff and underneath the silt, just beyond my sight. Warp stuff? What is that? That ocean I saw, it's called the warp, or the Empyrean, the Immaterium. I don't know how or why, but I somehow just knew things, and I was panicking, looking for some sort of light. A beacon I knew should be somewhere in the distance, but it must have been so far away because I couldn't see it at all. You sit back for a second, looking for his reaction. Master Masbow's emotions are primarily colored by dark green pools of concern and streaky blues of confusion. His true self is the same as before. You can't see more without opening your warp eye, but you dare not do it now, not while you're still telling your story. Carefully, avoiding the mention of your warp eye, you continue on. I messed up when I was looking around for it, and I started attracting the attention of all the monsters around me. They swarmed everywhere. Every way I turned, there were more, and they were all coming for me. I tried to get away, but I got caught by one of them. A huge, disgusting thing with more arms, legs, tentacles, and whatever than I could count. It trapped me in its hands. Things. I don't really know what it was that I was imprisoned in. There were fingers, hairs, and bits I couldn't recognize. I couldn't get out, but then it tricked me. It opened up a little hole, and I ran for it, thinking that it had made a mistake. Instead, I ended up just swimming into its mouth. At this, the mild concern you can see in Master Mazbow spikes, flooding and driving out his other feelings. "Child, what happened? How did you escape?" "I don't really know. Inside the mouth it had weird tentacle tongue things, with pointy bits. I think that's how I got hurt in the first place. I tried to dodge them as they tried to stab me, but I got hit right where you said I was injured. But how is it possible that I could be hurt like that? It was all in my mind, right?" I have no idea. I have never heard of this happening before. You're sure this didn't feel like the Force?" "It wasn't the Force. It was the warp." "You're sure you're not mistaken? It's not a Force vision nor Force projection?" "I'm sure, Master." Master Mazbow is silent for a minute, obviously deep in thought. His emotions cycle across his true self, flaring bright and dimming as he thinks. "I will have to consult the archives. Perhaps the answer can be found there. I have never heard of this warp either, so I will have to enlist a librarian to assist me in the search. But you haven't finished yet. Please continue." "Yes, Master. I'm not really sure what happened after that. After I got hit, I was spinning out of control and couldn't really see what happened. All I know is that suddenly I was spat out of the monster's mouth and the monster was dead." "Dead?" "It broke into little pieces and disappeared. When I turned around, though, I saw something else. Some sort of miniature sun. Not the light I was looking for earlier, but something else entirely. And for some reason, it felt like you." Master Mazbow's emotions are painted over with the blues of confusion before flaring yellow-green in understanding. "Did you do something to me, Master?" you inquire. "I believe I did. Yes. When you started bleeding, I applied a Force technique called Force Stanch to slow down the bleeding. How is it possible that that killed the monster?" You think a bit more about what you saw before saying, "Does the technique disinfect? Does it purge corruption?" I suppose that's one way of saying it. But yes, it does. It promotes clotting as well as purifies the area, clearing out anything that could cause infection. "That must be it," you declare excitedly. "The sun I saw, it was pushing away the warp. If the monster is part of the warp, then maybe it was destroyed by the technique." It wasn't a very powerful technique, though. The stronger techniques used in the halls of healing can actually heal wounds. This one only helps to stabilize injuries. How could it have even damaged whatever that monster was? Admittedly, I put in more energy than was probably necessary for the situation, but it still couldn't have been that strong. "I don't really know, but could you try it again? I'd like to see what happens when you use it." "Use it on what, though? I don't see any monsters around here, and you're not exactly injured anymore." 17 The rusted clock. "Could you use it on your clock?" you ask. "What? Why?" Before we get to that, Master, you mentioned earlier that my headband was glowing." "Yes, I can't be sure why, but from the appearance of it, I would suspect that it was actually your, eye that was glowing." "That's probably right. In my dream, my headband was gone, and I opened my eye. It just felt right to do so. But maybe it was actually wrong, because that's what drew out all the monsters in the first place. My eye does something. When I looked at the monsters with it, most of them would try to avoid it, as if they were afraid of it. And while looking around, it was like I was shooting an ion beam through water. Any loose warp stuff in front of me would disappear or be blown away. And there's more. It does stuff outside the dream, too." Master Mazbow stills, looking you in the eyes. Your normal eyes, that is. the ones that always glow. He's worried, extremely so. Master, I don't think it's dangerous. If anything, it's helpful. You used it for something? Already? I think it lets me see the warp, and I think my ability to sense emotions is based around it too. But aren't you able to sense emotions without having your eye open, or has it been open all this time? No, I've kept it closed. You deny. Maybe I'm wrong about that last thing, but I think something at least related to the eye or the warp lets me see emotions. You remember how I told you about the true self in the past? The psyche of anyone I look at? I couldn't find anybody with force empathy that could see it too. It must have something to do with all the warp stuff. And when I look at anyone with my eye open, it lets me see even more. Xena, I know you think it's safe, but you need to be careful with it. Didn't you say that you attracted monsters with it? Master, it's not what attracted the monsters. The monsters were already there, just sleeping or hiding. I just didn't know what I was doing when I first used it. Actually, I still don't really know what I'm doing, but I'm being careful. When I opened my eye that time, I stirred all the monsters up. It was just the wrong place for it, like turning on a lantern in the middle of a monster-infested cave and not expecting them to be angry. It was helpful, though, for keeping the monsters back for a while. Master Masbow is understandably upset. He's confused and definitely worried for you, but he's certainly an expert at keeping his cool given that he hasn't interrupted you yet. As he calms down a bit, you continue. As I was saying earlier, I'm able to see the warp with it. When I looked at myself with it, I could see warp within me. He's certainly good at keeping his cool, isn't he? Hearing that last tidbit caused a huge spike in his worry, but he's waiting for you to finish what you're saying. In a person's true self, I can see the force flowing. It's like rivers, lakes, and tributaries. The force flows through everybody, and with my third eye, my warp eye, I can finally see it within myself. Inside of me, the force flows just as smoothly as in anyone else, but between the rivers of force are currents of warp as well. Have you noticed anything different since the dream? No, what am I asking? It's not like you could see this before. I do feel kind of angry for some reason, all the time, and I don't know why. I've also been having nightmares, but not the fell into the warp kind. Can we come back to this later? Sure, Master Masbow affirms. When I use my eye on someone else, I can see more to their true self. Where I used to see, how do I say this? It's like a painting, a flat canvas painted with aspects of a person's life. I could see what a person wants. I could sometimes see what they're hiding. But it's two-dimensional. I couldn't see past the upper layer unless it's very thin. If they have something buried deep within them, I couldn't tell what it was. But now, with my eye open, I pick out all the layers. I can see what makes the person and almost infer their past. And like I said, I can see the force. Where I could only sense the force in others with my normal force sense, I can now see it in another way. I think that the warp has existed within me, always. As I grew older, my own inner self was probably covered in the layers of my true self, which have been threaded through with warp stuff. Without my eye, I can't see the force deep within me, because the warp has buried it deep down and covers it completely. Now, I can see it all. As you take a second to breathe, Master Masbow sits up a bit. So, since you can see the warp, you want to try to see it inside the clock? And you're hoping that you can see how it reacts to the force stanch? You nod quickly in excitement, all eyes literally shining. I can see your eye is open, Xena. I'm assuming the headband isn't blocking your view? He trails off questioningly. You continue nodding, and he takes that for the confirmation that it is. All right then. Before we start, can I know what you see in me? Actually, you say you've looked at others with your eye before. What did you see? Actually, please use some discretion. Don't tell me anything too embarrassing. Your unwitting victims deserve at least a bit of privacy. I first looked at one of the nurses. I didn't catch his name, but he was the one who went to find you when I woke up that first time. I could see what he thought of himself. And I could tell that what he knew of himself was different from what was true of himself. Past his wants and needs are the, foundational truths of the person. And I could see for sure that he is a good nurse, and that he cares for his patients. But he thinks he should be nervous and scared of things just because that's what he thinks others would feel. And paradoxically, what's the word? Paradoxically. Paradoxically, he's so confident in himself, by which I mean he is so confident in his own thoughts, the belief that he should be nervous, that he ends up making himself nervous for no real reason. That's why he went off to get you rather than deal with me himself. He's competent otherwise. So, yeah, I can see these truths about him, what he can do and can't. And if he were to try to hide something, I could probably figure it out if I had enough context. What if you don't have enough context? I would be shooting in the dark, guessing away. But I knew he was a nurse, and just looking at his emotions for a bit made it easier to guess about some things. Well, now, that could be extremely useful for investigations. Do you think you could do the same with objects? Maybe do psychometry? Psychometry? Sense echo, where you can experience the recent life of an object. See what it saw for a time. There is a force technique for this, but maybe you can do the equivalent. I'm not sure. Objects don't have a true self for me to read. I guess I won't know until I try. Try it on Mr. Ears here. Mr. Ears? He gestures at the little sculpture on his desk. You suppose it kind of looks like some sort of rabbit creature with long, floppy ears, but you're pretty sure your younger self was attempting to make a model of Master Mazbow. You hope he doesn't know that? After a moment of concentration, you shake your head. There's something, a bit of the warp, but it feels like a layer of dust. Not much at all. As much dust as you could find on it if you didn't clean it for a couple weeks. I think it's from before, but it's only coating the surface. I can't read anything else out of it, only the warp stuff. That's unfortunate. Still, absolutely a useful ability. Who else did you try it on? Tara and Nayeen visited me a couple times. Doran and the others too, apparently. I was asleep for those visits, though. Tara is simpler than the nurse. Not in a bad way. She just has far fewer layers, probably because she's so much younger than him. She's pretty much exactly as she seems on the outside. Talkative and friendly. Earnest to a fault. Nyan is a bit more complicated. She's afraid of failure. I think everybody's afraid to fail, though. But she's more nuanced. She worries less about disappointing others with failure than disappointing herself, except when it's certain people. You would think that she would be afraid of disappointing the masters or her friends, but it varies. I couldn't really tell who affects her in that way. There's more to it, but I'd need more time to work it out myself before talking about it. Master Mazbow nods sagely at this, as if he already knew these things. Well, he has watched over you and your friends by extension since you were a literal baby, so you can grant him that. I suppose it's my turn now. What do you see? You peer past his emotions and leaf through the layers of his true self. You catch a glimpse of the force within his inner self, but stay on task. You are attached. You are emotionally attached, to me and to your former Padawan. You care about everybody, the whole Jedi Order, the Masters, the Knights, and especially the younglings, but you have linked your identity to protecting me and Knight Mesa. It's almost familial. That's enough, please. Master Mazbow sighs. I suppose I asked for it, and it's good to know. But you're sure this is the case? I know you well enough that I don't have to guess, Master, and you don't have to ask me if it's true. You know it yourself. You're right. I can feel it. He closes his eyes. I can feel it in the Force, a thread of connection. Thank you for telling me, Xena, but not everybody has the strength to face the truth about themselves. You'll have to be careful before speaking to others like this. After all, how would you know I would be able to handle— He cuts himself off. Of course, you could see that in my true self, couldn't you? That, and I know you well enough. Yes, yes. Master Mazbow sighs and give you a bit of a pleading look. Xena, please try to keep that to yourself. My attachment, that is. I'd rather Master Dralig not strip me of my position. You nod at this. Temple guards are supposed to avoid emotional attachment as much as possible, hence the anonymous white robes and masks. The fact that Master Mazbow allows you to see his face while in his office is a huge measure of trust. While off duty, Master Masbow does go around without guard attire, but he treats it as if he were undercover, with a separate identity. Of course, you can still easily tell who he is when he's on duty, either by voice, presence in the Force, emotional signature, or true self, but it's the principle of the thing. Xena, you saw the Force and the warp within you with your true sight. Did you see anything else? No, Master. I was distracted by everything that was going on. Perhaps you should try it. Seems like the ultimate tool for introspective meditation, really. Anyways, we should get on with what we were doing. At this, he picks up the pieces of the rusted clock, placing them gently in front of you. Right after you started screaming, this thing started rusting over. Any metallic parts tarnished to the point that some completely turned to dust. Nearly all the steel screws are gone now, which is why the whole thing fell apart. The brass gears are mostly still there, though, but the zinc content is lower than before. Go ahead with your examination. Tell me what you see. As you turn your gaze upon the clock, you speak out loud, narrating what you find. The clock as a whole is clearly tainted by the warp. The warp moves sluggishly throughout the various pieces, as if impeded by the material. It wisps away at the edges, threading its way through the air for a moment before vanishing. The clock was likely even more tainted in the past, but the warp has been evaporating over time. Hopefully it doesn't do anything once evaporated, but you think it should probably be isolated away from people, and you say as much. Peering closer, you see a sudden flash. A flash of memory. You see a brief moment, frozen in time, of a girl with 3 glowing stars in her head and screaming in fear and pain. You can smell the faint scent of blood and hear the ticking of the now broken clock. In an instant, the sensations pass, and you're back to reality. You try to probe the clock again with your gaze, but nothing else comes from it. You excitedly confirm to Master Masbow that it appears that you do in fact have a very limited form of psychometry. You can see a moment from when it became tainted, but it's probably not possible to see any more than that. You do, however, see, as you continue to observe the pieces, that wisps of warp that fall away from the clock seem to move toward you. You stand and walk around the desk, watching as the strands of warp stuff continue to point in your general direction, just like how a compass would point to the north. It seems that not only can you see what tainted the thing, but it's likely that you can track down whoever or whatever caused it in the first place. Or maybe not. Maybe you're acting like a magnet, brought too close to a compass, simply attracting the needle in what resembles a useful direction. It's impossible to test this hypothesis, though, as you're the only thing that you know of that could cause warp taint to appear. You're unable to find anything else to the clock, and so you end your investigation. Master Masbow moves forward, saying, "I'm not entirely sure that this will do anything. Typically, Force Stanch needs a living target to work. I've not heard of anybody trying to channel it into an inanimate object, so it may not even take." Even so, Master Masbow continues with the task, placing his hand on the most tainted piece of the clock that you direct him to. After a moment, you can feel with your Force sense a moment of calm. Serenity. The Force flows through him as you watch with both your warp eye and your Force sense, pooling in his hand for but a second. The tiniest bit of Force leaves his hand, injecting itself into the clock, and you are confused. Why did he channel so much of the Force when so little of it is used? But then you realize that, no, the rest of it is not wasted. He is manipulating the Force within the clock itself to do what is needed, using the Force within him as some sort of control medium. Very little Force exists within the clock, however, making the work slow-going, but you can see that something is indeed happening. Where the Force stanch goes, the warp is pushed back. And when the Force stanch is able to touch the warp, you can see the warp stuff being slowly obliterated. No, that's not the right word. It's banished. It leaves the materium, forced, or more accurately, forced, back to the immaterium. You excitedly fidget in your seat as Master Masbow finishes, unwilling to distract him while he finishes the Force stanch. Once done, though, you describe your new findings, barely intelligible due to how fast you're trying to force the words out of your mouth. As you calm down and sit back in your seat, Master Masbow wraps the pieces of the clock in pieces of paper before storing them away in a wall safe. Hopefully, the warp stuff will dissipate over time with no ill effect. Well, I believe that we've learned quite a bit from that exercise, but it still doesn't answer the question as to how Force Stanch could kill a monster within the Immaterium. If it is only able to slowly force warp stuff back into the warp, why is it so much more powerful inside the realm of warp? And what was happening inside the warp while I was using it on the clock just now? Perhaps I was killing horrors, left and right, without knowing it. I don't really know, Master, but I'm guessing that it was a special case when you used it on me. I was experiencing the warp at the time. Maybe I was even partially in the Immaterium. Using the Force Stanch on me probably helped channel it into the Immaterium, making it much more powerful. You're probably not smiting any monsters when you use it normally. That's probably a reasonable conclusion. The two of you sit in silent contemplation for a minute. You've certainly learned a lot, and hopefully you can make good use of this information. After another minute of thinking, you speak up. Master, could you teach me Force Stanch? It'd be really helpful. Of course. Come find me around this time tomorrow and we can get started. It may be a bit challenging for you to learn, though, since it's a technique typically taught to Padawans level learners. But I have full confidence that you'll be able to learn it. Thank you, Master, you say with appreciation. Xena, you mentioned that you were feeling angry earlier. Do you still feel angry now? You think for a moment. Yes, I can feel it humming in the back of my mind. It is suppressed, but it's not really just anger. There's a bit of fear too. I can't really explain it. I think it's related to my nightmares too. Xena, that sounds dangerously like the dark side. You remember what Grandmaster Yoda always says, fear leads to ang. I know, but I think this is at least partially because of my warp dream. I think that this is something you should try that enhanced introspective meditation on. You should aim to identify the problem, then eliminate it as best as possible. Yes, Master. You're very good about controlling yourself, Xena. You've been holding back your fear and anger admirably. You're doing far better than I would have at your age. Xena, I'm very proud of you. And with that, the dam cracks. The frightfulness of the past week hits you at this moment. The dreams, the nightmares, the pain, the fact that you almost died to something that might have only been in your mind. You'd been keeping it all suppressed, pushed to the back of your mind, but Master Masbow's words strike within you and loosen your precarious hold. The tears spring forth as you hunch yourself in the chair. You wail and bawl your fears out as Master Masbow scoops you up and into his arms. But I am scared of what is happening to me. Why? Why is this all happening to me? It hurts so much and I almost died. You take a moment to breathe before continuing to choke out between sobs. The monsters. I see them in my nightmares. Hick. And my other nightmares. There's blood and slaughter and endless death. And I'm afraid that it's me who's doing the killing. I wish I didn't have this eye. If I were normal, then this wouldn't have happened. No warp, no monsters, no nightmares. Master Masbow keeps holding you, patting your back gently as you try to calm yourself. Xena, child, breathe, he says. Do not fear. You are strong. It is only natural to be scared of something like this. I would be scared too if I were in your shoes, but I know you will get through this, and I will always be here to help you. You don't trust yourself to not continue sobbing if you open your mouth, so instead you bury your face into his shoulder and nod. You're calming down now, having expelled your frustrations. Embarrassment fills you as you think about how he had just told you that you were good at controlling your fears, and then you immediately went on to cry like a baby. You're much too old to cry. You wipe off your face, the tears having slowed. You then look up into Master Masbow's face with bleary eyes as he speaks. Hush now. Everything will be all right. Thank you for telling me everything, Xena. I will help you to the best of my ability. Just trust in me. We should probably head to the archives soon. But before we go, is there anything else? After thinking for a bit, you decide to tell him one last thing. What you didn't tell him when he asked you to inspect his true self is what makes you speak further. Master Mazbao cares for you. A lot. Far more than a Jedi should. It's almost like he considers himself a father to you, not that you know what a paternal figure is like. But this feels like the right descriptor. Attachment is a gray area for the Jedi. It's obviously expected that Jedi will care deeply for one another. Master and apprentices, a brotherhood, a sisterhood, a family. But not a true family. There must be some level of detachment from one another for the Jedi to do Jedi things, or at least this is what the Masters say about the topic. You're not entirely sure if this is correct, but who are you to question your elders? Master Mazbao, however, clearly cares more than he should. If you or his former Padawan, Asi Bakatwa Masa, were to perish, you're not sure what he would do, but it would certainly not be adherent to the Jedi Code. However, it is because of how much he cares, and how much trust he has for you, so clear within him that you could not possibly mistake it for something else, that he feels absolutely distraught with his inability to help you beyond teaching you Force techniques like Force Stanch and telling you to just meditate. And so, you speak up one more time. Master, there was one more thing I saw. At this, Master Mazbao pauses, then gestures for you to continue. Just before I woke up, I looked around again and I saw something else. I saw 3 really, really big storms in the distance. They looked tiny at first, but for some reason, I just knew that they weren't small, but actually just far away. And they felt evil. Pure evil, and one of them noticed me. A storm noticed you? Yes, I think they're sentient and very powerful. This is disturbing indeed. Another thing we must search for in the archives. Hopefully Master Nu is there. She'll likely know where to look this up. With that, Master Mazbao stands, adjusting his robes and donning his guardian mask. As the two of you move, you can hear him muttering softly, slightly muffled by the mask but still intelligible. A great evil. Watching. The Jedi Temple Library houses the records and knowledge of thousands of generations of Jedi. It is an old and sacred place headed by the Master Archivist Jocasta Nu and holds an austere beauty that never fails to catch your eye. Rows upon rows of brilliant blue hollow books and data tapes line the countless shelves, guarded by the scowling busts of past Jedi champions. The archive custodians are clearly fastidious in their work. Not even a hint of dust or patina mars the faces of these centuries-old statues. Its arched ceiling is inlaid with patterns in ancient script, which you can barely see from your position on the archive's main floor, so far below. A mezzanine level above hosts yet more tantalizing books, which your fingers itch to get a hold of. You have been here many a time for your studies, and thus are familiar with a good portion of the archives. However, it's not like you were researching ancient evils and esoteric magical realms of immaterial demons. Thus, you try to keep up with Master Mazbao's strides as he makes his way to the chief librarian, rather than running off to search by yourself. Of course, Master Nu's services are always in demand, so the two of you have to wait in a short line for several minutes before she is available. In the meantime, you look around, observing the wandering knights and younglings as they navigate the library. Wandering among the patrons of the library are junior archivists, learning the trade as they assist in the maintenance of the library. A good portion of the relatively small EduCorps makes its home within the Jedi Temple, and you could swear that the majority of those that are here make their homes within the archives itself. A group of scholars and historians, they are the keepers of the knowledge of the Jedi Order, and are invaluable to the Order as a whole. The thought of joining them does have some merit. After all, you do enjoy your studies quite a bit, and it isn't as if the librarians are slouches in combat either. Although you would no longer have access to a lightsaber as part of the service corps, you are still able-bodied and trained in hand-to-hand combat. Additionally, your propensity for an aggressive style of fighting would, ironically, be welcomed here in the library. After all, the librarians believe there is no such thing as being overzealous in the protection of their precious books. The protection of irreplaceable knowledge, that is. You shake yourself out of your thoughts as Master Mazbao steps forward, pulling you along by the hand. You find the chief librarian Jocasta Nu peering down with a trace of amusement in her smile. Evidently, she's taken note of your interest in the archives and the Educorps members, and certainly approves. A budding little librarian, I see. How can I help the two of you? Master Masbow, taking the lead, begins to inform her of your purpose here. Master Nu, Initiate Xena here has been having dreams, maybe visions of an unusual realm called the Warp. Xena, what else did you call it? The Empyrean, Master, or the Immaterium. Yes, the Empyrean. As you may have heard, Xena landed herself in the infirmary during a meditation session that I led her through. She was in the midst of some sort of vision in which she was injured by a massive creature. In her vision, she was struck just about here. Master Masbow gestures toward the approximate area on his own body, and she actually began bleeding right there in my office. I used Force Stanch to stop her bleeding while I took her to the halls of healing, and it seemed to somehow affect her vision as well. As in, the energy of the Force Stanch banished the creature that was hurting her. My goodness, I do not believe I've heard of this warp before, and if it is the Immaterium, then I suppose that there is a Materium? Yes, Master Nu, you say. The Immaterium was what I saw in the vision. The real world where we exist here. This is the Materium. And these terms came to you in the vision? Yes, Master Nu. As I said, I've never heard of this before. Least of all, I've never heard of actually being injured from a Force vision. Was there anything else to the vision? At this, Master Masbow clarifies, Master Nu, Xena was not having a Force vision. She was unable to feel any trace of the Force until I performed the Force Stanch. Xena, please correct me if I'm wrong. You nod in confirmation, and Master Nu frowns in thought. You continue on, filling the gaps that Master Masbow left in the account. Master Nu, just before the vision ended, I was noticed by something. Something big and definitely evil. I can kind of feel it in the back of my mind sometimes, watching and waiting. As if I were a little fish in a fish tank, and it's waiting for me to do something interesting before it does anything more. At this, the librarian frowns even more. All traces of her earlier amusement have been wiped away by this story. It's good that she's taking you seriously, but you are starting to get scared that by revealing all this, someone's going to take you to task for making trouble and drag you in front of one of the Jedi councils. Master Nu makes her way around her desk and motions for the two of you to follow. One of the archivist droids steps in for her in the meantime, and you suppress a pang of fear as you follow her and Master Masbow away. The three of you walk the halls of the library, heading deeper and deeper into the archive. You are far past the areas you've been before, your studies as a mere initiate not requiring much more than access to the area just within view of the help desk. As you walk, you try to gather your thoughts. You have quite a few questions you need answered, starting with, what is the Empyrean? While you were in there, you knew things you shouldn't have known, and for some reason, your vision self continuously described things as being composed of warp stuff or pure concept. Very descriptive, very helpful. Unfortunately, Master Masbow was unable to help you make sense of almost anything, other than what turned out to be the energy from Force Stanch. But that turns into more questions. Why is warp stuff corruptive? Why can Force Stanch cleanse this kind of corruption? How was it able to kill such a disturbing monster as the one that almost claimed your soul? And of course, what was it that noticed you in the end? Hopefully the archives can shed some light on this, but given that neither of the two masters had any knowledge regarding the warp, you are starting to have doubts. This is the Holocron Vault, the greatest repository of knowledge of our order. It is less impressive than you would think. All you can see at the moment is a poorly lit circular door. Just to the right of the door is a simple interface, obviously meant for operating the mechanical door. Unfortunately, I am unable to allow you into the vault. Only council members have access, and it is expressly forbidden for any others to enter. I will enter the vault and consult the records within. In the meantime, please search around here. This section of the archives is rarely accessed and may hold some answers to your questions. With that, you turn away as Master Nu enters the vault, the door whirring as it opens. You catch a brief glimpse of a tunnel-like path just behind the door, leading to another locked door. You spend the next hour browsing, looking for something, anything that remotely resembles what you have seen, but by the end of it you have exhausted all the shelves nearby with nothing to show for it. Well, nothing related to any of your questions, that is. You did, however, find quite a few bestiaries describing a great many horrific creatures throughout the galaxy. Of course, nothing truly compares to the horrors you saw, but you learn a good deal about them. Most importantly, you learn how to kill them. You're not sure how a lightsaber would fare against something made out of warp stuff, but you're probably better at identifying monsters of this galaxy. Your browsing also resulted in you wasting some time reading up on your interests. What? It's interesting. And it's not like you were finding anything good. Anyways, you do feel like you've learned a little bit. You reconvene with Master Mazbow, who is clearly at a loss for what to do. He, too, has searched up and down the aisles for the last hour, pulling down anything seemingly related to the warp, visions, and demonic monsters. And, as you half expected, he has found nothing. Disappointed, he slumps down on a reading bench to wait, and you hop up next to him, swinging your legs in boredom. As the two of you wait for Master Nu to finish her own search through the holocron vault, you have a brief moment to talk to Master Mazbow about one more thing. 1-8 passing the time. Master Mazbow, as a Jedi Temple guard, is an excellent swordsman. He spends the majority of his time keeping watch over the entrances to the temple, but another critical part of his work is tracking down and stopping rogue Jedi. Any Jedi who has fallen to the dark side will certainly have to watch out with Master Mazbow after them. Perhaps he'll be willing to pass on some of his knowledge of lightsaber combat. Chasing after gun-toting raiders is one thing. Dueling a saber-wielding opponent is another thing entirely. If there's anybody who can give you pointers, it will be Master Mazbow. You know for sure that this is the case since he's already helped you out immensely with Ataru in the past, and so you decide to bother him while you wait for the chief librarian to finish her own search. "Master," you say, avoiding saying his name in public since he's technically on duty with his mask on. "When's the next time you'll be teaching us?" "In physical training? I'm not sure. The instructors haven't asked me to help out since the last time. Why do you ask?" "I want to get better at fighting," you exclaim. "I'm smaller and weaker than the others, so I need to get better or I won't be able to keep up. I won't be able to beat anybody in the tournament otherwise." "Learning to fight just so you can fight more in the tournament isn't the goal, little one," admonishes the master. You pout at this, turning your eyes up toward him. "That won't work on me, you know. I know you well enough, Xena. You've already gotten past that hesitance of yours in combat. Ever since you started learning Ataru, you've become very good for your age. You don't need me in order to do well in physical training. It's all about self-discipline anyways. It's on you to make yourself better." "But you always have the best tips for me," you whine. "It's because you know me so well that you can help me best. Also, I've had to fight monsters already. It's dangerous. If you help me, I could be much safer." "Xena, would being stronger or better at dueling help at all with fighting dream monsters?" "Maybe. You don't know it won't. You didn't even have a lightsaber in your warp dream." "I didn't have a lightsaber on me when I started meditating. Maybe it'd have come with me if I did. The gathering's only a couple months away, too. I'll have a lightsaber soon." Master Mazbow sighs and looks away. You can see the emotions swirling around him as well as the needs and desires in turmoil within his true self, the care he has for you warring with his sense of duty. Finally, after a minute, he sighs and then looks back at you. "Xena, you don't need me to teach you how to fight. I think it will be a better use of your time to focus on learning Force Stanch or meditating on how to deal with that anger within you. If you're asking me to tutor you in dueling, I can give you some tips, but I'm not your master and you are not my Padawan. I cannot spend the time to tutor you specifically in combat." "But you are still my teacher," you say quietly. Master Mazbow frowns at this, his emotions in turmoil once again. After another moment, he makes a final decision. "Fine, I will give you a few lessons, but only when we both have the time. Just as I said, I want you to focus on force stanch and your meditation. You don't need to be a good duelist to be a good Jedi. Take your time with it. Yes, Master. You glance at the door to the holocron vault, and seeing that it is still closed, you turn back to Master Masbow. Master, do you have any tips that could help me now? It could be helpful for the gathering. I heard it can be dangerous there, you say? Master Masbow hesitates for a moment, then decides to oblige you. All parts of your body are a weapon, especially that tail of yours. It's been growing sharper over the last few years, and I'm starting to get worried that you'll accidentally stab someone with it. I'm being careful, you protest. I'll hold you to that. I don't have a massive scorpion tail myself, so I can't really help you with how to fight with that thing, but I can tell you more about using the rest of your body to your advantage. Through Ataru, you've learned how to use the available space around you, using your speed and agility to engage your opponent from any direction. Keep your opponent from tracking you properly, and hit them from where they least expect it, either with your lightsaber or with anything else. Punch them in the gut, kick them, knee them, elbows work too. Anything you can do to get the advantage is on the table in a real fight. Mixing in strikes between swings of your blade can catch many opponents off guard. Headbutting? I would recommend against that unless you have no choice. If you don't do it right, you can hurt yourself just as badly as you hurt your opponent. Or even worse. The horns might help you in a pinch, but they're too short to fully prevent you from hurting yourself. You think a bit as Master Masbow finishes his lecture. You've heard the majority of this advice before, but hearing it from Master Masbow drives the point home. Honestly, a lot of it sounds pretty obvious anyway. However, you believe this will help you out in your future fights. You're not sure if it's allowed in the lightsaber tournament, though. A minute later, the door to the vault spirals open with a whoosh, making you jump up in surprise. Jocasta Nu steps out, the dark violet of worry mixed in amongst streaky blues of confusion evident in her emotions. You can't really tell what exactly she's found, but it's probably bad news. As Master Nu steps closer, she begins to relay what she found, which was nothing. Nothing at all that matches your circumstances. Nothing mentioning the warp, the Empyrean, or the Immaterium. Nothing about gargantuan creatures like you saw, and nothing regarding being injured by a vision. There's plenty of similar stories among the holocrons, but everything is clearly the result of dark side shenanigans. What you said about being watched by some malevolent force was also far too vague to be useful. She relays multiple accounts of Jedi who experienced some distant evil watching them and manipulating their actions, but again, nothing matches up. Due to how imprecise your description was in the first place, you get the feeling that perhaps you wasted Master Nu's time. Fortunately, she's rather understanding about the ordeal, despite the fact that you're sounding more and more like a child complaining about some scary dreams. Don't worry, dear. We'll get to the bottom of this yet. Do you feel as if you are in any immediate danger? When you shake your head in denial, she smiles kindly and continues, Well then, you're likely to be fine. I'll bring this up with the council the next chance I get. Perhaps another master has heard of this issue before. In the meantime, continue with your initiate training. If anything happens, anything whatsoever, immediately let me or your master here know. Thank you, Master Nu. I will. Good. Unfortunately, it may take a while before I can bring this to the council. Recently, there have been many issues cropping up. Distasteful, petty politics. Nothing for you to be concerned of, but these things do get in the way. Now, I must be off. The guests and my books call to me. And with that, Master Nu departs, gliding her way back to the front of the library. You turn as you hear Master Masbow speak. Xena, as Master Nu said, please be careful. I will always be here for you, but I can't always be there for you. You must come find me as soon as something happens, or, better yet, don't poke at anything even seemingly dangerous unless I'm around. I will trust your judgment here. Yes, Master. Well, it's time that we are off, too. I have duties to return to, and you need to return to your classes. I believe that you can at least catch the end of today's physical training session if you hurry. Yes, Master, and thank you. Thanks for being there for me. I'll be safe. 1 to 9, making progress. I think I feel something, Master. Keep concentrating, you are definitely getting there. It's feeling closer, heavier. What? I think I need to pee. Can I go? Yes? As you head off to the nearest fresher, you think about the last few weeks of work. You've spent little time socializing with your friends during your free time or studying for your classes. Instead, you spent your time learning Force Stanch. Either Master Masbow or one of his friends devotes his time to your education. Days have been flying by as you concentrate on the task, but the more you learn, the harder it seems to get. The Force flows. You can sense it. You can see it. This should be easy, especially after watching Master Masbow perform Force Stanch a dozen times. You know for sure that you have made progress. At first, you could barely muster the Force under your will, only able to gather bare wisps of it into the appropriate location, aiming to pull as much as possible into your hand so that you can properly manipulate external force to stanch a wound. After the first week, however, you could finally noticeably differentiate what you were doing from your weak telekinesis ability. By the end of the second week, you could sense blood beginning to clot within seconds of application. However, you are still unable to get your Force Stanch to perform its corruption-cleansing function. The last couple weeks have been the worst. Every time you think you are getting somewhere, you fall short. Perhaps it is your lack of ability to conceptualize the result properly that hinders you. After all you can see is the result as a Force Stanch cleanses a wound. You are still unable to figure out what exactly it is doing, either to infectious agents or to warp stuff. But you cannot give up. As frustrating as your lack of progress in the last 2 weeks has been, you just know that it will be worth it. You are already almost there after just 1 month of study. You just know you will get there. All initiates are required to meditate at least 5 times a day. You're not really sure what actually counts as a time, though. If you meditate for 10 minutes, stand up and stretch, then sit back down for more meditation. Does that count as 2 sessions of meditation, or does it just count as 1? Some of your fellow initiates follow the letter of the law and claim that the first of these 2 ideas is technically correct. Lazy. You, on the other hand, understand that it's more the spirit of the matter and try to follow the latter of the 2 interpretations. Of course, you aren't always able to keep this up. After all, who really has time for 5 whole sessions of meditation every day? Not you! You've got stuff to learn, cosmic secrets to unlock. So if you do 4 sessions of meditation a day instead of the mandatory 5, then who's to blame you? It's not like any of the masters are going to keep track of your sessions anyways. Also, sleeping is like meditation too, and sometimes meditation is like sleeping, but you don't tell anyone about that. So on days when you can only do 4, you know you actually did 5, and on days you do 5, you actually did 6. So it's fine if you slack off occasionally. Even better, you've stopped having nightmares so you can get some proper sleep. Deep meditation. No more dreaming about monsters in an endless abyss, no more black ships of pure dread, and no more dreams of horrifying, joyful slaughter. But one thing still itches you, the anger. It is still there. You can feel it lurking in your thoughts, ready to spring out, but you won't let it. Every other session of meditation you've had, you've flipped open your warp eye and turned it inwards. And when you do, you see yourself for who you truly are. You observe your emotions. You see them change as you react to seeing your emotions change. A fascinating little spectacle of colors and synesthetic concepts. But you're not here for your surface emotions, so you detach yourself from them and let them drift away. Diving deeper is your true self, which you leaf through layer by layer. You see the buried emotions. You see the traits that make you you. You see the memories of your past life in the temple as layers of feeling mixed with vague threads of concept, just enough to grasp and get a glimpse into. And among it all, you sort through the laminate of warp stuff that is cemented within. Perhaps one day you could remove it, but you're not sure you need to. While it does block your Force sense from reaching within yourself, you have a perfectly good way of sensing within yourself as you now know well enough. And, to your inexpert opinion, it does look kinda pretty, like a series of ley lines spreading through your being, lighting you up from within and nicely contrasted against the constantly flowing rivers of force. And deeper down, where the Force softly whispers as it winds its way in spirals and settles in peaceful pools, is your inner self, your soul, as a small part of your mind calls it. The true self of your true self. This is where your identity rests, and this is where your inquisition begins. The anger you feel must be somewhere around here. If not here, then in the layers of your true self. You will find it, you will examine it, and then you will dissect it as you figure out how to drive it out. But this search will be slow and steady. You cannot afford to make mistakes. You're not sure if you can hurt or change yourself while poking around in here, but it's better safe than sorry. And so, you've taken your time. You've taken your time over the past month sifting through your soul, and you have yet to find anything. But again, this is something you will not give up on, not until you've hunted it down. Despite being cooped up in the meditation rooms or Master Masbow's office between initiate studies, it is impossible to miss the biggest, hottest news that's rocked Coruscant in the last decade. Well, actually you did miss it, but what with everybody talking about it in your classes and in your shared room while you're trying to sleep, you're quickly caught up. While you were injured, a former Jedi named Dooku had laid down a scathing tirade against the Galactic Republic, declaring it to be corrupt to the core, and founded a treasonous separatist state called the Confederacy of Independent Systems. You don't exactly know what to think about this, but you're not exactly surprised. Oh, you are certainly alarmed to learn that a fallen Jedi has taken command of a certainly hostile state, but you can't say you didn't see the rest of this coming. In all your readings of recent political events, you've been noticing a significant trend within the Republic. A bloated bureaucracy, widespread corruption, mega-corporations gaining power, and most significantly, a consolidation of both political and economic power within the core worlds, while the Outer Rim has been growing poorer and poorer. Well, the last statement isn't exactly true. Overall, it hasn't decreased in wealth, but the wealth disparity between the Outer Rim and the core worlds has been growing larger at an ever-increasing rate. In a galaxy of supposed peace and prosperity, the worlds of the Outer Rim have been getting the shit end of the stick. Wherever you go, you can always hear discussions to the effect of, "What are we going to do? But what can we do? What can the Jedi Order do? What should the Jedi Order do?" The Jedi Order isn't supposed to be involved in politics, but people are suffering, but we should not interfere. And then there's fighting. Usually it's just verbal arguments, but more and more you hear of arguments devolving into fistfights, and all you can think to yourself is that this is getting worse. Where even is Sereno? You look up at Terra as she speaks. You and your clanmates are all eating together at the moment. A rare sight as you've been rushing through the majority of your meals in order to just get a bit more meditation or practice with Force stanch in. But today, you've decided to take it a bit easier. You keep quiet, not knowing the answer and focusing on your food. Her question is directed to the group in general, though, so after a moment, one of your more learned clanmates speaks up. It's in the Dastan sector. Thanks, Yolan. Now, where is the Dastan sector? In the northern dependencies. And where's that? In the Outer Rim. Very helpful. Why don't you just look at a map? Whatever. It doesn't matter anyways. I just want to know why this Dookie guy is some sort of count. I thought he's an ex-Jedi. How'd he become nobility? Dooku, you correct her. Yep, that's what I said. Sure. So why's he nobility? A count is some sort of title, right? And those are hereditary? How'd Dooku know that he's a count? It's not like we're exactly told about where we came from. Doran looks up from his own meal, spraying crumbs as he says, I heard that he just wasn't taken at birth. He left his family and joined up with the Jedi Order by himself. Are you sure? I heard he was abandoned by his family, then saved by the Order, says Yolan. You're not really sure yourself, but you do feel a bit envious. Not really about the whole situation, obviously, but it would be nice to know where exactly you came from. You're not even sure what you are. According to the various genetic tests that were performed on you while you were too little to remember, you're not exactly human. You have a lot of similar DNA to a human, but there's certainly some ridiculous amount of mutation within your DNA, just considering your exterior appearance. It's possible that you're some sort of genetic experience by a mad scientist, but it's also possible that you're some sort of offshoot of human and could be classified as an entirely different species. So he's just always known that he's a count? I'd sure like to know something like that. What, so you can make us bow to you whenever you come near? No. Well, that would be nice. But I don't know. It would be nice to know where I came from. Not that I'd leave the order just for that, though. If anything, you should be the one who's bowing. You're practically halfway there, or at least, you wouldn't have to go that much lower than you already. Hey! Anyway, even if I did know where I came from, I don't think I'd want to be anywhere else. A few minutes of awkward silence passes, the only noises being that of the clinking of silverware, the quiet chewing of young initiates, not all of which know how to chew with their mouths closed yet, and a few quiet yelps as Tara flicks food at Doran in childish rage. Once out of ammunition, Tara turns to you again. So, Xena, are you going to be doing anything tomorrow? The same as today? How about we do something fun? Like what? I'm not sure I have much time. Tara glances back at the others before looking back at you. The sour green of nervousness clouds her emotions, but you're not really sure why. Please? We could just hang out and play. Something. Or we could just study or something. Together? We don't really get to see you much outside of classes and meals, so you should really do something with us. And you're cooped up all the time, so you should get some air or something. Okay? 1 to 10 surprised. Where are we going? Secret. You let Tara drag you around the hallways of the Jedi Temple, winding your way around columns, through empty rooms and atriums, and past wandering knights and masters. You're well and truly lost at the moment. Tara has led you far past your usual haunts, far away from the areas a youngling would normally be seen. Left turns, right turns, up and down flights of stairs that you would swear haven't been traversed in years given the centimeters of dust coating them, if it weren't for the clearly visible footprints of feet only slightly larger than yours. The Jedi Temple is a labyrinthian building, the biggest and most complex of any structure within kilometers. You don't think that anybody could possibly have explored the entirety of it, other than Grand Master Yoda, of course. It would take decades to see every inch of the place, and only one person could possibly have had enough spare time over their lifetime to do so. Though, if Yoda did do so, it must have been many an age ago, when the temple was much smaller and he could move much quicker. You're tempted to use your warp eye to try and figure out what Tara is up to. Her hand grips you as if she fears that you would run away if she were to let go. Not that you would know where to go next if you were suddenly freed, but you've decided that if she's so excited, you can clearly see that, even if without your warp eye, and probably even without your normal eyes. You might as well go along with whatever dastardly prank she has in store with you. You don't really have it in you to ruin the surprise, unless the surprise involves leaving you to find your way out of this place, that is. You can hear the slight hubbub of conversation ahead of you as Tara pulls you around another corner. Light pours out of a single room at the far end of the corridor, and you rush to keep up as Tara breaks into a jog. We're almost there. Gah! I almost fell! Slow down! Fortunately, Tara's legs aren't that much longer than yours, so you're able to catch yourself and increase your gait before Tara's constant tugging causes you to trip. A few seconds of jogging later, you hear the voices quiet down as you near. You strain your ears to hear past the rushing of blood in your veins, your heart pumping slightly harder from the unexpected exercise. What are they planning? A pie to the face? A roll of clear tape across the doorframe? You prepare yourself, muscles tensing in preparation for any ambush. But you can't see anything out of place other than you and Tara in an otherwise empty hallway, and you can't hear any treacherous plans afoot. Perhaps it is safe. Boo! You instantly lash out, planting your foot into Mick's family jewels while you swipe Tara's feet out from under her with your tail. The two of them are groaning and blubbering in pain by the time you get up. You step over Mick's prone form, leaving Tara clutching at her tailbone as you enter the doorway. As you cross the threshold, the first thing you see as your eyes adjust to the light are the rest of your clan gathered around a table. Most of them are staring at you in shocked silence, but you can clearly see a few barely holding in their laughter. Not funny. Oh, ha! Oh, but it is. Ha ha ha. Ah. And there they go. Now everybody except for you is curled up on the floor, either in debilitating amusement or crippling pain. All right, that's enough. What even is this? After a moment, you walk toward the table, your clanmates unable to explain themselves. The table is strange. It's covered in candles, the only light source in the room. Foreign, looping iconography adorns the surface of the table. Shrouded containers are piled on one side, and something sits on what looks like an offering stand, but covered in a metal dome. The smell of smoke and melting wax pervades the room, drawing out indistinct memories. Fragments of something that you feel like you should really remember. Something important. Something like a ritual. A ritual. A yearly ritual. Oh no, not this again. You reach out, ripping the dome off the platter and revealing the source of this stupid event. A cake. A sweet little cake, decorated to the best of all the collective ability a group of 10 to 11-year-olds have. It's wonderful. Sorry, Mick, Tara. I'm okay. Oh. It's not even my birthday, though, or my abandonment day. After a few wheezing breaths, Doran heaves himself up from the ground, admirably holding back his laughter. The kitchen staff had some leftover cake from a birthday party they held for a cook, so they let us have it. And your, abandonment day already passed and we didn't even get the chance to celebrate since you were always busy, and it's not like you were born on that day either. Then shouldn't we have had this party earlier? It's not like I was born after I was left at the temple. We didn't have a cake then. That makes perfect sense to you, so you just nod. You do appreciate the gesture. You all do your best to celebrate for one another. It's just happenstance that everybody's birthdays are clustered around the other end of the year from yours. Although it is perhaps a bit sad that you didn't get a full cake. It's probably stale leftovers from someone else's birthday, but you're not going to let that stop you from enjoying it. Thanks, everyone. Thanks for doing all this for me. I love it. And with that, you're kind of 1 year older. 10 years old, at least in the minds of your friends. Your family, the only family you need. You're probably much older than that, though. Probably at the very least a whole 3 months older, according to your caretaker. You're almost old enough to become an apprentice. Just another year and 9 months. You'll get your lightsaber in a month, then you'll prepare for the initiate trials. And after you ace them, you'll impress a master, maybe Master Masbow, at the lightsaber tournament and become the best Padawan ever. As you eat your cake with your now-recovered friends, you chat and enjoy the event. Tara and Naeen apparently found this place while exploring a few weeks back, and they just thought it would be as good a place as any to throw you your part. You're a bit concerned that the masters might be wandering around looking for you within the next hour, until Yolen whispers into your ear, informing you that he'd already gotten permission from your caretaker to come here. Just don't tell anyone else, or they'll think he's a little snitch. And so, you eat. You have fun. You open your presents, finding small trinkets you might enjoy. You relax. 111 Bloodlust. It's been a while since you and Master Masbow visited the archives for knowledge, and you have yet to hear back from Master Nu. You're not exactly sure what to expect out of her inquiries, but it's likely going to be troublesome. No matter how much help you would like from the Masters, it is highly unlikely that they can give any, and therefore, they'll probably want you to go through all sorts of trials and meditation to get to the bottom of it, or they'll straight up ban you from even thinking about it. You're already going to be experimenting with it yourself, with Master Masbow's supervision, of course, and you're definitely not going to stop. Your warp eye is a literal part of you. They might as well tell you to blind yourself. Perhaps it is a good thing that you've yet to hear anything about it after all. It's down to you to figure out your own problems, and you know that Master Masbow will always be there to support you as you do so. And speaking of Master Masbow, he has been an endlessly patient teacher, in both teaching you Force Stanch and training in Ataru. Learning new abilities is unusual, at least for someone of your age. Younglings are expected to focus on building up a foundation that adheres to the core tenets of the Order. Drill the Jedi Code into you, master self-discipline, gather knowledge. It all falls under raising up the pillars slowly. To say that it is unorthodox to be learning Force Stance so early is saying far too little. Master Masbow truly believes in the possibility that it could help you to the point that he's willing to teach you it, and you've proven to him that he can trust in you to apply yourself well. Master Masbow has finally, after 2 whole months, announced to you that you have mastered it. Of course, it's not just his opinion on the matter that is important. You, too, feel as if you know it well enough to practice it both on other people and on yourself. You can finally experiment with it all you please, though Master Masbow reminds you that the Force is not to be used frivolously. Anyway, you will need to figure out what it does to the warp, in detail, the next chance you get. The glimpse you got in the clock was certainly something, but it was definitely not enough. During your training, Master Masbow held off from using it on you for safety. It's not exactly the healthiest to clot your blood when you have no wound. You're pretty sure there's some diseases related to that. You've also been unable to use it on yourself since you couldn't figure out its purifying aspect for the last month. But now you've mastered that too, and your learning is complete. You will experiment, and you will learn. But you will do so slowly and carefully. After all, you don't really want solidified blood within your veins. In between sessions of Force Stance, Master Masbow somehow finds some time to tutor you more in Ataru. It is brutal, as is expected of the art itself. Ataru demands intense concentration and supreme agility. It is likely the most athletic of the 7 lightsaber forms, involving constant movement and acrobatics in order to place the wielder in the right place at the right time. Ideally, you will always be ahead of your opponent, catching them on the back foot and making them work to defend themselves. While Master Masbow is not an expert in Ataru, he is more than competent in it as one of the more martially inclined Jedi within the Order. And so he drills you through both the steps of Ataru as well as the mindset, always moving, always attacking. You cannot afford to let your opponent rest, and therefore you cannot rest either. You shall be the one to dictate the flow of combat, always. You found it. You found it at last, and you are horrified at what you behold, for it is not simply a blazing flame of anger, it is bloodlust, the need to kill, the need to slaughter and spill blood. You spent 2 whole months searching within yourself with your warp eye, looking for anything that could possibly cause this. You started at your inner self, surmising that whatever has been causing this caustic feeling is likely dwelling deep within you, and now you want to smack yourself. Of course it wouldn't be there. Why would it? Your rage only began after your warp dream, so why would it be buried so deep? In the end, you searched your entire self, only to find this bloodlust, this taint, practically at the surface. The last place you looked. But still, you have found it, and you are disgusted. A piece of malefic warp stuff, swollen after being left to fester for weeks. The color of dried blood and clearly tainted. You can see it spreading ever so slowly within the streams of warp inside of you. You can clearly see where it came from, the memories popping into your mind when you sense the emotions surrounding this tumor. The dream. It's always back to the dream. But just above the bloodlust is a little strand of memory, binding it up and keeping it back like a tourniquet. It is the memory of speaking with Master Masbow, of speaking of your troubles with him, and him listening and understanding, of sharing your pain, and him holding you up and away from it for but a few fleeting moments. Sweet little memories that have prevented your bloodlust from growing. But now you can see that they cannot do much more. You must pick apart this enemy yourself. Rid yourself of this taint, for nobody else can do this for you. And once you do so, you will have questions to ask, questions to answer, by yourself, for yourself. What is warp stuff? Why does it cause this corruption? And more importantly, what can you do to deal with it in the future? You must know, for you will never be rid of it completely. Your explorations have revealed that it is just as much a part of you as is the Force, and so you must live with it, and hopefully, one day master it. 3 days are left. 3 days before you leave for the gathering. 3 days before you can make your lightsaber. Or, that's what you and your friends thought. You and your clanmates have been practically vibrating with anticipation for over a week. It's a miracle that the 8 of you have yet to break anything, considering you're all bouncing off the walls in excitement. But now, your dreams are dashed. Ruined. You finally thought to ask another initiate who has completed their gathering for some advice and details about it. She, a young Togruta with blue and white montrals, instead tells you the sordid details of dealing with a whole week of space travel. You will not have a lightsaber in your hands in 3 days. You will not even be at Ilum in 3 days. What's the point in hyperspace travel if you can't just be there once you push the button? So now you've been sulking under this bed for the last 10 minutes while counting out the seconds in your head. Patience. Who has time for patience? You want to go now, but there's nothing you can do. And so you will wait. Wait, meditate, and continue playing with your friends. Is she here? I don't know. I thought Tara already checked here. You hear soft footsteps approaching. A shadow flashes across the floor as someone walks past the open door, blocking the exterior light. Brown boots pad rapidly across the room, then stop just next to one of the other bunks. Ah, ha, no, not here. I thought for sure she could fit in there. In the garbage bin? Yeah, she could probably fit, but there's no way she would get in there. Check the beds. I'll try the closets. Another set of feet appear in your vision, coming closer and closer. You curse yourself for being stupid enough to hide under the bed closest to the entrance of the room, wondering if you could possibly move fast enough to escape. But too late. Mick stops just next to your hiding spot, and you can hear the bed sheets rustling as he checks under the covers. You curl yourself up, hoping that he won't think to bend down, and you meet his eyes with yours. He blinks. You blink back, hoping he didn't see you in the inky darkness down here. Xena, your eyes are glowing. I forgot about that. You're the last one, though, so I guess you win. Out of the way, let me out. With that, you wiggle your way out from under the bed and slap the dust off of yourself. You can continue sulking later, you suppose. It's your turn to seek. 112 Voidborn. Morning mist burns in the rays of sunlight, squeezing between the twisting spires above you. You shiver, hands seeking warmth within your deep pockets as your breath fogs the air. But it is not just the chilly morning air that causes you to shake in place. It is finally the day you leave for the gathering, and you are shivering in pure anticipation. You ball your fists within the confines of your parka, thankful to have had it ready for this day. Even though you have not yet set foot on the icy world of Ilum, you're already making good use of it here on the landing pad. A beast of durasteel sits ahead of you, landing lights on and blazing in the mist. You stare, bright-eyed, at the vehicle, drinking in as many details as possible. Angular sheets of metal are riveted across the ship, each several centimeters thick. Up and to your right is the glint of windows, just small enough to avoid impact from most space debris, thick enough to shrug off anything that hits it, and wide enough to give the pilots some spatial awareness while navigating the space lanes. The belly of this metal beast is narrow, however. There will be just enough room for traversal amongst the various cabins within, but not enough for a group of children to entertain themselves. Hopefully no one makes trouble to the point that your group's chaperone, Master Fulier, threatens to turn the ship around. Engine nacelles, each one taller than 3 of you stacked in a tower, sit high up on the squat wings of the craft. Grease and space dust coat the skin, only broken up by small stains where rust is starting to form. The exposed landing legs are stocky and wide, clearly able to handle the weight of the craft while also providing proper flotation such that the legs don't break straight through the surface of the landing pad. Good. A tough little shuttle that's seen use but obviously built hardy enough to weather many a warp storm despite its relatively small size. You blink. Where did those thoughts come from? You've not ridden a spaceship before, right? After all, this will be the first time you've left the planet. Ever. You've been outside the temple proper before, of course, but traveled no more than 3 kilometers for educational events and always under the watchful eyes of no less than 3 minders. Today, and for the next 2 or so weeks, it will be only you, your clanmates, a single chaperone, and a pair of pilots. This will be interesting. Before you have time to puzzle out the source of your own thoughts, Master Fulier calls out from his position just within the shadow of the ship. "Younglings, gather round, please." The 8 of you run up to him as he produces a datapad from his pocket. His eyes flick up and down, jumping from each of you in turn, then back to his datapad. After a second, he smiles in apparent satisfaction. "All right, looks like everyone is here and accounted for. Do you all have your equipment?" A round of nods and noises of affirmation rise up with his question. You've packed and repacked everything more than a dozen times in the last 24 hours, ensuring that everything is in place. It's primarily spare clothing, for you've been told that you will be thankful for all the layers once you've reached Ilum. Initiates like yourself do not have much more than that to your names. It's just that all the repacking gives you the necessary assurance that you're not forgetting anything, and it seems to be the only thing that keeps you from running in circles in excitement. You look up as you hear a whirring noise, punctuated by a snap hiss of pneumatics. A port opens at the bottom of the ship, the door folding outwards to make a convenient ramp. Master Fulier nods to himself, hoisting up his own baggage as he starts striding forward. I probably don't have to say this, but follow me, please, unless you would rather stay behind, that is. With that, you troop forward as well, your short legs pumping to keep up with the rest of your group. As you file up into the ship, you spare another glance at the exterior, wondering once again about the source of your errant thoughts. But another step, and you're inside, and you have no more time for idle thought. Your clan is split into 2 groups of 4, then shown to your quarters by one of the pilots. The pilots are both Twi'leks, beautifully professional in their bearing, and professionally beautiful too. You and Tara throw your respective bundles of gear onto one bunk, while Nain and a human girl named Cho'an take the other. As you settle in, you hear the airlock sealing itself just down the hallway. The air stills for a moment, then the ship's atmospheric regulators kick in, cycling the air while keeping pressure. You listen to the whine of the fans, spinning away as they work. A deep thrum resonates within your gut for a second as the engines start up. It feels familiar. But why? "Take a seat, children. We're about to lift," squawks an intercom. You plop your butt upon your bunk just as the reverberations of the engines become more rapid. A series of clunking sounds echoes throughout the ship as mechanical interlocks detach, refueling hoses and conveyors falling away from the hull. Suddenly, you are driven into the mattress as the repulsor lifts kick in, shunting the ship directly upwards before the pilots smoothly guide the ship away from the landing pad. The room is silent as you lift off, all 4 of you crowding around the small window in your cabin. The world falls away under you as the ship gains altitude, the temple already a small speck in the distance. You pass through the layers of cloud cover, trailing moisture in swirling wisps behind you. As you look nadir, all you see is an endless ocean of metal, dotted with glimmering lights. This is a world of countless beings. This is what you, a Jedi, live to protect. A world inhabited by trillions of souls, so fragile as it hangs in the grasp of the void. The center of the galaxy indeed. You turn away from the window as the view shifts to a sidereal screen of stars, a wondrous sight, but one that you've seen 1,000,000 times. Or have you? You glance back. Darkness. A curtain of darkness populated with innumerable twinkling stars, the same as always. You catch yourself as you begin to turn away again. Why does it feel so monotonous, like a humdrum part of life? This something is not wrong, but obviously unnatural. This is something you should investigate. And so you turn away from the window fully, leaving your friends to continue marveling at the void. Shoving yourself against the bulkhead your bunk rests against, you fold up your legs and sit up straight, resting your hands into your lap. Closing your eyes, you decide to begin to meditate. Breathe in and out, and in and out. This is home. You feel at home here. It is a quiet place, the void, a place where the chaotic mess of minds is lessened, the constant clamoring in your thoughts is almost completely gone. Only the minds of your fellow initiates, Master Foulier, and the pilots can intrude on you now. The white noise of countless sentient thoughts, something you did not even realize was there, is gone. It is truly relaxing. But this is not the only reason why you feel at home. There is something about this place, something about space. The void, an endless expanse of pure nothingness here, cold and unforgiving. Yet somehow it feels warm, as if you belong. What is it? Why do you feel as if this is where you belong? You open your warp eye, aiming to give yourself another thorough look over when you are jolted out of your meditation by a burst of static through the intercom. And then, through the static, comes the voice of Master Foulier. "Younglings, please sit down once again. We are about to enter hyperspace. Thank you." You remain seated since you are already complying. Tara hops up next to you, pushing her shoulder into yours in delight. "Here we go! Here we go!" she squeals, smiling so wide that you can see almost all of her molars. And then, emptiness. Not void, not warp. An emptiness that you cannot describe. You feel it everywhere, absolutely everywhere. Outside the window, the stars are smearing into infinite streaks of blue-tinged light. This is wrong. All your instincts scream at you, your fingers clench down, straining the joints. Tara looks at you, worry written across her face and flashing in her cloud of emotions. "Xena, what's wrong? Are you feeling sick?" "Fine, I'm fine. Don't worry about it." Clearly not reassured, Tara begins rummaging through her gear before pulling out a disposable bag. She passes it to you, patting you on the back of your hand. But you are barely paying attention to her. The feeling of wrongness rocks back and forth through you. You sway along with it, matching it in hopes that it will cease with appeasement, but your concentration is too fragile to keep it up. Exhaustion reigns in your mind and body, so you decide to lay down, unknowingly partially trapping Tara against the wall, and close your eyes and sleep. A fearsome prow heralds the return of the ship as it breaches into the materium, a massive golden ship, kilometers long and decorated for the Baroque sensitivities of the Imperium, coasts through the space between stars, carrying with it thousands of oh-so-vulnerable souls. Skulls and macro cannons alternate across the spine of the ship, spires and arches, guns and aquilas, heraldry and hull, human lives and a battle-hungry spirit of the ship, is all that stands against the heretical forces ahead, and embedded within the dark halls of this metal world is you, the guide, the all-seeing eye, the most critical component in the interstellar operation of this ship, is you, the navigator. This is what you were born to do, what you were made to do. The void is your home, for there is nowhere else you belong. You are void-born. Your eyes spring open, shining with starlight. You are laying in your bed, the blanket having been pulled over you by one of your roommates. The room is dimmed, your friends asleep. The sounds of soft breathing fills the room, and you relax as you affirm to yourself that no one is in danger. Outside, the stars are still smeared across the canvas of space, but now you feel not exactly good, but at least reassured that all is well. The dream helped. Somehow. You're not exactly sure what the Imperium is or what you were doing on the ship, but you get the feeling that it was important. You were doing something important for your people. You were a guide, somehow knowing the way between stars. The ship had sailed through the warp, not hyperspace. But how? Why? How is it possible to breach into the Empyrean? How would it be possible for you to even enter it at all from the materium, let alone carry a whole ship with you? And for what reason would you ever want to re-enter that sea of horrors ever again? You sit up and look out the window as you frantically think. These dreams, what are they? Visions, perhaps, or memories. But whose memories are they? Questions for another time, you suppose. You do not have nearly enough information at the moment to even make a guess. As for why anyone would use the warp of all things to perform interstellar travel, well, there's only three reasons you can think of for that. Firstly, if it were faster than hyperspace. Even though hyperspace is essentially equivalent to faster than light travel, you will still take nearly an entire week to reach Ilum from Coruscant. If taking a jaunt through the warp could take you there faster, well, you wouldn't want to do that, but you could see why a naval ship, as the ridiculously heavily armed ship in your dream clearly was, would want to take such a risk. Maybe monsters don't stand up well against lasers and lead? You're pretty sure nothing would stand up too well against a shell from one of the absolutely enormous macro cannons you saw. If a military craft could survive the warp, and it either didn't rely on roads like hyperlanes or was straight up faster, then it's fairly obvious that it could grant a huge advantage in a military setting. The second reason would be in an emergency. Perhaps their hyperdrive failed, so they resorted to traversing the warp. Not a great alternative, though. However, it definitely didn't seem like the ship, or you, were in any sort of emergency. The final reason, and probably the most likely one, is that whoever built or owned the ship didn't have a hyperdrive at all, or at least didn't have one that could handle a ship of that size. But it's more likely that the Imperium, whatever that is, just doesn't have hyperspace technology. You nod to yourself. This seems like the mostly likely reason. Anybody who actually wants to enter the warp of their own volition would be insane, but if that were the only way to travel long distances, then you have no doubt that billions of people would be willing to sell their souls for the opportunity. What boggles your mind the most is your role in the whole thing. You, a navigator. What is a navigator? Obviously, they navigate. Navigate through what? The warp. Obvious. So incredibly obvious. Anybody can punch in coordinates into a nav computer, but in the dream, you were special. Critical to the ship, almost a part of it. Only one person you know of has the ability to even perceive warp stuff. Only one person has seen the warp. You. If you were bred to be able to do so, made to have this ability, as the dream suggested, then it's possible that others like you exist out there, each one of you gifted with the capability to perform the impossible. But then why were you left at the temple? Wouldn't you be such an incredibly valuable asset that no one would ever want to give up? Oh, so many questions and so few answers. Who are you? Where did you come from? Whose memories are these? How and why can you navigate the warp? How could such a gargantuan ship enter the warp? What is the Imperium? Why didn't these people have hyperspace tech? Coming back to yourself, you realize you've been staring out the window for at least an hour now, and you're tired. As you lay back down, you keep your eyes looking out there, all three of them. Your normal eyes see nothing but streaking stars. Your warp eye sees nothing at all. No monsters. Well then, you suppose you take hyperspace over warp travel if possible, no matter how strange it feels. Good night. 113, A Night of Fright. A few days have passed and the novelty of space travel has long worn off among your friends. All you have now is gossip, riddles, and word games to entertain yourselves, and even that is getting boring. Of course, Master Foulier highly recommends meditation to pass the time, but even that gets boring despite all the topics you can meditate on. It's especially boring for your friends, most of which have even less patience than you. After hours of complaining, Master Foulier has finally had enough and has organized a meeting to restore order and sanity to the group. You're starting to feel pity for him for being the only adult on board who actively has to deal with you all. The pilots stick to the cockpit and their quarters in order to avoid their cargo of troublesome children, and so you slip into the common room just behind 9. Everyone else is already here, many of whom are snacking on the spare food that Master Foulier has brought out for the occasion. Glancing around, you find that all of the furniture is occupied, so you decide to take a seat on the floor. The lights dim as Master Foulier clears his throat, hand on the control interface. Welcome, younglings. I am sure you are all wondering why I have called you here today. You shake your head at this, already unamused by his antics. Ignoring everyone's looks of apathy, he continues in his grand monologue. Well, 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 you are here to be participants in the first annual storytelling tournament. Each one of us will do their best to tell a story following a common theme. Whoever tells the best story wins. Wins what? Satisfaction. At the chorus of boos, Master Foulier only smiles. The satisfaction of not having to clean the fresher for the next 2 weeks. How does that sound? Of course, now he has everyone's attention. He dims the lights even lower, just to the point where shapes become indistinct for a baseline human. Or, that's what Doran tells you later when you find him clutching his shin after bashing it into a low table. You, on the other hand, are still able to see perfectly fine with your unique eyes, and thus have no excuse when you bump into things anyways. Stupid table. All right, who wants to go first? Xena? Is that a hand I see? No, sir. Too bad. You're up first. The theme for today will be scary stories. Go. Okay. I heard this story several months ago from one of the visiting knights. I was studying in the archives when he saw the title of the book I was reading. It was about the history of the temple archive itself, detailing everything from the political disputes about what sort of texts it should hold to the decisions behind architectural designs. The knight I met, I forget his name, told me that this was one of his own favorite stories when he was growing up in the temple, and that it has been passed down for generations among initiates. This is the story, he told me. Long ago, when the temple was still under construction, before even Master Yoda was a youngling, there was a young boy who wished to adventure among the stars. This boy was a fledgling Jedi, much like you, who had eyes only for the books that he loved. And the books that he loved the most were the ones of grand journeys to space. The boy would often beg his masters to allow him to accompany them on their travels, not for the sake of being a Jedi, but purely for the opportunity to travel to the heavens above. All he wanted was to see the sights his books described, see them and experience for himself the wonders of spaceflight. And of course, he was always denied. One day, the boy, weary from a day of training and crestfallen once again from another rejection, came upon a strange, uniformed man wandering through the temple. Surprised at the sight of an intruder, the boy stood back for a moment, just watching as the man strode past him and down the hall. As the man passed out of sight, the boy shook himself, wondering who it was who had the gall to trespass so deeply within the Jedi's domain. Then he realized with a gasp that the man was wearing a naval uniform, a pilot, maybe a captain, maybe his way to space. The boy rushed after the man, turning the corner just to catch a glimpse of the man entering the archives. The boy raced down the hall as he made to catch up with him and burst through the doorway the man had just entered. But there was nobody there. The archives were empty of life. Only rows of reading material could be seen. The boy wouldn't give up, though. Perhaps the man was simply just behind one of the shelves. And so he ran up and down the aisles, hoping that the man would be right around the next corner. But then he realized something unnatural. He had been running down the same aisle for a while now. As he looked ahead, the shelves around him kept going on and on. Whipping around, he only saw the same thing. Except, no, it wasn't the same. In the far distance, far back where he came from, the lights were darkening. One by one, the lights in the ceiling and the ambient shine of the texts on the shelves were dimming, plunging the aisle into gloom. Something was approaching, something ominous, something that he certainly didn't want to see. And so he turned and ran. The boy ran and ran, glancing behind him occasionally, only to see that the pace of the wall of darkness behind him would never fall behind. All he could do was keep running. As he moved, his heart pounded within his chest, his breath catching in his throat as he choked out sobs. Around him, the world became whiter and whiter as mist began to pour through the cracks between shelves. He kept running, feet kicking up swirls of the mist behind him, but he was tiring. His breath grew more and more ragged with every step. His legs blazed in pain. He was losing hope. Looking back once again, he saw that the darkness was almost upon him, a mere 10 meters away. But turning was a mistake, for it was at this moment that he tripped. Sprawling onto the floor, he moaned in pain and despair, staring back as the darkness kept approaching. But there was something there, lying on the floor. The thing that he tripped over. A book. A story of space, a story of adventure, a story of hope. And as he closed his eyes, the darkness finally overcame him. The last thing he heard was the roar of starship engines, and then he was no more. So if you are ever wandering the halls of the archives and you see a book of starships lying on the floor, be wary. Carefully step over it and don't look back, for it is said that you may see the silhouette of a boy beckoning you over. You sit back, silence filling the room. You're not really sure how well that was received, but you are happy that your turn is out of the way. Perhaps you'd see more impact if you'd told this story within the archives. Oh well. Master Foulier stands back up, clapping his hands together and startling the other younglings out of their thoughts. That was very well done, Xena. How about we go clockwise? So that means 9. You're up next. 9 is silent for a minute, then straightens up and begins. What would you say if I told you that on every civilized planet, beneath the trappings of civilization, under every city of the Republic, is a sleeping menace? This is a story from a knight who once ventured far down below Coruscant, even past the Undercity, where a rebreather is necessary to not suffocate in the smog of industry and a weapon should always be kept in hand. In this galaxy, the greatest threat to life is not war. It is not the machinations of the Sith, nor is it the ponderous inevitability of heat death. It is not natural disasters. It is not the mistakes of sentience. No, none of these matter. For the greatest threat in the galaxy is vermin. Fetid, wretched creatures, bee-tailed and beady-eyed, each an endless source of plague and ruin. They skitter and scramble beneath our feet, plotting for the downfall of all civilization. Oh yes, they are sentient, they are life. But they do not care for any life other than their own, not their as in plural either. No, each creature cares only for its individual self. Each one will smash, break, steal, and take, just as much from each other as from the sentience above. Though uncountable in number, they cannot take over the galaxy for this very reason. Their own treasonous nature is their very undoing. Every step of progress an individual makes is instantly torn down beneath them by a treacherous peer. They fight amongst themselves, causing untold chaos beneath the cities of the Republic, but no one knows the true extent of their power. They are a sleeping menace for now, as no one has been foolish enough to give them cause to band together, waking a tide of inevitable death. But as I have said, they do not truly sleep. One day they will rise and we will all suffer. In the meantime, these creatures stir and scheme, seeking food and power, and the greatest source of both are Jedi initiates. Force-sensitive children are their favorite treat, for the creatures believe that the consumption of Force-sensitive flesh will imbue them with the powers of the Force. And for many of them, a youngling is just the right size to be slain and eaten by a small horde of them. And not only are they fearsome predators, but they are sneaky ones too, who skulk in the shadows, waiting and always watching. So be wary as you walk, especially so in the Undercity. You never know if around the next corner lies a band of verminous creatures eager to eat you alive. Well done, Nyan. I don't believe I've heard that one before. You look out at your friends, a few flinching back from your glowing eyes. You give a brief glare at Nyan, who stiffens up before apologetically attempting to explain to your friends that, no, you are not one the creatures she spoke of. You're not going to eat anybody. At least, they'd better hope you don't. Master, are you participating? You ask. He's up next, if that is the case. I suppose I am. Well then, I'll give you all a good one. There are strange things done near the small blue sun, by the men who mine for Kyber. The Ilum trails have their secret tales. That would make you seem a liar. The frigid heights have seen queer sights, but the queerest they ever did see was that peculiar night in the Cave of Blight. I cremated Tarn Ali. Now Tarn had been born on Tatooine, where the desert sands always blow. Why he left the rim on barely a whim, no one ever knows. He was always cold, but the caverns of old seemed to hold him like a spell, though he'd often say in his rueful way that he'd sooner live in hell. On a bitter day, we were marching our way across the Asar Trail. Oh, so cold. Through the parka's fold we were attacked by endless hail. If our eyes did close, then the lashes froze till sometimes we couldn't see. It was no fun, but the only one to whimper was old Tarn Ali. And that very night, as we lay packed tight in our robes 'neath open air, and with all things said, the moon o'erhead was spinning neither here nor there. He turned to me and, "Cap," says he, "I'll bite it this trip, I see, and if I do, please stay true to the wish of poor old Tarna Lee." Well, he looked so blue that I couldn't refuse. Then he said in a drawn-out groan, "It's this awful chill making me ill, for I'm feeling it freezing my bones. But it's not death I loathe. It's the lonely cold, an icy crypt for me. So to you I plead, no matter the speed, please cremate the corpse of poor Tarna Lee." My friend's behest was now my quest, so I swore I would succeed. And we continued on at the break of dawn. But goddess, so blue was he. He lay on the sleigh, and he raved all day of his home on Tatooine. And before long, even that was gone, leaving the husk that was once Tarna Lee. There was no moon above that land of doom, as I hurried torch arisen, with a corpse behind and oath in mind because of a promise given. As it lay on the sleigh, it seemed to say, "You may be weary and begin to tire, but you promised me the corpse of Tarna Lee to deliver me to the pyre." Now a promise made is a debt unpaid, and Ilum has its own stern code. In the days to come, though my lips were numb, in my heart how I cursed that load. As the blue sun set, by the corpse I wept, while my fingers turned white as ice, my toes benumbed as I nearly succumbed to Ilum's long, long price. Every moonless night I shivered in fright, while that body seemed to grin, and in the morning sun I set out at a run, swearing I would not give in. The storms were bad, and I went half mad as I marched mile by mile, and I'd turn to see old Tarna Lee, encouraging me with a smile. Till I arrived to the site of the Cave of Blight, and a derelict in there lay. It was missing its prow, but I saw it was a scow, and it was called the Circe Ray. I stared in disbelief, though it was brief, and managed to sum 1 + 1. "Then here," said I with a joyful cry, "is my crematorium. Some fuel I found and was engine room bound, and into the reactor it went. So too went my torch. My hand it did scorch, but by then I was nearly spent. The inferno roared within the reactor core. Such a blaze you seldom see. After a moment more I opened the door, and in I pushed Tarna Lee. Then I took a walk, for I thought I'd balk to hear him sizzling so, and the gales did howl while I muttered with a scowl, 'This I'd like to know. It is air so cold, but my hot sweat rolls, and I have no clue why.' And as the flames did soar, the inky smoke poured upwards to stain the sky. I did not know how long in the snow I waited for him to burn, but the sun went down and the stars came round before I dared return. So craven was I that the day'd passed by before I decided I'd look inside. He must be ash, and it was time I crashed, so the door I opened wide. And there sat Tarn, all cozy and calm, humming along with that fiery roar. And he gave me a smile, all mad and wild, then ran over and shut the door. 'It's great in here,' I heard him cheer, as I must gladly inform. 'Since I've roamed so far from home, I haven't e'er felt so warm.' There are strange things done near the small blue sun, by the men who mine for Kyber. The Ilum trails have their secret tales. That would make you seem a liar. The frigid heights have seen queer sights, but the queerest they ever did see was that peculiar night in the Cave of Blight. I cremated Tarna Lee. A round of soft clapping is Master Fulier's reward. You did thoroughly enjoy that story despite it not being the most chilling. You're not a poet, though, so you suppose you can't enjoy it to its fullest extent. The rest of your clanmates do their best, but in the end, it is Master Fulier who wins. Clearly this was rigged from the start. He's the one who hosted this after all. Oh well, it won't be your turn to clean the fresher until the flight back home, and by then you'll be too excited to build your lightsaber to really pay attention to mundanities like chores. 114 Stage Wisdom. Every night a dream, the same dream. The dream about a golden ship bedecked with skulls and cannons. The materium is torn open and a great rift 1,000 meters in diameter is formed. Tendrils of warp stuff in myriad colors spew forth from the rift as the Imperial ship glides forth. Hollow eyes and guns aplenty keep endless watch in all directions, but the greatest eye of all is that behind the helm. The navigator's, yours. Every morning, in Coruscant time that is, you awake awash in confused emotions. There is never enough information to satisfy your lack of knowledge. What is the meaning behind it all? Who are you? While confused, you are still thankful to not be the receiver of nightmares. The dream just feels right, like a habit once lost but recovered once again. One thing does intrigue you, however. What is it that allows the ship to enter or exit the warp? Is it a machine? Something like a hyperdrive? You cannot even begin to comprehend how that would work. But then again, you don't understand how a hyperdrive works either. Perhaps if there were many people like you who had experienced the warp, then a collection of knowledge could be established, enabling them to build a device to breach into the Empyrean. But again, that would rely on countless numbers of people who understood the warp well. And you are the only person you've ever heard of who has even glimpsed the warp, let alone understood it. But perhaps you could do more? You experienced the Empyrean in a dream. Twice, maybe. What you see with your warp senses is mostly nothing related to the warp. You only ever see warp stuff within yourself. Of course, there was that clock, but it seemed to have been tainted during that event, probably by you. Is there a way for you to look into the warp proper? Tear your own way into the immaterium? Tear a hole big enough for a ship to pass through? That would be horrifying. If you could open a hole from reality to the warp, wouldn't it be hypothetically possible for one of those monsters to do so in the other direction? But maybe not. If that were possible, then you're pretty sure the galaxy would be swarming with those monsters by now. But either way, you don't think it would be a very good idea to invite them into the galaxy by opening a door for them. You're not sure how it was done in your dream without any monsters squeezing through behind the ship, but you're not about to try it yourself anytime soon. Well, at least you wouldn't open a big hole, maybe one just big enough for you to squeeze through. On second thought, that still seems like a really bad idea. You'll leave it alone for now. It's not like you even know if it's possible to do that anyways. It's probably more likely that a hyperdrive or warp drive was made for a ship like that. Yes? That sounds about right. Master Foulier seems to spend most of his time in his quarters meditating. The rest of the time is taken up by what looks to be paperwork and making sure that you and the others don't cause too much trouble for the pilots. Right now, he is lounging around in the common area, reading up on something and marking down notes on the side. You're a bit curious about him and what he does. The first time you ever met him was when he greeted you and the others on the landing pad, so you have no idea what he usually does. The roles of the Jedi are just as varied as the roles of the average citizen, or so the Masters profess. The Jedi are often just seen as the peacekeepers of the galaxy, but within the ranks of the Jedi are so many different professions. For example, Master Masbow spends his time as a temple guard, but he was once a Jedi peacekeeper. Confusing, but that is a role of its own. As a guard, he simply guards important parts of the Jedi Temple, such as the main entrances. As a peacekeeper, his tasks mostly involved aiding Coruscant security forces in policing operations. He also has close ties with the Jedi investigators, yet another branch that works in tandem with law enforcement. You're not really sure what Master Foulier does, but whatever it is, it might not be too important considering he's currently stuck on what's essentially babysitting duty. But since he's here, you might as well see if you can learn anything from him. He is a master after all. He must have something to teach. Maybe he'd even be a potential master for you. Apparently not. It appears that he already has a Padawan, one Etienne Turmukan. As for what he's willing to teach you, well, it's not exactly the most interesting of subjects. It's economics theory. This is a treatise on the diplomatic conflicts between the core worlds and the outer rim. According to this author, the issue lies with cultural conflicts between the two sides. In this chapter, he claims that conflict between the Outer Rim and the core worlds was inevitable purely because the ways of living, the standards of living, the cultures are different. That doesn't sound right, Master Foulier. And you're exactly correct. While cultural issues do arise, and often are the leading causes of war, what we're facing now is heavily influenced by economics. How much do you know about the current issues? Actually, how much do you know about money? I know a bit. And money is a means to an end, at least for Jedi. But for others, money is everything. Let me tell you a story. Some years ago, back when I was a knight, I visited a small theater in the Uskru district to see a play of Petra Pot. Have you heard the story before? No? Well, it's about a young girl who lives in a fantastical world where nothing changes. It is perpetually day and the sun shines merrily forever. The land is wild, free, and beautiful in its bucolic ways. And most importantly, no one ever ages. The girl, Petra Pot, spends her endlessly youthful days with her friends, children who she has rescued from abusive families and underfunded orphanages, a tragically common trope in these types of stories, as well as with her best friend of all, a strange little flying creature named Belle. They play and are always happy, until one day a band of dreadful adults crash land on the planet. And these aren't ordinary adults either. No, they're pirates. The tyrannical adults take the land for granted, ripping it up and looting as much as possible. They take the wondrous world for granted, only seeking to loot as much as possible and gather enough resources to repair their ship. And because they're terrible adults, they're also lazy. After all, what can you expect from people who steal for a living? And so they don't want to do any of the actual work of scavenging for materials and actually doing the repair work. Instead, they'd rather try to get the indigent children to do all the work for them. Yes, I'm getting to it. You'll see what I mean. I swear this is about economics. Everything boils down to that. Now, hush. That was just setting up the story. You told me you hadn't heard the story before, and this needs proper context. Yes, I know the story's bad. Yes. I made some details up. I can't remember everything, but I remember the important parts. Just let me continue, please. All right, so the pirates, that is, the terribly evil and horrendous adults, are wasting their time committing the crimes of attempted human trafficking and child labor violations. I say attempted because the children are obviously too skilled and quick to be caught. When the adults do catch up, the children fight back, leading to epic clashes. Somehow, the children are quite adept at martial arts, and the adults have completely forgotten that guns don't work well when you don't aim. So, despite the many battles between the two groups, the children are doing just fine, and the pirates aren't getting anywhere. Except, one day, the beloved friend of Petra Pot, the little creature, Belle, of a species called the Fae, is captured by the pirates. Belle, despite her puny size, she's supposedly the size of my fist, is forced to start repairing the pirate's ship on her own. I'm not exactly sure how that's supposed to work, but that's how it goes. Maybe she could use the Force, but if she could, then she probably wouldn't have been caught. Anyways, she's caught, and it's tragically discovered that she's rapidly losing energy and will soon die. Her species, the Fae, cannot consume food the same way we can, so it is impossible for her to replenish her energy. So what does she actually feed on? Well, it turns out that she feeds on the energy of friendship. Yes, it's exactly as cretinous as it sounds, but the story is meant for children. Sorry, I didn't mean it like that. I meant very young children, younger than you. Eventually, Petra Pot and her gang rescue poor little Belle from the pirates and spirit her away back to their base of operations. But at this point, Belle is dying. Let me back out of the scene a little bit. There I am, sitting at the back of the theater, squinting to see what's going on and straining my ears to hear past all my chatty neighbors. The actress playing Miss Pot is down on her knees in the center of the stage, crying as Belle dies. And Belle is just a little lantern hung on a string from the ceiling. To show that she dies, the lantern just dims and flickers until it eventually goes out. And then, the stage lights go out. The stage goes dark and the scene is over. Dead Belle. Grieving Pot. The end. But is it really over? The lights turn on a little itty bit. just barely illuminating Petrapot standing over the darkened lantern. And she, the excellent actress that she is, says to the crowd, "Clap if you believe in magic!" And the room starts clapping, louder and faster and louder and faster, and the lantern flickers, on and off, just a bit. But as the clapping continues, cheers start to ring out from the audience. It rises, the lantern is lit, Belle is alive, and I have the most wondrous epiphany. This is exactly like economics. This is how money works. Money is magic. You stare in disbelief at his concluding statement. Is this really what all that was leading up to? Don't give me that look. This is my most excellent and original economic theory. Look, money works by belief. Everybody believes in the buying power of the all-powerful Republic credit. If we all suddenly thought credits were worthless, then they become exactly that, worthless. Everything, from galactic economics and politics to ethics and morality, works exactly this way. People all believe in one thing and it just becomes so. So, while this book is absolute nonsense, the more people read it and believe in it, the more it becomes true. And this is a problem. We, as Jedi, are in a unique place both within and without the system to make a major difference. The political differences between the Outer Rim and the core worlds is caused by cultural differences, economics, and 100,000 other divisive issues. It is our job to understand and solve these issues, as no one else can. Master Foulier seems to be in the same camp as Master Jin. There are traditional Jedi, and then there are passionate Jedi, those that, according to the more traditional, have some discipline issues. Master Foulier, is it even possible to fix what's going on? Fix the separatist crisis? I don't know, Xena, but we do what we must. Many worlds are suffering because of it, and we will simply do our best to ease their suffering. Mayhaps we can do more. Well, we can always do more. I believe we can do more. 115 Kyber Crystal. The planet of Ilum is a precious asset of the Jedi Order. Despite its inhospitable climate, the planet is home to a significant population of sentient life, most of which are there thanks to the Order. Researchers, scholars, artisans, and many more are stationed on Ilum in order to assist the Order in understanding the wonders of the planet. Under its surface is a magnificent complex of caverns, sparkling with kyber crystals. Long ago, Padawans would be brought to this planet by their masters in order to find their own crystal and forge their lightsaber, the symbol of a true Jedi. This sacred ritual has been adapted over time, and now initiates like yourself are given the same chance. Although giving a child a deadly weapon may seem irresponsible at first, you have been taught lightsaber safety and responsibility since you could hold one up. The chance of one of you accidentally injuring someone is so minuscule that no Jedi could truly object to the change. You feel a slight lurch as the ship drops out of hyperspace. The comfort of real space is like a soothing balm upon your mind. Even though you certainly prefer hyperspace over warp shenanigans, you still feel a sense of uneasiness during hyperspace travel. Over the course of the trip, the ship had to drop out of hyperspace, reorient, and re-enter hyperspace multiple times. Each instance of this cycle allowed you a small break, but you're not really sure if it was worth it since hyperspace initialization is always so disorienting. Thankfully, you've not felt as unwell as you did during the first jump, so it's been bearable. As the ship burns its way toward your destination, it rotates, giving you a brief view of Ilum. It's a relatively small planet, icy and desolate. A globe of snow, though you're pretty sure it wouldn't be so pleasing to watch if some cosmic being picked it up and shook it. The planet hangs among the stars, tinged blue due to the light of the parent star Asar. From your windowed view, it almost looks like a simple painting, as if someone had flecked specks of paint across a lightless canvas, then masked out the hint of a swirly blue circle in the center. Ilum, home to the sacred Jedi Temple of Ilum, home to an untold number of crystals, one of which is yours. As the ship continues to rotate, equalizing heating across the hull, the image of Ilum falls out of view, and you are once again left with merely the image of deep space. The stars burn in the far, far distance, an unknowable number of light years away. Somewhere, out there, are the people who you saw in your dream, the Imperium. Maybe they are your people, maybe not. Either way, you need answers. Who or what are you? No, that is wrong. What you are is a Jedi. But what else are you? That is what you will have to figure out for yourself. In the meantime, you will grow. You will gain knowledge and wisdom, strength and courage. You will have your lightsaber and a master to guide you. The planet rotates back into view and cold desolation greets you. Soon. You can barely see it all as you step out of the ship, which is apparently named the Knowing Grin. You finally thought to ask Master Foulier after nearly a week of just calling it the ship. It is dark. Oh, so very dark. Unlike on Coruscant, the planet-wide city that never sleeps, there are no blazing lights to illuminate the night, no clouds of smog to diffuse the light across the sky. Here, while the ground is blanketed in darkness, all you see when you look up is a sight only equaled from space, a sight full of stars, twinkling suns orbited by planets, uncountable peoples and wondrous life. But you can now see at the edge of the world a slight brightening. The atmosphere of Ilum shines with dim light, a sure sign of approaching dawn. You trudge forward through the knee-high snow, trying to keep to the tracks of Master Foulier. Unfortunately, he steps high and in long strides, so you are forced to make your own path between the gaps he makes in the snow. It's either that or try to hop between his footprints, but you won't suffer that indignity. It is rather fortunate that it's only this deep. You'd half expected to be buried completely when you looked down from space. Hurry up! You turn and glare backwards at Doran, the little ingrate. You're the one doing all the hard work to clear the path. It's not like he would have the same trouble making it between Master Foulier's steps. Stuff it! I'm going as fast as I can. Okay, no need to be so snippy. As he backs off, you continue your admirable task of snowplow duty, then jolt as you bump straight into Master Foulier. Oh, sorry about that, Xena. Here, I'll help you out. With that, Master Foulier takes over your role and clears the way for you, giving your shivering legs a good break. A few minutes later, he stops in front of a wall of jagged ice, stretching to your sides as far as the eye can see, which is not very far considering your disadvantage point. Strangely, there is a circle of uncovered stone lying in front of you, carved with one massive and unfamiliar rune. "What do we do now, Master Foulier?" Doran asks. "What do you think?" Climb?" You smack Doran on the back of the head and point at the circle of stone. "Look, we're probably at the entrance. Master Foulier already got us here. What do you think we should do to enter a hidden Jedi temple?" "Oh, right, the Force." "Younglings, please reach out the Force with me. Ready? Begin." The Force pulses within you as you manipulate its flow, but after a moment you can tell you're struggling. The threads of Force fall apart between your fingers, dissipating into the wind. You grit your teeth, pulling on the Force both within and around you, but nothing works. You continue to fumble with your manipulations, and all you can do is helplessly watch as your clanmates and Master Foulier have to shoulder the extra work. You can feel something beginning to happen within the circle ahead of you. Force swirls around it, seeping inside and activating hidden mechanisms. In one last attempt, you push with all your might, but only result in blasting away most of the remaining wisps of Force around you. By chance, a small part of your work feeds into the mechanism, but it's practically worthless considering all the effort the others have put in. Perhaps today is one of those days, one of the days when the Force hangs heavy upon you. Today of all days. Why? A hum, a click, and a whir announce the end of the little ritual. Silence reigns for a second, but then machinery groans and the earth rumbles. The clusters of ice ahead of you begin to move. And as it moves, you can see snow and more ice flaking off, revealing quarried stone underneath. The grinding of granite on granite fills the air, and snow crashes ahead of the spectacle, obscuring your vision. As the snow clears, you are greeted by a great, yawning mouth. Snowmelt runs down deep creases of its weathered face, trickling across needle-like teeth of ice, sprouting downward from its stony upper lip. Straight and powerful lines reach up and down the remaining rock face, anchoring intricate carvings into the overall visage. From here, you can see deep into the throat of the cave, and in the distance is the barest hint of a starlit room. Glancing up at Master Foulier, you see him lost in thought. Memories of his own time as an initiate, perhaps. You pat your forearm against his leg, and he startles back into the present. "Ah, thank you, Xena. Well then, onwards." And so you march, into the cave and swallowed in darkness, with only the light at the end of the tunnel to guide you. And Master Foulier's unerring sense of direction too, you suppose. "Welcome, younglings. Happy I am to see you all. A long way you have come, yes? Excited you are, How long have you been waiting here, Master Yoda?" "Long enough, hey? Kept me waiting, you did. Put the pedal to the metal, perhaps Master Foulier should have?" Grandmaster Yoda is a rather strange being, in your most humble and learned opinion. Wise. You would almost say wise beyond his years, but if that were the case, that would be terrifying. What you find most disconcerting about him is his deranged propensity for old-person jokes. You're not exactly sure what he meant by pedal to the metal, but you can probably guess based on context. You're sure Master Foulier can, too, considering the unamused frown he now wears. The chamber you now stand within is shaped like a many-tiered colosseum. Columns rise up along the edges of the chamber, lifting numerous floors above. Stone guardians, hooded and wizened with age, raise sabers to the heavens above from their arrayed positions around the clearing. At the center of the chamber is a raised dais upon which Grandmaster Yoda sits. The same pattern you saw on the stone circle outside this temple is repeated across the floor, but expanded in both scale and detail. Across the chamber from you is a massive sheet of ice. It appears to be a waterfall, frozen in motion. Considering there's nothing else in the chamber, you're pretty sure something is going to happen there. There's always a secret behind a waterfall. Now that you think about it, it's probably just the entrance to the temple proper. But how to get past? Well, that's probably what Grandmaster Yoda is here to help with. When you look at Grandmaster Yoda, he appears as an ancient tree, sturdy and unyielding, weathered by the elements but still reaching for the sun. The roots he has set down on Coruscant anchor the order in a growing galaxy, but his innate curiosity is undiminished after all his years. He is the core of the Jedi Order, and you cannot imagine the Order without him. Although old and wise, he still retains a streak of mischief and humor, which makes him all the more enigmatic. He's probably cackling inside at his joke, as well as at everyone's confusion regarding his presence here. But as with many other great masters, he too has a supreme control on his emotions. He is only barely tinged purple with amusement, with the rest of his emotional cloud staying still and serene. Beneath the emotions, the Force shines within him. It sweeps through his body, and so attuned to it is he that it is barely disturbed in passing. Only a small twisting in its movement would allow someone to notice his presence if he weren't also lighting up the nearby world with his mere spirit. As your group approaches him, he stands up in greeting. All of you, Master Foulier included, bow your heads to the Grand Master of your order together. "Now then, here for one thing you are. A crystal you seek to build your lightsaber with, yes? But what reason for such a tool does a Jedi have?" You turn to your friends, somewhat confused. What's with the quiz? The lightsaber is the symbol of the Jedi. You are nothing without your weapon. Your weapon is nothing without you, right? But that isn't exactly correct. Without you, a lightsaber is still a potent weapon. Dangerous, deadly, difficult to use, especially so without training, but still, ultimately just a weapon. You, however, do not have a lightsaber yet. Does that mean you're not a Jedi? You have the training and the Force, as tenuous as that connection is. So what does it mean to be a Jedi? A Jedi is a peacekeeper, one who uses their powerful abilities in the defense of others, one who holds the greater good above all else, one who would wield their lightsaber to protect the innocent. A lightsaber is a weapon for a guardian of peace. A Jedi doesn't need a lightsaber to do his or her duty, but it will always be something from which we can draw strength, a shield and a sword in one. Well said. Focus is a Jedi's connection to the Force, the lightsaber does, a weapon and a tool in one. Young cast, the lesson if you please. Master Foulier steps forward, the layer of frost across the floor crunching as he moves. Once next to Grandmaster Yoda, he turns to face you. This is the Temple of Ilum, where you will obtain your very own kyber crystal. The crystal is the heart of every lightsaber. Without it, a lightsaber will not function. The kyber crystal focuses the energy of the blade, but is also heavily attuned in the Force. As you build your weapon, you will intrinsically link yourself to the crystal in the Force, making it truly yours. Soon, you will enter the caves below to find your own crystal. There are many crystals out there, but only one is yours. Do not randomly pick your crystal, for you do not choose it. It chooses you. You will know which one is yours. The lightsaber has been the weapon of the Jedi since our founding. It is the symbol of our peacekeeping. It is the symbol of the Jedi. For thousands of years, we have wielded our lightsabers in the name of peace and justice, defending the defenseless when needed. At present, every Jedi is trained in the art of lightsaber combat, for you will take up the same duty as the countless Jedi that have come before you. Your lightsaber will be unique to you. You will forge it to your own design, and you will be the only true wielder of it in turn. As Master Foulier finishes his speech, you notice that the light within the chamber has been growing brighter. Looking up, you see an awesome sight. The biggest kyber crystal you have ever seen hangs from the ceiling. Mostly translucent with a tint of blue, the thing practically radiates power in your Force senses. Currents of Force swirl around it, attracted to the stone and suffusing its crystalline structure. For a moment, you entertain the ridiculous notion of trying to shove that into a lightsaber and seeing what it does. Then you shake yourself as you notice Master Yoda standing up again. Master Yoda raises his arms up, concentrating deeply and focusing the Force within him. It pulls and shudders, then suddenly the scraping of stone can be heard. A porthole to the outside slides open, letting a golden beam of sunlight into the room, pouring directly onto the kyber crystal above. With a wave of his hand, Yoda focuses the Force once more, and the crystal begins to spin. Ancient machinery rotates, bringing smaller crystals into place like a monumental orrery, orbiting the centerpiece like miniature planets. The golden light refracts through the major crystal and spills out through its numerous facets, a dozen of which pierce through the encircling stones and are refracted once more. Each beam of light is concentrated directly at the top of the frozen falls, shining with intense heat. In a few heartbeats, the crinkling sound of melting ice echoes throughout the room as the falls begin to fall once more. Water rushes downward, tumbling over melting ice and onto the floor below before being drained into gutters carved deep in the stone. Slowly, the light begins to drift away from its target, losing alignment as the planet rotates. And much too soon the rays fall away, leaving the water to flow no more. But now you see, the secret you surmised has appeared. An entrance to the temple indeed lies beneath the falls. Now uncovered, an ancient cave invites you in for exploration. If Jedi you are to become, enter the crystal cave. You must. However, quick you must be, for the entrance will close. As Master Yoda speaks, you can hear his words becoming true. The faint crackling sounds of freezing ice can be heard throughout the chamber. Looking up, you can see the sheet of ice growing downward, ever so slowly. Trust in the Force, trust yourself, trust each other. Succeed you will, return you must. Trapped you will be when this entrance closes. At this, Master Foulier also speaks up. To clarify, the entrance can only be opened every 17 days. If you are still within when the entrance freezes over, we can do nothing for you. But I have every confidence in you all. You will succeed. May the Force be with you. And so you and your friends turn and enter as one. Dark, dark, so dark. Shut it and focus. We need to hurry. I really don't want to be stuck in here. You've been walking for the past few minutes listening to Doran and Choan chatter. The first few steps were easy. the ground paved and the walls of the cave brightly lit. Now, however, it is so dark that you have to lead your friends by the hand, calling out patches of uneven ground so that they do not trip. The 8 of you are strung out in a line, you at the head leading the way with your blazing eyes. You weave your way past stalagmites, ducking your head under stalactites, and hop over crevasses in icy chambers. It is frankly terrifying. The survival of your friends hinges on your success, and you're starting to worry you took a wrong turn. What's that? You turn toward Tara, but then find her covering your eyes with her hand. Hey, what are you doing? I see something, a light. Your eyes were making it hard to see, sorry. She points past you, far off into the distance down an inky black tunnel. But you can't see anything, and you say so. No, I can definitely see something. It's really bright. Hey, let me see! There is some shuffling as your friends shove their way forward, each of them vying for position. However, none of them see anything, so you turn back to Tara. You're sure there's something? I'm sure. Wait! Doran cries. I see something too! And with that, he points. In a different direction, of course. Seriously? Xena, I think I can make it on my own. The light is bright enough that it's actually lighting up the path a bit. If I go slowly, I'm sure I could make it. Same here. You stare at the both of them in disbelief. Venturing out into the darkness alone? Are they insane? Xena, I think we have to do this. It's kind of far. If you go out of the way to help us, then no one else will get their crystal. Keep going. Once I have my crystal, I can make my way back using it as a lamp. Do you remember the way? Yes, probably better than you. Wait, do you actually remember the way? You think for a second. You backtrack through your mind, recounting the steps and landmarks. Phew. You do remember. If you're really sure. Doran, you too? Yeah, we'll be fine. Don't worry about us. We'll be extra careful. Since we found ours so early, we have plenty of time to take it slow. All right, I trust you too. And so they go. 20 minutes later, so too has everyone else, each one of them spotting a twinkling in the distance down one tunnel or another. You would be more worried considering how far you've come, but the darkness has been steadily receding. There are crystals everywhere. They shine and sparkle, somehow producing their own light in the dark underground. Your friends have thankfully had this light source to find their way, so you have no need to be concerned about them tripping and cracking their heads open on unseen rocks in the dark. Now, all you need to do is find your own crystal. Easier said than done. There are so many crystals in sight, but you have no idea which one is yours. All the others saw a bright light in the distance, but you have yet to see the same. All you see is a constant twinkling everywhere you look. While pretty, each crystal looks the same as the next, so you have no idea which it could be. So you continue on, down corridors and caverns, down twisting spiral landings carved out of the bare stone walls, up uneven stairs and sheer cliff faces, until you walk into the room. A cavern, a massive, beautiful cavern. The interior is spectacular. Scintillating crystals of myriad sizes cover the floor and walls. Most are so minuscule as to seem like gleaming grains of polished sand upon an obsidian beach. Some are so enormous that starfighters, or even the Jedi Temple spires, could possibly fit within them. Upon gazing upwards, you're treated to a sight that calls to mind the view of the stars that you saw upon planetary arrival. Sapphire blues and malachite greens fill your vision. And the floor itself, a singular, enormous gem of pure, deep red. The embedded crystals glitter as you turn, calling your attention out of the corners of your eye. And as you turn, you see it. Your crystal. A spherical gem of pure kyber embedded at head height within a glowing pillar of quartz. It calls to you. It shines in your foresight, pulsing in time with your heart. A beautiful blue, shining like an icy blue sun, glinting with pure starlight. As you walk up to it, you reach up, resting your hand on the crystalline surface, centimeters away from your crystal. Blocked, thwarted at the last moment. Your crystal is right there, but it lies behind a sheet of pure quartz. What do? Focus. The Force. You are a Jedi, and that kyber crystal is yours. The Force wills, and so do you. So you reach and fall short. No, it's right there. You've come all this way, and you're stuck just because of a few measly layers of glorified rock? Pulling your fist back, you wind up for a mighty swing and stop. No, you're just going to hurt yourself if you punch a rock. What are you, stupid? So you lean down, pick up a loose stone the size of your fist and smash it straight into the quartz, directly over your crystal. You wake up groaning in pain. Your head hurts. You clutch at your forehead, gasping as a wave of pure agony rockets through you. What happened? You'd found your crystal, discovered it to be encased in some other stupid rock, then decided to do some excavation with another rock. You'd tried to use the Force, but it failed, so you used your brain. There you go, monologuing as usual. What? Your eyes snap back up, just in time to see you. Your reflection in the quartz, but not. It's standing, but you're sitting. It leans forward, smiling at you, blood dripping around a bruised blue eye. Wait, what? You reach up and pat around your head, but all you feel is skin and blood. Where's your headband? You whip your head from side to side, then sag in relief when you see its dull metal gleam a couple meters behind you. As you look back toward your mirrored self, you see it smiling. The Force didn't fail. You failed. Huh? You can't blame the Force for your inability to control it. You just lacked discipline. And with that, you gasp as she strides closer and closer, then steps out ever so carefully from the mirror of quartz, smirking ever so annoyingly. What are you? Oh? Not who are you? Obvious. You choke out. Well, either way, it's still the same answer. I'm you. You squint at her as you scramble to your feet. You shuffle backwards toward your headband, keeping your eye on her. Smashing a rock with another rock? What are you, some sort of primitive abhuman? And you call that being smart? Ha! She begins sauntering after you as you continue retreating. Your eyes dart around, looking for an escape, but you see nothing immediately useful. And suddenly, she's here, face to face, nose to nose with you. In shock, you step back, trying to make distance, but she grabs your arms and moves with you. In panic, you try to twist away, but she simply steps along with you, and as she moves, she draws you closer until all you can see is you. Your mundane eyes find your own within the reflections of your eyes and the reflections of those inside. But your warp eye beholds nothing but blue, a shining crystal floating in the realm beyond. You're mesmerized, watery eyes locking your own in place. But wait. Your crystal. It's there. Once embedded in the quartz, it now rests within your reflection's forehead. You jerk backwards, looking down with your warp eye trying to see something, anything within your foe. But you see nothing. Absolutely nothing. A darkness like you've never encountered lies within your mirror self, nothing escaping as if her body were a black hole. It's nothing. There is nothing there. No emotions. No sense of self. Ha! She barks out. Typical. Always relying on your witch sight, a crutch from which you will never be weaned off of. Tell me, how can you truly know what a person thinks? Could you do it without your witch sight? Oh, you think that a person's true self or inner self is everything you need to know, huh? That no one can hide from you? What do you mean? So conceited are you, so sure in your own power, so reliant on it that you can't even function without it. Tell me, what do you see in me? What do I feel like? What am I here for? That's right, nothing at all, huh? Stop it, go away. Oh? And what about this? She says, tapping on her crystal eye. Are you gonna go back empty-handed? You blink, suddenly unsure of your purpose. What is she? What does she want? 116 Kyber Combat. No, you won't be going back empty-handed, but you won't be goaded into a fight either. It's obvious what she is doing. Even without your warp senses, even you can tell when someone's just egging you on for a fight. What you don't get is why. Why are you the other you that is trying to fight with yourself? That doesn't really seem like something you would do. So then, why? To test you. This is the gathering. This is a test. But what are you being tested on? Figured it out, have you? Partially. You're an illusion. A part of a vision. You're not real. I touched you, didn't I? And you of all people know that visions do have consequences. You shiver at that. Indeed, that is true. Your warp dream almost killed you. You know it to be true. But this is a test in the Force. You are facing yourself, not a monster. Not a monster? Are you sure about that? You stare at her as she smiles wider and wider. But no, nothing happens. Just a weirdo smiling at herself. It seems that she isn't going to really do anything. Can I have it, please? No. Oh well, worth a try. Actually, maybe worth a few tries. Please, 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 Nope. Dang. At least you've shut her up for now. She's no longer trying to start a fight. What would it take for you to give it to me? Earn it. How? But she just smiles. Infuriating. You're sitting, legs crossed and eyes closed, recovering and thinking. It's only been a couple hours since you entered the caves, so you probably still have some time left. Even if you do run out of time, you don't think the others will leave without you. But the waterfall, it will freeze over. You were told you would be stuck and you panicked for a bit at first, but now you think that might have been part of this whole test. There's no way a measly wall of ice is going to stop Master Foulier, let alone Master Yoda, from saving you. A lightsaber would make short work of it, and you're pretty sure either of them could just straight up punch their way through if needed. Even you could probably shatter it if you threw a few rocks at it. So you relax. You will pass this test, then you will leave. Actually, it wouldn't do to have them be concerned about you taking so long, so you stop playing around with your headband and pull out the transmitter you've been storing in your pocket. Fortunately, it hasn't been damaged and you somehow still have a decent connection despite being this far into the caves. Found my test. Will pass. Do not worry. You send to Master Foulier. A minute later, you get a reply. Young Xena, please do not communicate with others during exams. Thank you. You stifle a chuckle, then get back to thinking. What is this test? You are facing off against yourself. Therefore, you must overcome yourself in some fashion. But in what way? Perhaps you must defeat her in a fight. She has been trying to start one with you for a while. But then again, that could just be part of the test. Perhaps it is in an intellectual capacity, outsmart her, perhaps trick her into giving you the crystal. Or is it something else? Something's wrong. It's too quiet. The other you has been pacing around the cavern for a while now. But suddenly there is silence. You flick open your eyes, all three of them, but only see yourself in the mirror-like shine of the quartz. And then you duck, just in time to avoid a vicious kick to the back of the head. You grab the passing leg and pull hard, causing your mirror self to go flying forwards ahead of you. In a second, you're back on your feet, fists up and feet spread, ready for another attack. I still don't understand why, you say. Why fight? What is it that I'm lacking? What fault do you see in me? Ignoring your words, your mirror self stands back up, dusting herself off. As she turns back to you, she smiles once again, teeth baring into a mockery of a grin. Her eyes bore into your own, blazing in both joy and fury. But you stand where you are, still and ready. You don't want this fight. If she so desires, she can come to you for a beating. You don't need to waste energy running up to her. You watch and wait, and when you see her foot slightly shift, you are ready. In an instant, she's less than a meter away, already swinging at your head. You duck the first blow, trying to keep your eyes on her. But as you block her next punch with your forearm, you obscure your own vision, allowing her to deliver a painful kick to your shin. In that instant, you feel a rush of red in your mind. The bloodlust within you strains at its bonds, threatening to consume you. But you calm your breathing and push it back down. Quiet down, you little irritant. Shush and behave. Limping backwards, you gain some space and continue observing her. Her chest heaves as she breathes deeply, her breath fogging up the cold cavern air. As you recover, you waste a moment wondering about the oxygen levels of the cavern. How much air circulation is in this cave system? You'd like to not pass out from a lack of breathable air. It's not your immediate problem, though, so you turn back to your fight, just in time to see your mirror self rushing mindlessly at you once again. The two of you trade another flurry of blows. She continuously throws out punches and kicks, but you deflect or dodge each strike before they can land. In frustration, she spins, trying to club you with her tail. But a small step back and it misses completely. Then you duck to avoid the roundhouse kick you saw coming from a light second away. As she spins, you can see the disorientation in her eyes and take the chance to capitalize on that. You rush back in, grabbing her and spinning her halfway around your body before letting go. She backpedals, trying to regain her balance, but only ends up tripping over her own feet and falling down in an ungainly heap. "Had enough?" you ask, watching her as she moans on the ground, untangling herself from her own limbs. She sits back up, glaring at you with unrestrained anger, then shoves herself back up to her feet. "You still don't get it, do you? You won't understand until I beat the lesson into you." And with those words, she lunges at you once again. But you just scoff and roll your eyes, blocking her flailing fists and just pushing her over again. "Some lesson you're teaching. I'm not really learning anything other than how pathetic I can be in a fight." She continues glaring at you as she picks herself up again and makes her way toward you. You continue watching, relaxed and calm. She can't do anything to you, not really. She's too tired to do anything even though she's not even hurt. So you just stand there while she pants and points at you, finger almost poking into your chest. You'll learn, Xena. You'll learn that not everything will go your way. You play with some dangerous toys with little care of the consequences. What happens when things go wrong? What happens when you lose your friends? Will you fight back? Will you just stand aside and watch? You take a wary step back, listening to her lecture at you. What she says is ominous, but also not. It's almost like she's just trying to seem scary with her words, but she's not scary at all. She's you. Why should you be scared of yourself? So you just let her words wash over you. However, it wouldn't do to ignore all her warnings. Perhaps you should be more careful in your use of your warp eye. You remember that people seem to have had issues when they looked directly into it in the past. What would happen now that you've awakened it? But that's a simple issue to deal with. All you have to do is keep your headband on or simply close your eye. Easy. The loss of your friends, it hurts to think of even the possibility of that happening. But as Jedi, this is your lot in life. You are peacekeepers. You are the shield of the innocent. Many Jedi will lay down their lives in the defense of others, and it's entirely possible that any of your friends, or even you, will have to do the same. That is something you will deal with when the time comes, you suppose. I'm a Jedi. We are Jedi. Whatever comes, we will deal with it. That is what we are trained to do. And I know I've been reckless at times. I almost got myself killed in the warp. I tried my abilities on others without consent. I came here into an unexplored cave on my own, but I do my best. I will learn. What you're trying to teach me, it's about self-control, isn't it? You've been provoking me the whole time, trying to get me to fight you. When you hit me, I felt it, the tainted warp stuff within me. I almost broke then, and I could have lost myself. But I held myself back. You don't have to be afraid. I don't have to be afraid. It's just a small part of me, and with my abilities, I know it can be removed, kept under control. You reach out gently, palm held upward toward her. I don't have to be afraid, only cautious, careful, calculating, smart. But I can be that way. I can stay in control. At that, she smiles, genuinely this time. She meets your eyes and sighs. You win. Or do I win? I taught the lesson, didn't I? You smile back, hand still outstretched, waiting for her to take hold, but she doesn't. Instead, she reaches up, plucks out her kyber eye, and places it in your open hand. Take care of yourself. Trust in yourself. May the Force be with you." And then she's gone. It's time to return. The clock on your communicator is saying that you're long past time to go, so you retrieve your discarded headband and start moving. As you walk, you fix it back on your head, then send Master Foulier another message to let him know you're on the way. The entrance should be iced up by now, so you're going to have to find a way to deal with it. Reaching out to the Force, you feel your connection once again. It's smooth and strong, pulsing in time with your heartbeat and footsteps. You won't have any trouble leaving now. Within your pocket, your kyber crystal shines. You can feel it in the Force, a tiny globe of power, and it feels like it belongs. It is yours. It is you. A small chirp from your communicator alerts you to a responding message from Master Foulier. Tara says to tell you to hurry up. She has need of a fresher. So you smile and begin jogging, reaching out to the Force to guide you. 117 The Crucible. "Welcome back, Xena," Master Foulier says as you approach. "Took your time, huh?" "I'm sorry I took so long, Masters. My thinking was that caution and success were more important than speed, at least for this kind of trial." "Correct you are," affirms Master Yoda, to your relief. "Saw past our little trick, didn't you? Good work." "Thank you, Master Yoda. And thanks for breaking me out of there. Easy for me to do. Lightsaber I have. Tool for almost any job it is. Heh." You smile and laugh with him, then look back at the dark cave through the oblate hole in the ice. You had been about to smash your way out with a few telekinetically lifted rocks, but Master Yoda's lightsaber had burst through the wall a moment before you could start throwing. That was certainly an adventure. Your first time truly alone and left to face a challenge, and you succeeded. You learned much while in there, mostly about yourself. That's probably the purpose of this trial, isn't it? Conquer a fear or a fault within you and claim a crystal in return. It is, in actuality, a rather dangerous task. However, you are all Jedi, trained since you could walk in a sense of mind and body. This is just one of the tests you will face before you become a Padawan. You reach your hand up to your headband, feeling the cool metal covering your eye. Despite the idiot stunt you pulled back there, it's not even scratched. It's a strange metal. Maybe as strange as you and your powers. Unknown in composition to any of the Jedi in the Order, and highly resistant to damage during testing. It's but one layer of protection between you and others, a defense both for and against your warp eye, and you're thankful for it. Your mirror self mentioned one thing in there that cleared something up for you. Witch sight. Probably what you've been calling your true sight. It's what's been letting you see the emotions and true self of others all this time. But where does the name come from? Probably the Imperium. People you've never met, who hold all the answers you need. Oh, wait a minute. Why didn't you just ask your mirror self any of the questions you have? She was right there, but on second thought, she probably wouldn't have answered you anyways. Right? You should have at least asked. As you mentally berate yourself, Master Yoda and Master Foulier have begun walking out the chamber. It's now dark, once again. The porthole for the light has fully closed, and all that remains is an unearthly blue light shining throughout the chamber. It's dim, and you can't really pinpoint the source, but it is somewhat pretty. The massive statues guarding the chamber are bathed in the light, their silhouettes cast in dramatic shadows across the walls. The dais in the center seems smaller than before, but no less imposing without its diminutive occupant. The darkened Colosseum holds no spectators. A lonely place, but also the site of your first triumph. Likely the first triumph for many other initiates before you and an untold number to come. Xena, let's go. The others are back on the ship. Tara couldn't hold it in any longer, so we had the others walk her back. That's so like her. Hopefully, you don't see any yellow snow on your way back to the ship. On my way, Master. And you go. Now that you have your kyber crystal, you've been wondering when you can make your lightsaber. Honestly, you had been thinking that you would build your lightsaber on Ilum, somewhere in the temple there. Or perhaps it would be at the Jedi Temple on Coruscant, where you could be surrounded by hundreds of people who have already built their own. Incorrect, apparently. You're unable to see the ship as you approach it, simply because it's out of the line of sight from your bedroom window, but you can sense it. The cosmic force constantly flows around the galaxy, but this ship, around it the force pools, as if flowing down a hill into a pond. The force is briefly trapped in the passing of the ship, but feels as if it is only due to the sheer weight of the ship's existence and its meaning to the Jedi Order that such a phenomenon can happen. It is the Crucible, the ship within which you will build your lightsaber, according to Master Foulier. It is still a ways away, but with the speeds at which the knowing Grin and it approach one another, you will be there in but a few minutes. So you hop up and begin walking to the common room, barely suppressing the excitement bubbling within you. Your lightsaber! Your own lightsaber! What will it look like? What color will it be? Who knows but you? And so you daydream as you wait for the rendezvous, cycling through dozens of possible designs in your mind. Here already, Xena? Oh, actually looks like everyone's ready. You look up, seeing Master Foulier bearing a knowing smile as he surveys the common room. Around you are all the other initiates, each of them with a blank look on their face, obviously imagining the possibilities that await them. You prod the closest of them, Mick, with your foot. What? Are we there? Is it time? Yeah, help me get everyone ready. The two of you gently shake everyone out of their fugue as Master Foulier watches, amused. You then line up by the airlock, chatting, brainstorming, and arguing about the best kind of lightsaber all the while. Cock-clunk! Fshh! The ship jolts slightly as it locks in place. As the airlocks equalize in pressure, you take a peek out the nearby window at your new neighbor, then scrunch up your nose in disgust. The Crucible looks as old as it feels. Old and grimy. When was the last time it docked for maintenance? It's positively covered in space dust. How can anyone see out of those windows? And the rust spots? Everywhere. And is that antenna even attached? This is the Crucible? This is the vessel home to the foremost lightsaber smith of the Jedi Order? The inside of the ship had better be more intact than how its exterior suggests. Otherwise, you might just go and find whatever servitors are maintaining the ship and execute them yourself. Wait, what? The airlock whooshes open at that moment, and you are forced forward by your friends, all of them pushing to get in there as fast as possible. Younglings, patience, please, Master Foulier says with a glare. Calm down and enter carefully. You never know what kind of shitty, poor maintenance has been done on an airlock. Always be cautious when navigating an interface like this. Yes, Master, you all chorus. Apparently Master Foulier is also aware about the state of the ship you are boarding. Good to know that you're not the only one concerned. Follow me, please. No need to rush. Everyone will have their own lightsaber. There is no limited supply here. As you enter the Crucible, you keep a sharp eye out, looking for each and every possible infraction you can find. But thankfully, there are few. Only a loose bolt here and there, and inconsequential dust in seldom-seen locations. Whatever the servitors are, you suppose they can be spared. For now. Where is the welcome party, though? Where are the crew? You would think that at least one crewman would be here to guide your group, but none have come to greet you. And as you follow Master Foulier through the ship, you don't even catch a glimpse of one. Rooms are dark, furniture is unused. It's almost as if you are on a ghost ship. You sink yourself into the Force and reach out, hoping to sense someone, anyone. But there's nobody. Nobody other than your group of 9? Is this ship perhaps automated? Perhaps Master Foulier will be the one to help you forge your lightsabers. But that doesn't really seem right. Hey, Mick, can you sense anyone nearby, other than us, I mean? He turns toward you with a hint of confusion in his eyes, then closes them as he reaches out as well. After a moment, he looks at you again and shakes his head. No, that's really weird. This is a bit creepy. Yeah. Hey, Master Foulier, where is everyone? He calls out to the front. Do not worry, younglings. You'll see soon enough. We're just about here. As he speaks, he opens a final door and reveals another room. A waist-high table sits near the center of the room. Further in, the room expands further, but almost all of the space is taken up by what appear to be lockers or cabinets. The face of each locker blinks with a small glowing light, likely indicating its operability. Redundant and maybe a waste of power, honestly. They don't even seem to indicate the contents of each locker. You all file into the room behind Master Foulier, spreading out in front of the table. Younglings, Take your crystals out now and place them in front of you on the table." A series of small clinking sounds fill the room as each of you follow his direction. Every crystal is subtly different from one another, but not in pure appearance. While yours is almost spherical in shape, all of the others are more classically crystal-shaped. However, to your force senses, each responds to the force in a unique way. It's extremely subtle at first glance, but as you continue to stare at them, you can see small patterns in which the force moves around each crystal, and strangely, each one feels as if it matches its owner. See something interesting, Xena? You look up and blush slightly, realizing that everybody has been waiting on you to actually place yours down. The corners of Master Fulier's mouth curl slightly upward, but you can easily read the tinge of amusement in his emotions. "Sorry, Master." "Don't worry about it. We're still waiting on Huyang." As he finishes his sentence, you can hear the slight whirring of servos in the background. Is that what you think it is? Oh no. Ah, there he is now. "Everyone, please say hello to lightsaber designer Huyang." Soft footsteps echo between the lockers, coming closer and closer. The faint clinking of metallic parts rings in the air. There, the shape of a head, the profile of a ghastly skull. It glides its way around the corner, demonic yellow eyes glaring at the lot of you as it draws closer. Each step rings out in your ears and your heart thumps along with it. If you had hair, it would be standing on end. The abomination stalks up to the table, fixing slitted eyes upon each one of you in turn. As it stares straight at you, you feel it gazing straight into your soul, and your heart nearly stops as you stand paralyzed in fear. "Child, are you all right?" it says, a terrifying synthetic echo doubling its words. It speaks, "O throne, the abomination sees you, but you will not show it fear." You force the muscles in your face to relax and try to keep the tremble in your body out of your voice as you respond. Yes, sir. I'm just surprised." As the words leave your mouth, you can feel yourself calming down, but replacing the fear is a burning shame. It's just a droid. You are a Jedi. Why are you so afraid of droids? Oh, the shame burns you as it settles in your gut, but you cannot let it show or control you, and so you continue your excuses. "I wasn't expecting, a droid. Sorry." "Ah, I see. Well, have no fear, youngling." Too late. "Many years I have been on this ship, teaching many a Jedi before you. There is no one else out there, droid or not, who can teach you better than me. Inside these memory banks of mine is a record of every lightsaber ever made and the Jedi who fashioned them. Now then, I'm assuming you all know what you are here for?" it says, its voice trailing off with a questioning lilt. You all nod back at it, causing its soulless eyes to squint in apparent happiness. "Good! Who would like to go first?" Me! Tara practically screams, throwing herself forward. "Tara!" you hiss at her. "Don't you have any sense of dignity?" Ignoring you, or deaf in her exuberance, she pushes forward toward the droid. While all of your friends are sure to be just as impatient as her, they're all used to her antics by now, so they graciously allow her to go first. You can see Master Fulier shaking his head slightly in the corner of the room, again smiling with amusement. "What is your name, youngling?" "Tara." "Hello, young Tara. Hold out your hand, please. Describe what you see your saber to be. Not what you imagine, but what you feel in your hand." "Ah. She falls silent for a moment, clearly struggling with its rather confusing instructions. "What will make you strong in battle and humble in retreat? Your saber will resonate with you just as I know your crystal does. But while the crystal is the heart of the blade, it functions not without the rest of the saber. What do you see? What will connect with the crystal, with the blade, with the force?" She thinks for a moment longer, then begins. And as she describes her own weapon, you too begin to think of what yours will be. Of course, you've fantasized many a time about your future lightsaber, but what the droid spoke of is different. Fundamentally different. 1 to 18 heart of the blade. The droid, Huyang, speaks to each initiate in turn, receiving their requests solemnly before moving deeper into the ship to start gathering parts and fabricating specialized components. While many parts are common between every lightsaber, other components will require some time to build from scratch. For example, the shell of each initiate's saber is often the most unique part, designed to the wielder's specification. The user's hand size, their style of combat, their desire for grip improvements or ornamentation all result in what seems to be a mountain of work for the droid. But it certainly seems up to the task. In the meantime, each of you receives a schematic detailing the method for constructing your lightsaber, tailored to each initiate. You will need to study it and follow along in order to properly construct your saber. The droid is especially adamant about following the schematic exactly, stating that even a small mistake in the lightsaber's construction could be fatal to the wielder. So you and the others make your way to a smaller room in order to study the instructions before it is time for assembly. Pulling up the hologram Huyang handed to you, you begin familiarizing yourself with the contents. On the surface, it appears to be rather simple. Each small component builds upon the previous, stacking their way throughout the cylindrical outer shell. A power cell sits at the base of the hilt, surrounded by an insulator. The energy stored within this cell is passed through a gate and into the Kyber crystal, and then into a smaller focusing crystal. It then passes into an energizer module and is turned into superheated plasma, which forms the basis of the blade of the saber. An emitter then produces the famous shape of the sword, coherent and clean. Overall, a relatively simple weapon, difficult to use, deadly in any hand, elegant when wielded correctly. Xena, a minute of your time, please. You look up from your studies. Master Foulier looks down at you, hand resting on your shoulder. You give him a silent nod and place the hologram projector in your robes before standing up. Master Foulier leads you out of the room and down the hall to another room. As the door shuts behind you, you give him a quizzical look, wondering why he's brought you here. Perhaps he takes issue with your lightsaber design. Even the droid looked at you oddly when you described it to him. Your friends had been too absorbed in the study of their schematics by the time it was your turn to pay attention to your design, but Master Foulier had kept watching through it all. Yes, your saber will be unique, but it felt right when you imagined it in your hand. As Huyang said, this is the weapon that will resonate with you. You will wield it in the name of peace, justice, and the Jedi Order, no matter how strange it looks. Xena, do you have a problem with droids? Ah, right. So, that's the issue. Ever observant and surprisingly blunt for a Jedi Master, Master Foulier cuts right to the point. You take a moment to think of excuses, but then decide to just speak the truth. After all, it's not like it's a secret. Master Mazbao and your caretakers know of it as you have spoken to them on the matter in the past. After all, they were understandably concerned when you burst into tears the first time you saw a droid. You're fairly certain your friends know about your problem to an extent, but they don't really press the issue. It's probably not at the forefront of their minds, considering that you've handled yourself decently in front of the temple droids for the last few years. Yes, I do. For some reason, I kind of just get really scared sometimes when I see a droid. It's irrational? I think that's the word. I've talked to some of the other masters about it. I see. Do you know what exactly triggers your fear, your phobia? Is it any kind of droid, or is it something specific? Humanoid droids, for instance. It's any kind. Usually I can suppress the fear, but I still feel it. Well, I'm not sure what I can do that those who know you better can't. I will caution you, though. This will become a problem in the future. Droids are everywhere in the galaxy, and you may find yourself working both with and against droids many a time. You must find a way to face your fear. Else, you may not pass your initiate trials. You freeze up at that, eyes wide open in panic. He's right. This will definitely be a problem. What do you do? Can you master your fear, or will you have to hide it? Fear is the path to the dark side. Fear leads to anger. Anger leads to hate. Hate leads to suffering. One way or another, you will have to deal with it lest it draw you down the wrong path. Huyang returns with everybody's parts in only a couple hours, and by this time you've fully memorized the schematics. Unfortunately, the schematics didn't exactly include step-by-step instructions, so you had to parse it out on your own. It certainly would have been nice to be handed a full user's manual instead, but you think you've got it. The nice thing about the holographic schematic is that you can manipulate the digital components with the Force, simulating the actual process in front of your eyes. Now, it is time to put the whole thing together. The shell of the saber comes in 4 major parts. Each piece of metal slots into the next with imperceptible tolerance, which will produce a seamless hilt when complete. Once together, the hilt will be around the length of 3 of your fists, held together, allowing you to cleanly wield the saber in a double-handed grip. 3 sets of twinned black lines, slightly inset into the metal, run down the length of the weapon, flaring out toward the emitter end of the hilt. Overall, your lightsaber appears to be a simplistic but elegant piece of art, belying its deadly purpose beneath a facade of polished durasteel. Except for one thing, the one embellishment that almost made the droid and Master Foulier balk. A set of 3 jawless skulls, ringing the weapon just below the blade shroud, glaring out at the world, and flanked by a pair of eagle's wings each. The tiny emblems extrude out of the hilt by only a couple millimeters, sanded smooth and anodized a matte black. This is something so clearly un-Jedi-like that you almost couldn't state the request to Huyang when you asked for this. But it felt right. When you imagined yourself rushing into battle, you couldn't help but think of the dreams you had in hyperspace, the dreams of navigation, the dreams of piloting an all-powerful ship, a ship of the Imperium. Whatever the Imperium is, it seems to have a morbid propensity to decorate everything with skulls. And it seems this penchant for macabre imagery has rubbed off on you. Well, as long as you don't let this sudden fascination with skulls get in the way of peace and justice, then you suppose that no one will really be able to complain. All your parts are now ready to be put together, though. You have arrayed each part in front of you, neatly and carefully. You will not need your eyes for this next part, so you close all 3, breathe in, and reach out with the Force. The Force flows easily this time, lofting each part into the air and into position. The crystal is the heart of the blade. You grip each piece with your mind, fixing them into place, aligned perfectly with one another. The heart is the crystal of the Jedi. In seconds, you have everything ready to come together, and all you need to do is give it one more push and you will be done. The Jedi is the crystal of the Force. But you hold back your excitement and check everything one last time against your memory of the schematic. The Force is the blade of the heart. Everything good? You give but one more thought, and the whole thing comes together in a series of satisfying clicks. All are intertwined, the crystal, the blade, the Jedi. You open your eyes and release your hold of the Force, dropping the completed saber into the palm of your hand. You are one. You're done? Already? You look up with a start, turning to your left. Doran sits next to you, apparently still struggling with his own saber. The tinge of frustration tints his emotions, but you can see that it just makes him all the more determined. He won't let it master him. Doran is the type to ram his head into the wall until it breaks. With his stubborn patience, you know for sure he won't give in to this kind of a task. Yeah, you whisper back. It kind of just clicked for me. I'm sure you'll get it soon. Just remember the chant. Does that actually help? Maybe. Might have worked for me. He sighs, then turns back to his work. I guess I'll give it a try. You quietly leave your seat and wander out of the room in search of Master Foulier. He'd been here at the beginning, making sure to supervise his charges. It seems that he and Huyang don't really trust you younglings to not make a mess of it. You hear the faint sound of a flushing toilet from down the hall. Well, that explains why he's not there. As the door to the fresher opens, you wait a few steps down the hall. Master Foulier steps out a moment later, turning to you in surprise. Xena, are you already done? Has Huyang checked your work yet? I kind of left before Huyang came around. I guess I was a bit excited to test it out. I wanted to get your permission first, though. Master Foulier holds out his hand and you hand your saber over. He focuses for a bit, then a hint of confusion crosses his face. What did you do with it? From what I can tell, you seem to have done it correctly, but I can't take it apart to check. It's almost as if the hilt is fused together. You take the saber back from him, and with a moment of concentration, the weapon comes apart. You separate the sections of the hilt slightly so he can have a good look at the innards. That's certainly odd. Well, it does look correct. Try putting it together again. Click. Together it goes, seams disappearing as the parts slide together. And back apart? Click. And together once again. Click. Let me try again. But again he fails to take it apart, so he hands it back to you. Very, very strange. But not really a bad thing at all. There are certainly a few advantages to having you be the only one capable of breaking apart your weapon. Now go ahead and... Sorry, wait a moment. Best not to do this in a hallway. He leads you to the next open area, then gestures for you to go ahead. Please activate your saber. This should be a safe enough location. Yes, Master, you say, stepping back a bit to make some space. Once you're in the center of the room, you hold the saber in front of you and fervently pray to all the gods you know of that the thing doesn't explode, and then you push the button. Vroom! A brilliant purple light bathes the room. A amethyst blade, roughly 3/4 your height, springs forth from the hilt. The emitter sparks worryingly for a moment before stabilizing. Don't worry about that. Probably just a bit of dust or metal shavings stuck in the emitter. It happens with new sabers. A purple blade, though. He trails off before speaking again. Rare, very rare. I believe only Master Windu wields another purple lightsaber at the moment. He thinks for a moment more, staring at your weapon. Wait, no. He's staring at you. More specifically, he's staring at your head. You tilt your head slightly, then see the lighting in the room subtly change in response. Wait a minute. You tilt your head back the other way. The lighting changes back. But you're holding the lightsaber steady. It's the reflection of light. The reflection of light off your shiny bald head. Hey, stop staring! You yell in embarrassment. You shut the lightsaber off, at the same time cutting off Master Foulier's object of fascination. Sorry, Xena, it's just... You're certainly going to have some comments made about your apparent similarities with Master Windu. Maybe he'll even teach you Vapad, he teases. Your cheeks bloom crimson in your embarrassment. You're never going to live this down, are you? Terra is certainly never going to shut up about it. Why couldn't you have gotten a blue one or a green one? And no matter the embarrassment, you're still proud of yourself. You put the lightsaber together on the first try after going through a real-life trial. You're allowed to be at least a bit excited, right? By the end of the day, all the others have successfully constructed their lightsabers too, and you can finally say goodbye to this ancient ship and its abominable occupant. Well, maybe Huyang wasn't actually too bad, but you'd certainly not had the best first impression of the droid. But your experience and your talk with Master Foulier have truly made it clear that you will need to deal with this phobia of yours. Some way, somehow. Farewell, younglings. It has been wonderful to meet you all, and I have been incredibly impressed with you all. I hope to see you all again soon. Unfortunately, it seems that my Padawan and I are to be sent off again very soon. Duty calls and all, but I will return, and when I do, I hope to see you all having passed the initiate trials. May the Force be with you. And with that, Master Foulier departs. You are back on temple grounds, having passed the returning flight in deep thought about what to do next. Now that the gathering is over, you will have to face the initiate trials soon. You have roughly a year left before it begins, and you're definitely not ready. The initiate trials are composed of 3 parts. You must first demonstrate your knowledge of the Jedi Code. Next, demonstrate self-discipline through competency in meditation and lightsaber combat. Finally, prove your connection to the Force. The first trial is easy enough. As far back as you can remember, you have been instructed in the Jedi Code and have repeated it at least 1,000,000 times. All you really have to do is repeat it, and possibly give an anecdote about how you have demonstrated it in your life. The second trial, however, requires you to get at least a bit better in lightsaber combat. You know you're more than decent at Ataru and Neiman at your age, but you're certainly lacking in the other 4 forms. You will need to show at least some competency in all 6 to pass. Thus, you will probably have to do extra training to prepare yourself. Finally, the test of your connection with the Force. This one is likely to be the most difficult of all. If you have a bad day during the trials, you're certainly going to struggle in this task. Maybe if you can figure out what exactly you need to do to prove your connection, you can prepare yourself adequately. Of course, you have plenty of other concerns too. You still must resolve your bloodlust and your droid phobia, and maybe you should explore your strange connection with the warp too. For now, you'll plan ahead and figure things out along the way. 119 back to normal. That's certainly a rather macabre motif you have going there, Master Mazbow says when he sees your lightsaber. Blushing, you futilely try to hide your saber back in your robes, but it's far too late for that. He holds out his hand, and you do your best to suppress your embarrassment as you hand it over. So, what's with the skulls, Xena? I don't really know, Master. You hesitate. The droid, Huyang, told us to imagine what would resonate with us, and this is what came to mind. I'm not fully sure why, but there is one thing that might have something to do with it. Mazbow waits. Oh? Go ahead. On the ship, I dreamt of another ship, the biggest ship I've ever seen, maybe even a dozen kilometers long. And I was on the ship. I was the pilot, the navigator. The ship was really weird. It was like someone had put giant engines on a gargantuan cathedral and threw it into space, then decorated the whole thing with a lot of skulls. Skulls came up a lot. They were everywhere. I still don't see why you felt they were also needed on your lightsaber. I don't really know, Master. In my dream, I felt as if I were part of a larger whole. I was a member of something called the Imperium, and I drew strength from its cause. And I guess it also means that I'm supposed to, or was supposed to, like skulls. He's silent for a few seconds, contemplating what you've said. From his emotions, he's clearly disturbed. And you suppose you ought to be too. You're a Jedi. You're not supposed to hold loyalty to some weird space-born nation that you've dreamed up. But it felt natural. It felt as if you really belonged there. You felt powerful. But that's not what being a Jedi means. Not at all. You wield your power to protect others. You do not covet it, nor can you truly claim it. You are one with the Force, and the Force is one with you. Master Mazbow leans forward. I've said this before, but I'll say it as many times as I think is necessary. You must be careful. Whatever is going on with your dreams, you're clearly being influenced in some way by it. Come to me the next time you have that dream. I want to talk through it with you when it's fresh in your mind. Yes, Master. Thank you, Xena. I trust you, Master Mazbow says, smiling. He leans back in his chair, looking more relaxed. Now then, tell me how the gathering went. I'm sure you've had quite an adventure. At Mazbow's request, you spend the next hour relaying your experience at the gathering to him. He's a wonderful listener as always, sitting quietly and nodding along as you do your best to explain what happened. He asks a few clarifying questions, but he's content to just let you ramble on until you're finished. Of course, he's certainly surprised about your fight with your mirror self. You did hold yourself well, though, so he gives you the praise you seek before you move on. When you mention the experience of forging your lightsaber, he's even more impressed. After all, it's very rare for anyone to so successfully construct their lightsaber on their first ever try. Even if the weapon itself is disturbing from a Jedi's point of view, it's nonetheless a beautifully crafted tool. He's also understandably concerned when you mention your reaction to Huyang. You spoke with him before about your issue with the droids, but it's been a while since there was an actual problem. You often see droids around the temple, and you've learned to tolerate their presence. As with your other source of woe, bloodlust, Master Mazbow urges you to meditate on it until you can determine its origin and snuff it out at the source. As for your progress in clearing the bloodlust, or perhaps the lack thereof, there's been no change recently, thanks to the gathering getting in the way. In the next couple months, you've also decided to focus more on the droid problem than on the bloodlust. After all, you really should have faced your droid phobia long ago. It's simply embarrassing that you didn't find a way to deal with it until now. Before you leave, you set up some more training sessions with Master Mazbao in both Ataru and Nieman. You definitely need to improve in all your forms, and since Master Mazbao seems to be available for the next couple months, you want to take full advantage of the opportunity. Also, it is a nice excuse to spend time with him. Over the next month, you make such great progress with your Ataru and Nieman training that you decide to take a break. Your stamina and technique have both vastly improved, and you're almost able to force Master Mazbao back a few times in your practice bouts. So today, you decide to spend the time experimenting with Force Stanch under Master Mazbao's supervision. Force Stanch is such an inherently useful ability, capable of both stopping bleeding and disinfecting wounds. It's somewhat ridiculous for something so mundane, and if you can also purge warp taint with it, well, that's just icing on the leftover cake, isn't it? And so, you sit down in front of Master Mazbao and brace yourself as he produces a small, sterilized blade. He places it just below the second knuckle of your left index finger, then gives you just the slightest nick. Wincing in pain, you reach out to your wound and focus. With your normal eyes, all you see is the well of blood slowly scab over. With your warp eye, however, you observe something far more interesting. Just like with the clock, the loose bits of warp stuff closest to the point of application are ejected from your body, passing straight into the immaterium. The warp stuff entombed deep in the layers of your true self, however, stays stubbornly stuck. You watch the Force Stanch tug at the fringes of this warp stuff, but it is simply embedded in the matrix that is your true self. You won't be able to clear away most of it, but you're really not sure you need to. After all, you've lived with this your entire life, and the only issue was that it obscured your sense of the Force within you. The warp stuff closer to the surface of your true self, however, is banished away in chunks. Small chunks, though, so it may take time to clear it all. But as you continue the Force Stanch, you feel a small weight on your soul lift away. A weight whose presence you weren't even aware of is removed, and for a fleeting moment, you feel refreshed. And then, it's over. Master Mazbao forcefully lifts your hand away from your wound. If you continue further, the blood will clot within your veins. He says you'll encounter issues if you don't stop, so it's best to stop here and experiment more later. Master Mazbao also recommends that you wait a few days to see what happens. What you found gives you hope, though. You've proved to yourself that warp stuff flees from the touch of Force Stanch. Not only that, you've figured out that there is indeed something wrong right now. You're tainted in some strange way by the warp. The warp stuff you know of is normally just there and mostly inert, but as you've seen with your bloodlust, there are also times when it seems to be a poison within your system, something that you must purge. In your explorations today, you purged something from yourself, a part of something heavier that weighs upon your sense of self. There is something there, something you're not sure you want to allow to stay within you. During your meditation sessions, you spend yet more time delving into your true self. Unlike your search for bloodlust, you know for sure that this will be buried deep. However, the deeper you go, the murkier things become. Everything is covered in ostensibly benign warp stuff, and there are so many nuanced layers to sift through. In your last venture through here, when you were scouring your soul for the bloodlust, you didn't see anything inherently wrong. All you saw were hints of memory, always tinted by the abstract color of warp. There was nothing, absolutely nothing, like the tumorous bulb of bloodlust. But you only did a single pass back then. Perhaps you simply missed it? Or maybe not? After all, the taint of bloodlust came from your dive into the warp. If your phobia of droids stems from something mundane, then it's entirely possible that it looks like just about anything else. This is going to take a while. Your back slams against the floor and pain shoots through your spine, but you continue into a roll to avoid the next strike. Naine's blade crashes down where you just were. Sparks fly as she continues to drag it forward in an attempt to tag you with it. You roll and push outwards with the force, stalling her blade for just enough time for you to pop back on your feet and resume your stance. Impressive, Nayan remarks, but can you do it again? You only smile in response and bounce on your toes, ready for the next attack. The two of you are doing some extra evening practice today. 9 holds her lightsaber out, in its non-lethal configuration of course, in an attempt to strike you. Your job is to do your best to avoid 9's attacks for as long as possible without the use of your own saber. It's a very challenging game, but due to your small size, you are quite good at it. Suddenly, 9 lunges forward, her blade extended toward your center of mass, but you're ready for it and step to the side, allowing the attack to sail past. You then duck as she flicks the blade toward you from her already extended reach. Again, thanks to your short stature, you're able to clear the blade in time. You feel the heat as it passes only a hair's width above your horns. You whip around, swinging your tail at her while she's almost off balance. However, she just hops nimbly over it and presses you again with another attack. You once again dodge backwards, rolling in one quick motion and are back on your feet in a second, Nain's blade harmlessly swinging through nothing but air. "Why are you so damn good at this? I haven't hit you once!" she exclaims. "Luck, I guess. I'm surprised I've lasted this long." "Ha! Well, whatever you're doing, it's working," she says, stabbing at you again. You continue weaving between her swings, letting none come close to grazing you. Nain's lightsaber flashes between the two of you like a beautiful green fan, mesmerizing to see but stunningly painful to the touch. You dance backwards, stepping lightly on the balls of your feet to maintain your balance. With each flick of her blade, you feel yourself getting slower. It's painfully obvious that you won't be able to keep this up much longer, but 9 too is tiring just as quickly, and eventually ends her chain of attacks, frowning slightly in frustration. She's a good sport though, so she shuts off her saber and bows back to you when you acknowledge her attempt. 9 hooks her saber back on her belt and grabs the towel she brought to wipe off her sweat. You jog over to the other side of the training area to grab your own towel, then trot back over to her. "I'm going to go take a shower before dinner. You coming?" She gives you a small nod and follows you as you head out of the room. 9 is uncharacteristically quick to get over her disappointment of her performance today, almost immediately going back to chatting with you about inanities and complaints. She's normally much more hung up on her failures, so you're not entirely sure why she's reacting differently today. "Well, it's probably because this training is more for you than for me," she says when you gently ask. "I don't really want to hit you with my sword when you're unarmed, so I guess I feel like this training is more to help you get better at defending yourself than for me to learn how to hurt an unarmed opponent. That makes sense to you." "Thanks for your help, Nain. Do you want to swap roles next time?" Not really. I'm not really in the mood for pain," she says, waving her hands in rejection. "Maybe you should ask Choan and Doran. They kind of deserve the punishment right now." True enough. The endless ribbing from the two of them about your unfortunate similarities with Master Windu is extremely annoying. They certainly deserve a good kicking, far more than Nain does. "That's a good idea. But how do I make them show up? They'll probably just refuse." She hums in thought. "Maybe just guilt them into joining you." Probably won't work. "Do you have any blackmail?" "Younglings, what are you talking about?" Nightlan, one of your afternoon instructors, pokes her head out from around the corner. As the two of you stammer and try to come up with excuses, she steps all the way out to block the corridor. "What's this about blackmail?" "Nothing, Nightlan," the two of you say in sync. She gives you a reproachful look, clearly doubting you. Finally, she just sighs and waves you past. "Whatever you're trying to do, no blackmail. Got it?" "Got it. The two of you should review the code. The next time I see you, I'll expect you two to recite it and explain why blackmail is clearly against it. Understood?" "Yes, Nightlan," you say. As she continues past, you and 9 hurry away. No sense in sticking around just in case she thinks you deserve more lecturing. Maybe I'll think of another way to convince them to join in the fun. Yeah. Over the next few weeks, you spend your extra time doing more agility training as well as practicing your forms. Despite your performance against Nain, you're pretty sure that you're not going to be able to pull that off against a real opponent with actual murderous intent. You'll chalk it down as luck until you can pull it off again. You've definitely improved over the past couple months, though. You're slightly faster and slightly more adept at dodging than before. You've also certainly gotten better at both Makashi and Shien Gem So. But that's not exactly saying much, as you weren't very good at either one to begin with, knowing only the bare basics that every initiate must learn. However, you're definitely on the way toward competency. At the very least, you must show the masters that you can hold your own against an opponent using each one of the forms. Well, that's what you've heard. 120 tracking. Look, I'm just saying what we're all thinking. You can't deny it makes sense. What makes sense? You ask, walking into the room. Yolan and Doran are lounging in one of the common areas shared among initiates. The room is filled with initiates of all species, chatting, playing, or studying during their time of leisure. Each clan has traditionally staked a claim on at least one of the tables spread around the room. Your clan is no different. Each day, it's not uncommon to find a few of your cohort here, just laying about. Since Master Masbow is busy right now, and you have no classes, you've decided that you might as well see who's around. You know how every galactic body has positional coordinates? I think there should be 4 coordinates, not 3. It makes sense when you think about it, Yolan says, turning to you. Explain, please? Everything in the galaxy is given a positional coordinate relative to Coruscant, X, Y, and Z. It doesn't make the most amount of sense since Coruscant is also moving relative to the center of the galaxy, but it is what it is. Whatever. I think that everything should also be given a 4th coordinate measuring time. Why? To synchronize time. Right now, if you were a transport pilot and had to get your cargo from Coruscant to Ilum, for example, you wouldn't know what time it is on Ilum until you're near. So, if you were told to get a load of younglings to the gathering by noon, Ilum time, you might have already missed it. Everybody operates on Coruscanti time, of course, but the local time on a planet is also important. I still don't follow the 4th coordinate thing. Aren't you just describing time zones? There's that, but also, time isn't uniform throughout the galaxy. There's time dilation. Gravitational anomalies can cause issues. The further you go from Coruscant, the greater the difference in actual time there is. A 4th coordinate would tell you how to compensate. But is there really a problem right now? I thought people were already compensating in some way. Well, he hesitates. It's something for the future. It should be done just in case the current system breaks down. I guess it wouldn't hurt to think about it, but implementing it would be a huge hassle. I don't think it would be worth it. You'd also have to get the whole Senate to pass it, and I don't think that's possible. They don't agree on anything these days. You say? Yolan huffs and furrows his brow in thought, clearly annoyed at the unjust bureaucracy of the galaxy. Sorry, Yolan, we think it's a good idea. Right, Doran? You say, giving Doran a swift and surreptitious kick. Ow! Yeah, it just needs some work. You just need to convince a lot of people to make it reality. Yolan sighs, then nods in agreement. I'll think about it a bit more. I'm sure there's something to this idea. The archives are just as busy as the last time you visited. Jedi and librarians wander the endless halls, calming blue light giving everything an unearthly glow. You glance down a couple of the labyrinthian book-laden aisles, seeing nothing but diligent initiates and curious minds all around. No spaceflight storybooks on the ground. Good. Jocasta Nu is not in her usual spot at the service desk. Today the desk is manned by an aging Jedi Knight, one of the perpetuals who has dedicated their lives toward knowledge rather than advancement. He directs you down the far hallway when you ask for Master Nu. Apparently, she's doing some reorganizing. She could just as easily ask one of the other librarians to do the work, but once in a while she likes to do things herself. Can't keep a librarian away from her books, clearly. It's been a long time since you and Master Masbow brought your condition up with her, and you have yet to hear back from her. She did say that she would bring it up with the council, didn't she? She must have brought it to their attention by now, and therefore they must not really care enough to spare the time to tell you to quit meddling with the warp. But that doesn't sound like something they would do. There's no way they would be all right with a youngling having such disturbing dreams, especially if Master Nu thought it was serious enough to bring up. This is truly a conundrum, isn't it? You stop in your tracks, no longer so willing to go find Master Nu. Do you really want to know what they said? Either they've decided it's not worth the trouble, or they've already gotten someone to start looking into you. But nobody's come to question you yet, so maybe it wouldn't be so bad to just let them observe. It's not like you have anything to hide. Ah, hello, Xena. Are you lost? You whip around, yelping in surprise. You almost trip over your own tail, but fortunately catch yourself just in time. Oh dear, I'm sorry about that, Xena. What's gotten you so spooked? I don't look that frightening, I hope. Blushing furiously, you stammer out a negative. No, she's not frightening. You were just a bit surprised is all, having been lost in thought. Looking for something, Xena? Ah, have you found out anything more about your visions? You shake your head. No, Master Nu, I actually had more visions just before the gathering. Not the same kind, though. Not dangerous or scary. You pause for a second, gathering your thoughts. You found her. Or rather, she's found you. You might as well ask at this point. I'm actually here to ask you about what the council said. Did they have any, advice or anything? Oh, I'm sorry, dear. I've not yet been able to bring it up during the council sessions. There's been... She trails off, lost in thought. Her eyes glaze over as she thinks. Her hands clasp and unclasp, and for a moment you can see past her facade of a sprightly old woman and see the weary visage of a full-fledged master behind it. Master Nu? You prompt. Ah, my apologies once again, young Xena. The council sessions have been less productive than usual, and I have not had the time to bring it up. I will when I get the chance. I promise. Master, is there something wrong? No, it's politics, you see. Nothing for you to be concerned about, but nothing wears down an old body more than the boring speeches of politicians and planners. You'll understand when you're older. Master, shouldn't the council be, uninfluenced by politics? We're the Jedi. That is the idea, youngling. But we are all people, and thus we all have our own ideas and ideologies. It is a turbulent galaxy out there, and not even us council members up in our tall tower are immune to the influences from beyond these walls. I understand, Master. I'm sorry for bothering you. Oh no, do not worry about it. Don't mind my musings. It's always good to speak with younglings like yourself, always so curious. It makes me feel young again, too. Now, is there anything else you wanted to speak about? No, Master Nu, thank you. You're welcome, Xena. I will speak with you again soon. The disgusting bulge of bloodlust continues to resist your attempts to banish it, but you're sure that you're making progress. You poke and prod at it, learning from its reaction to your probing. Sometimes it will react one way, other times it will react in another. You're learning, though, learning that it can be defeated. You can see it trying to grow within you. It reaches out toward your memories, your emotions, your very soul, always trying to grow, feeding on anything within reach. But you don't let it. Every time it tries to expand, you push it back. You mentally stab it in its metaphorical fingers, loosening its grip and forcing it into a semi-dormant state. On top of the memory of your talk with Master Mazbao is yet another layer of protection for you, your success in the gathering. You talked your own self down. You did not rise to your challenges. You did not let the bloodlust get the better of you. You are in control, and you will stay in control. But you still have much work to do to rid yourself of the bloodlust. There is one trick that you would like to try to speed things up, though. Force Staunch. What would happen if you used its purification capability on your bloodlust? This calls for some experimentation. However, before you get to that, there's another idea you would like to explore. Is it possible to split off the purification part of Force Stanch from the blood-clotting aspect? This would allow you to get away from having to stab yourself in order to use the Force Stanch and clear the warp taint. That would certainly save you a lot of pain, especially if bloodlust is tougher to remove than you expect. Actually, why not just test that right now? Ow! But yes, it works. The tiniest bit of the malefic warp stuff making up the bloodlust is gone. It absolutely works. This is something worth exploring. If you could continuously use this, then you could definitely clear the bloodlust much faster. Now, how do you start splitting it? Wait, why don't you just ask Master Masbow? Maybe there's another way to do this. So you do. And yes, there is. There is something literally called force purification. Many of the Jedi within the halls of healing are able to perform this art. Unfortunately, Master Masbow doesn't know how to do it, so you will have to go find a healer to help you test your theory. Hopefully it will work to purge the warp taint. Otherwise, you'll just have to stick with the tried and true way of sucking up the pain. Now that you think about it, why are you doing this anyway? Is there a real reason to remove the warp taint? You're not really sure what it does. Sure, the bloodlust is clearly a result of warp taint, but all the other parts of you touched by warp stuff don't seem to have issues. Is it worth going through all the pain of clearing it? Well, you do feel better, in some weird way, when you use the force stanch on yourself. You do at least need to remove the bloodlust. If you have the time afterward, then maybe you'll continue to clear the remaining warp taint. You'll have to decide later, and if you do learn force purification, then you might as well use it for something, right? So it's decided. You'll go bother the healers when you have the time. Hopefully they'll teach you force purification. In the meantime, you'll have to stick with force stanch and bear with the pain. Besides poking away at your bloodlust, you continue searching for the cause of your droid phobia. Thanks to your ingenious detective skills, knowing that it must be deep in the recesses of your true self, it doesn't take too much longer to find it. You'd almost missed it. Well, you did miss it, at least during your first and second pass over this area. But third time's the charm, as they say. This part of your true self is weird. Really weird. Something about it unsettles you, which is even weirder because this is just you. Just like with any other part of your true self this far in, it's shrouded deeply in warp stuff. But it's strangely darker, dingier, scarier, which is possibly why you missed it the first time and second time around. You didn't want to look in here. You didn't want to come close. You didn't want to wake it. Wake what, though? What is it that you don't want to perturb? This is just another part of you, so why does it disturb you so? You tracked your fear here, though. You decided to take a drastic measure after having no results for so long. You went and found a droid, and while you quaked in your little boots, you turned your eye inward and tracked the glowing path of memory-bound fear as it wound its way through your true self. Deeper and deeper into yourself you went, chasing that spark. And this is where it ended up. You can see the exact location it went. Once it impacted this slice of your true self, it branched out, spreading out and glowing in the fog of warp stuff. But the place it contacted first, the place where it spread out from, was the most radiant of all. Now, you observe from a distance, unwilling to get close. Not yet. You mark that part out, the part where you know your phobia to be sourced from. You memorize it, for you do not want to find another droid to track the path once again. You've found it. Now it's time to remove it. This will be a delicate operation, though. Whatever it is that lies within you, you really don't want to see what it is. 1 to 21, redream. You lie awake tonight thinking, just thinking. The gathering was the most exciting event of your whole life. You took your first major step to becoming a Jedi Knight. You faced your insecurities and persevered. You constructed your own lightsaber. But what captivates your mind right now is not the events of the gathering yourself. It's not even the thought of your lightsaber. No, it's the memories of space travel that burn mostly brightly in your mind, the feeling of liftoff, being pressed down into your seat as the ship accelerated into orbit as the mighty thrust force of the ship exceeded even the capabilities of the gravitic generator to compensate, was exhilarating. In stark contrast was the peaceful glide of the ship as it gently accelerated out of planetary orbit, the feeling of loneliness up there, serenity. The hum of others' thoughts is ever present in the back of your mind. During the day, it is easy to ignore, for you always have something else in the forefront to distract you. But in times like this, when you wish for silence, you curse your ambient ability, for you can never find any. It's even worse during meditation sessions. During the night, most minds are muffled in the befuddlement of deep sleep. However, you, like everybody else, meditate during the daytime. During the day, everyone is awake and a torrent of unwelcome thoughts is constantly buffeting the walls of your mind, making meditation exceedingly difficult at times. Of course, you've learned to cope with it after all these years, but times of great excitement tend to make meditation practically impossible. It's been much easier over the past half year, though. Ever since you started using your warp eye in introspective meditation, you've been able to easily get straight to the meat of the meditation. You shift again in your bed, trying to find a more comfortable position. Lying on your back is terribly painful after too long, as the rigid chitin in your tail will dig into your skin. Lying on your front makes it hard to breathe, or gives you a stomachache if you ate too much at dinner. Therefore, you're relegated to lying on one of your sides. Flopping over, you sigh quietly. That's slightly better. Great. Now your forehead is itchy. You sit up and push your headband up and out of the way to give the area around your warp eye a good scratch. Maybe you need to give your headband a wash again? The padding tends to get sweat-stained and gross if you don't clean it often. A quick trip to the fresher, and you've given it a nice rinse and taken the time to relieve yourself. That's better. Sometimes it helps if you get up and move around too. Back to bed with you. What is it that made space feel so homely? Yes, it was quiet, but that was purely because the number of nearby minds vastly decreased. Being a nice and quiet place doesn't make something feel like home, though. Space is cold, empty, endless, but also familiar. That dream you had, the repetitive dream of power, the dream of navigation, the dream of the Imperial ship. Is that where the feeling comes from? It feels like memory. A long ago memory. The more you dreamt that dream and the more you think about it now, the more you feel like that person in the dream was definitely you. But is that a dream of what was or what could be? Or is it a silly trick of your imagination? It felt like memory, though, so it would logically be something that was. But that also makes no sense. The more you think about this, the more you're confused. These questions just circle back around and around. You flop back onto your other side, facing into the wall next to your bed. The most pertinent questions are, why did you have the dream? And what does it actually tell you? You only started having those dreams when you went to space and experienced the transition to hyperspace. Why did that trigger your strange fugue and the dream? Was it even cause and effect, or was it just coincidence? And what can you actually learn from the dream? Well, it sure seems that you could grow up to be a great pilot and navigator. The dream also made it quite clear that your eye had something to do with your position as a navigator, and that traversing the warp is possible as an alternative to hyperspace. If only you could just pause the dream as you dream it. You need more time to ponder its meanings, more time to dig into the dream and find out what lies within the massive hull of the ship. Your dream only persisted during your journey to and from the gathering. Ever since you've touched down, you've yet to dream it once again. If only there were a way to see it again. Oh, wait. You sit up in your bed, pushing your comforter aside and crossing your legs beneath you. You straighten your spine fully, working out the kinks born from your tossings and turnings. The tips of your horns brush the bunk above you as you stretch upward, but once you settle down, you're well within the optimum height to sit straight-backed on your bed. You reach up and adjust your headband again, just in case. You don't want to wake up your roommates with the light. You turn around, facing again toward the wall, your back to the open room. Closing your normal eyes, you first settle your breathing. You can feel your heart quickening slightly, still adjusting to your upright position. As it slows once again, you fold your hands into your lap, then open your warp eye, and you look within. You push past the cloud of your emotions and sift through the layers of your most recent memories and desires, the multitudinous fragments of your true self. Your recent training flashes by, both physical and mental. Your extra training in the past few months in order to prove your competency in lightsaber combat is satisfying to see. Master Mazbow and Knight Lan were certainly surprised at your skills. Books and articles spin past. You'd been reading up more on economics and political history. Interesting stuff, mostly focused on what brought about the Rusin Reformation as well as its immediate effects. Not relevant right now, though. Your recent studies with Terra. You've been working on languages with her. It seems she wishes to focus on diplomatic measures in the future, and understanding the local language wherever you go is always a boon. Still, not pertinent to your current goal. A bit more digging, and there you go. Back to the knowing grin. Maybe you should go a bit further back. It would probably be better to view your dream from the first time you saw it. You push past a few more layers of your true self, then grasp hold of your prize. A crystal clear view of your current desire. Perfect. You see it once again. The first thing that exits the Empyrean is the bow of the ship, clad in thousands of tons of metal, purpose-made for cleaving foes in twain. A massive golden ship, kilometers long and covered in the gruesome faces of 100-odd skulls. Cathedral-like with clearly religious iconography. Spires and arches stand out among the mottled stone hull. Massive guns loom in the darkness of the void, ever watchful against the endless tides of mankind's enemies. No less represented are the emblems of double-headed eagles, just like the one on your headband. And dwelling within the ship are thousands of valorous souls, human and machine alike, all standing strong against the heretical forces ahead. Within this ship is a memory of what was and what was supposed to be, a memory of you, the guide, the all-seeing eye, the navigator. A missing memory. This is what you needed. This is exactly what you needed. You need to get closer, though. Your point of view is, strangely, from the exterior of the ship, despite your certainty of your own self within. You need to get in there. You must find yourself. You must reclaim that memory. Now, how to get closer? All you have right now is the memory of a dream of a memory. You're one too many layers away. This is the memory of your dream, not the dream itself, but maybe you can trace it. Everything is memory, and your true self holds it all. You've traced your droid phobia deep into yourself, so why not do that again? But you are so very tired now, your body finally letting you know that it wants rest. Maybe this is an objective for another day's meditation. Maybe tomorrow. 122 thread. There's something you're forgetting, but what is it? The thought claws at your mind. You woke up in the oddest position earlier, 90 degrees off-axis with your head almost hanging off the bed and lying on your back with your tail bent painfully under you. What were you doing last night? Now, your tail hurts, your neck aches, and your back has indentations where it rested on your tail. What a wonderful start to the morning. Xena, are you all right? Tara says as she sits down next to you, her tray of food clanging against the refectory table. Huh? You don't seem very happy? Well, you have been making little grumbling noises all morning. Everything hurts, and it's difficult not to complain about it. You probably shouldn't bother Tara with such minor troubles, though. Sorry, I'm fine. I just slept weirdly. Ah, that's no good. Is there anything I can do to help? Nah, I just need to suck it up. Maybe I'll do more stretching later. Thanks for offering. What a good friend she is. You give her a quick hug, then get back to eating. It's going to be a long day, and you're going to need all the energy you can get. That introspective meditation of yours takes a lot out of you. Oh, so that's what you were forgetting. That's why you were sleeping with such terrible posture. You start shoveling the food into your mouth, trying to finish as quickly as possible. You need to be done soon so that you have plenty of time to explore more in your morning meditation. The morning's lesson will start in only an hour, so you don't have much time. Once you've gobbled up your food, you excuse yourself and quickly stand up to return your tray. You then exit the room and rush over to the meditation chambers. Settling yourself into the thin cushion, you start to count your breaths, trying to calm yourself. Your excitement has been getting the better of you, and this is not going to work unless you've regained control. A minute of breathing exercises later, and you finally feel calm enough to begin. Eyes closed, warp eye open, and away you go. You dive back in, retracing your steps from last night. You push past the layers of your true self until you've returned to viewing the memory of your dream, same as before. Big ship, exits from the warp, ready for anything, navigator and warp eye. Now, you're once again confronted with the question from last night. How can you find a memory you don't remember? You're banking on the idea that your true self is not just your mind. It is the assemblage of your life experiences built layer by layer. It is memory. It is emotion and desire. It is what is critical to your existence. It is an extension of your inner self. your soul. If this memory, the hidden one within this dream ship, stems from you, it must be there. It must be somewhere within you. On a hunch, you start from deep down, just like you did all those months before when you were looking for your bloodlust. You dive all the way to your inner self, skimming the rivers of force and warp stuff coursing through your body. Reaching, not out, but within, with both the force and your warp sense, you begin. Feel, don't think, do not try. There it is, a thread to follow. Just the barest feeling of familiarity. It feels similar in some abstruse way to that ship dream. You touch it gently, laying a finger of thought on it, keeping in contact as it shifts constantly in the currents of force and warp stuff stirred up by your meddling. It hangs in the nothingness of your inner self, lit by the streams of force and warp, glittering faintly like a spiderweb daubed in morning dew. You touch the vertex of the thread as it hangs between two distant stars. 2 directions to go, both upwards. One leads to the memory of the dream, the other to the true source. But which is which? It's risky to follow the thread all the way in one direction, only to find you've gone the wrong way. Not only that, but the clouds of warp stuff in your true self above you will make it nearly impossible to find the thread again if you lose it up there. It's best to first identify the correct direction to go. With the lightest touch, you hook your senses around the line to keep it in place, then spread the rest of your abstract mind back through your true self. You take utmost care to avoid tripping over the thread and losing it in the warp stuff that hangs like an iridescent cloud over everything you see. Nothing. You pull back, returning your attention solely to keeping the thread in place, fearful of snapping the fragile line. You then split yourself in 2, keeping one in place and sending the other back up to the memory of a dream. There, you locate where the thread is attached and give it a small shake, watching the perturbation disappear into the warp stuff beyond. Then, with a thought, you consolidate your attention again at the nadir of the arcing thread and simply wait and watch. There, the tiniest wave runs down the length of the thread. Now you know which way is which. Turning, you glide along, following the thread back to its true source. Wisps of warp stuff and memory blow past, but you keep your attention on the string, for you are sure you will never be able to find it again if you let go. Deeper and deeper into the darkening mist of an abstraction of your experiences you go. Where you end up, only you can know. And as you move, you can feel something. Something, unfortunately, very familiar. A sense of foreboding, a sense of unease, a feeling that grows stronger and stronger. And then you see it. A familiar spot, marked out in your recent memory. But now you see it more clearly. The silhouette of a massive ship looms out of the darkness, details growing ever more clear the closer you get. The adamantium hull is painted gold across the ship, with patches of mottled dark gray to mimic granite. Ornate skulls stare hollow-eyed out into the reaches of your true self. Cannons with barrel diameters many times greater than you are, tall gleam threateningly in the darkness. The clouds of warp stuff are not as thick as the last time you were here. There's no way you would have missed this otherwise. This is the same place your droid phobia springs from, and apparently this is where your missing memory lies. You blink, snapping out of your meditative trance. You're not really sure what to feel about what you found. It's certainly not the most pleasant find, but at least you know where it is. But what the heck? What is that thing even doing there? And how did you really miss it the first time? You're no closer to actually figuring out anything. It's always just more questions atop the terrible answers that you find. Well, now you have yet another thing to do. At least it's in a convenient location. But why does the whole ship give off such a horrific feeling? You felt not exactly comfortable, but at least confident in the dream. Why is it that when you actually find some sort of tangible representation of your dream inside your true self, that it's now something your mind intrinsically shies away from? It's time for class, though, so you stand up and exit the room. This is something you will need to think on. 123 stickers and the whole situation is unsettling. You're of 2 minds about what to do right now. On one hand, you really want to figure out what's going on, hence your current willingness to fight through the aura of disquiet the ship gives off in order to explore it. On the other hand, your good sense tells you that if it feels wrong, it probably is wrong, and therefore you should probably speak with Master Mazbow before doing anything stupid. By the time class is over, you've made up your mind. You're going to resist the temptation to poke around until you've spoken with Master Mazbow. After all, he specifically told you to come to him the next time you have that dream. Technically, you didn't dream it again, but you're pretty sure he would still want to know about it. So, your next session of meditation sees you back to clearing your bloodlust. You're in the same meditation chamber from an hour ago, and the cushion still retains the memory of your butt. You've brought with you a small knife, approved for your use by Master Mazbow. You lay down a couple of napkins taken from the breakfast table, then place the knife upon it. Pulling an alcohol wipe out of your pocket, you rip open the packaging and give the knife a thorough rubbing to sterilize the edge. Carefully, you position the knife above your hand and close your eyes. You find the site of your bloodlust quickly, familiar with it after so many sessions of attempting to clear it. With your senses, you give it a quick probe to check its growth, finding it to be not much larger than before. Fortunate. It seems that the longer you hold it at bay, the less potent it becomes. This will make the task easier. You lower the knife just until it's barely touching the skin of your left index finger, on the knuckle like last time. Bracing yourself, you give a quick pull, nicking the skin and drawing the slightest amount of blood. Hissing in pain, you drop the knife on the napkins you brought, then bring the hand back around to begin the application of force stanch. Turning your attention back to the bloodlust, you drive the stanch directly into its core. The surface of the thing ripples and you half expect it to start screaming, but all it does is sit there, warp stuff boiling away, banished back to the immaterium. Well, this has been successful. Something's missing, though. The feeling you get when you clear warp taint is absent. Strange. You'd almost been looking forward to it, that pleasant feeling of your metaphysical load being lightened. What happened? Is it because you directed your force stanch at the bloodlust? You open your eyes and pick up the knife again, wiping it down with the napkins and then the alcohol wipe. You hold it above your hand again, this time positioned above your middle finger. Another quick slice and you're bleeding again. You keep your warp eye trained on the area as you apply another use of force stanch. It's clearing the warp taint just fine, but again, you don't feel your load lightening. Why? Knife back in your hand. You don't waste time disinfecting it, though. The force stanch will handle that anyways. A cut on your ring finger this time, and you try it against the bloodlust again. You don't bother clearing the bloodlust properly, mainly focusing on the effect of the force stanch. There. You felt it, but only briefly, the hint of the weight on your soul disappearing, but then instantly replaced. There's something replacing the warp taint. You glare at the tumor of bloodlust. Well, it's pretty clear what's going on. This diabolical thing finds yet another way to be a nuisance. You're going to stomp this thing into the ground. Another use and you're getting close. You can feel it, but ow. Your fingers are really hurting now. You've also spent quite a long time in this meditation chamber. As much as you want to finish the job, you've spent way too much time here. Usually it takes weeks just to clear as much as you just did in one sitting. You're tired, your fingers hurt, you need some water, and you need use of the fresher. You gather everything up and bundle it into your robe, then leave the room. You need to clean yourself up. Lunch and your next lessons are soon. Xena, you've been holing yourself up in the meditation rooms again, haven't you? You look up at Terra. Actually, look up, that is. She's standing on the chair next to you, hands on her hips and glaring down at you like some sort of villain from a holofilm. Her robes sway gently in the breeze generated by initiates passing by. Shaking your head, you look back at your notes from the lesson. Master Shima lectured once again on the Naboo crisis, attempting to tie it to the political turmoil going down right now. You've been tracing the paths of taxes and protests across the news and comparing it to the information that Master Shima presented earlier. From what you can tell, he's correct. The Naboo crisis is directly related to the separatist crisis of the present day. The divide between the Outer Rim and the core worlds grows ever wider, and the tangled politics of the Republic Senate only serve to push the sides apart even further. Putting down your pen, you look up at Terra again. She's correct. Ever since all the warp stuff happened all those months ago, you spent more and more time frequenting the meditation chambers. For good reason, though. But do you really want to explain why to Tara or your other friends? As far as they know, you've either been deepening your connection with the Force like a good little initiate, or you've been using it as an excuse to take extended naps. Do you really want to bother them with your worries and issues? After all, you've been working hard to solve them yourself. These are your burden to deal with, not theirs. You already have Master Masbow to support you in this, too. Tara, you shouldn't stand on the chairs. It's not safe. Humph. Don't change the subject. She hops down anyway, then continues. You're almost never around outside of lessons and meals. I did some sparring with you and 9 earlier. That doesn't count. That's just more practice. I want to do something fun. You give her a quizzical look. That's not fun. No, it is fun. I just want to do something else with you, too. Like what? I don't know. Anything is fine. Just not more sparring. You think for a bit. You'll have to put off speaking with Master Masbow for a bit if Tara's going to accompany you, but he might be busy today anyway. He did mention that he might have something going during the time you would meet normally today. You do have a few other things you want to do that she can tag along for, though. I've been meaning to go find out more about the trials. Do you want to come with me? Where? Who are you going to ask? Good questions. A few things come to mind. How about we talk to a Padawan? Maybe there's somebody who'll be willing to chat with us. Tara thinks about it for a moment, then nods in agreement. That's still not very fun, Xena, but I guess it'll be important. But we're going to do something actually fun afterwards. All right. We'll go after dinner, okay? Okay. What you didn't tell Tara is that you do technically have a bit of free time between your physical training lesson and dinner. You could spend the time hanging out with her or spend it on doing more meditation. But you really want to visit the halls of healing. You really want to learn force purification, especially after your latest experiences. Injuring yourself in order to effectively use force stanch is not ideal. It hurts. It's mildly dangerous. It straight up sucks. If you could use force purification to do the same thing, then you're absolutely going to go and learn it. Who knows? Maybe it'll be more effective. After all, force stanch isn't even purposed toward purification. Force purification, on the other hand, literally has it in the name. And so you find yourself wandering down to the medical wing after training, not even having bothered to shower first. What? You can do it later. You don't smell that bad, right? The last time you were here was when you had your warp dream. That was not the most pleasant of experiences, and so you proceed with a bit of trepidation. Visiting the halls of healing almost never means anything good, but you push onwards for you have a much more positive goal. As you approach, you hear the murmuring of calming voices and smell the cloying scent of antiseptic. At the service desk are 2 secretaries, the emblem of the Jedi Medical Corps on their name tags. Hello there, youngling. Do you have an appointment? The Pantoran on the right, Riss Chemoida, according to her name tag, peers over the desk at you, giving you a welcoming smile. You stammer. I actually just wanted to talk to a healer about learning healing stuff. Is anybody free right now? She clicks away at her keyboard for a moment. Master Core appears to be free right now. However, if something comes up, you will depart. She must be allowed to perform her duties first and foremost. Understood. Very well, youngling. Ro, could you get the door for her? Thank you. Youngling, go down the main hallway and take the 3rd right. Core's office is the first door down. It's marked with her name. Thank you. Have a good day. You too, youngling. Following the instructions, you find yourself in front of the door. 2/3 of the way up is a cheerfully decorated nameplate, covered in smiling stickers and doodles of happy-looking syringes. Odd taste, but to each their own. In the center is the name Albacore. You give a small knock on the door, but hear nothing. You knock a bit harder. The faint sound of a yelp and something clattering against the linoleum floor causes you to wince, but you try to keep the apologetic look off your face when you open the door at the "come in" from within. I'm sorry for startling you, Master Core. My name is Xena. I'd like to ask a few questions if you have the time. Oh, don't worry, she says, her voice vibrating with the natural gurgling tone of the Mon calamari species. I should have been paying more attention anyway. I even missed the notification that Riss sent me. She leans down and whispers to you, "Don't tell anyone about that, all right? I'll give you a sticker if you don't." I won't." Wonderful. She reaches into a nearby drawer and pulls out a handful of stickers. Fumbling with them for a moment, she rips one off of its backing and adheres it to your cheek, dropping the rest in the process. Mon calamari are not well known for their dexterity, after all. "Thank you?" "You are most welcome," she says, mimicking your tone. At your frown, she starts laughing while peeling another sticker. Leaning forward, she pastes it to your other cheek. "Perfect! Ah, you're so cute when you pout like that. You're not sure if you love her or hate her. Now then, what can I do you for? I suppose this is an interrogation now, huh? I swear I didn't do anything wrong." You hold back a sigh, then speak. "Master Core, could you teach me force purification?" "Straight to the point. Well, I suppose I should get serious then. Why do you want to learn it?" She leans forward, turning her head such that one of her bulging eyes stares you straight in the face. "It could be useful. I've learned force stanch, but it's not always appropriate to use. Being able to purify being able to purify something other than open wounds would be really useful." "Indeed! But what need does an initiate have to learn force purification or force stanch? Are you seeking to join the medical corps?" This is your chance to ask for more information about the medical corps. Might as well do so while you're here. "Maybe. I don't know too much about it, though, or about the service corps in general. I'd like to know more if you're willing to tell me, but I'd still like to learn force purification even if I don't end up going for the medical corps. It'll be useful at some point, I think. No matter what branch I end up in, or if I end up as a Padawan, I think I'll be able to make use of it. The more I learn now, the more prepared I'll be for my trials, too." "So admirable! Very well, I'll teach you. But you need to stop cutting yourself. That's no good at all." You glance down at your fingers, then look back at her guiltily. "It was just for practice with force stanch." I'll believe you. This time," she says, trailing off menacingly. The effect is ruined when she grins at you a second later. You're not sure what to say to that. Without warning, she snatches up your hand in hers, dragging it upwards. You stand awkwardly, arm held up above your head while she examines the scabs on your knuckles. Clicking her tongue, she wraps her webbed fingers around your fingers, concealing them from sight. In your force sense, you feel a vortex in the force as she frowns in concentration. After another beat, she lets go. Fingers tingling, you bring your hand back down and examine it. As you expected, the scabs are all gone and not even scars remain. It's as if your wounds were never there. Could I learn that too? Maybe if I have extra time. As for teaching your force purification, just come around this time or during lunch. I'm technically off shift at this time, but my excellent services are always in demand, so I may be called away to care for a patient. "Thank you, Master," you say gratefully. "Ha! Already calling me Master. Perfect. Hey, if you pass the initiate trials, maybe I'll take you as my apprentice. That is, if you're still interested in doing healing work. If you end up in the medical corps, I'll definitely take you under me too." "Well, that's a rather generous offer. You've just met this woman and she's already offering to take you under her wing. She's either really shady or just really weird. Either way, it's still an amazing opportunity. But then again, there's Master Masbow. He'll definitely take you as an apprentice if you ask, right? So right now, the options are apprentice to a strange healer, or apprentice to the master you've known your whole life. You'll at least keep her offer in mind. Thank you very much, Master Core. I will definitely keep your generous offer in mind. My goodness, you're just so cute, so polite. She reaches over and pats you on the head, causing you to yelp in surprise and outrage. Pushing her hands away, you look up at her and return to your earlier questions. "Master Core, could you tell me about the medical corps and the other branches of the service corps?" Yes, have a seat. Xena, was it? Yes. Good, here, grab the chair over there, unless you'd like to get on the examination table? No thanks. Pity? She sits in her own chair, one of them fancy ones with the rolling bits and the swivelly whatsits. Where should I start? How about I just start with the Service Corps as a whole? The Jedi Service Corps is headed by the Council of Reassignment. If you were to be determined to be unfit to become a Padawan, you would face the 5 Masters of the Reassignment Council. They would assess your potential to serve the Order in another way, or would assist you in finding a life outside of the Jedi Order. Below the Council of Reassignment are 4 other sub-councils, each one dedicated to the management of a different Service Corps branch: MedCorps, AgriCorps, EduCorps, and Explore Corps. Each of the branches serves the Order in a crucial way. Obviously, MedCorps is the most important, even if it's one of the smaller of the 4. Well, I say this, though I am not technically a member of the MedCorps. The vast majority of MedCorps members are those who could not continue the path toward knighthood. I work very closely with MedCorps, so I am highly familiar with the tremendous amount of work done here. This branch is truly a branch dedicated to the good of the people. If you were to join the MedCorps, or join me in working with them, then you can be sure that you're doing something worthwhile. Here, in the Halls of Healing, we take care of both Jedi and non-Jedi. I am a healer. The MedCorps serve as assistants and technicians. Together we make people happy and healthy. It is a worthy and rewarding task. AgriCorps comes in at a close second in my personal rankings. The members of the AgriCorps work to provide struggling communities with all-important sustenance. Those who have been hit by drought or crop failure are given hope by the arrival of the AgriCorps. At first glance, the roles within the AgriCorps seem dull, boring even. Maybe that's true, but just like with MedCorps, you can be sure that you're doing the right thing. Third on the list is the EduCorps. The members of the EduCorps are those stuffy scholars you see in the archives. They love their books, and I could swear the books love them back. Of course, not all of the EduCorps is devoted to librarian work. They're called the EduCorps for a reason. Similar to the AgriCorps, the EduCorps seeks out the disadvantaged in the wider galaxy and assists them in their own way. There are many out there who owe their success to the knowledge imparted on them by the Jedi EduCorps. Finally, there's the Explore Corps. If you've got a hankering for adventure, then there's no better place to be. The Explore Corps survey the galaxy, doing archaeology and all sorts of research out there. I'm not as familiar with them as with the others, but I do know that much knowledge has been discovered or reclaimed by the Explore Corps. I've heard that they also have hundreds of bases across the galaxy, though I'm not entirely sure what for. If you are interested in galactic navigation or archaeology, then I suppose you might enjoy it. You certainly have a penchant for navigation according to your dreams. You keep the excitement off your face for now, though. That's about all I know for the other branches. If you want even more detail on what you can do in the MedCorps or as a healer, I can go into much more detail. Maybe later. Thank you very much, Master. I think I need to go now. Dinner is starting soon. Visit me again soon, little Xena. Remember, same time, same place. We'll get started on learning you some force purification when you're back. With that, you smile and give a small wave of goodbye and head out the door. You head back out of the halls of healing, making your way to the refectory. It's only after you've received your food, sat down at the table, and been made fun of by your friends that you realize that the stickers are still on your face. Well, at least they partially cover the red of your blushing cheeks. 1 to 24 pilfering Padawans. So who exactly are we going to talk to? Tara asks. I don't know. You've just finished up your dinner and are now ready to fulfill your plan. But who exactly are you going to talk to? You've narrowed it down to a Padawan at the very least. Padawans are infinitely more approachable than knights, let alone masters. And they're more likely to remember the contents of their own trials simply because it's a more recent event for them. Not only that, but you've heard that the trials tend to change over the years. While the themes of the trials have stayed the same for centuries, the customs and social norms of the Jedi Order have not. This results in the trials being changed every so often to better reflect the values of the changing Jedi Order. You must be careful about voicing that thought, though, for the mere idea that the Jedi Order could change at all is anathema to the beliefs of a not insignificant number of Jedi within the temple. Why don't we just try and catch one while they're leaving the cafeteria? you say after some thought. Easiest to just let them come to us. Easier said than done. Well, not really true. You just have to stand there and keep an eye out for Padawans, but it's surprisingly difficult to find one who seems available to talk. Many Padawans are clearly busy, immediately rushing off to do something. Others are in deep conversation, speaking at an ever-increasing volume. Even more are the ones you are not sure are even Padawans. Their age is too similar to yours for you to be sure they're not just slightly older-looking initiates, especially when they're moving in crowds, their braids hidden purely by your obstructed line of sight. Eventually, you spy a couple of potential candidates who seem to only be mildly chatting. Hopefully they don't mind the interruption. You march up to the two of them, one of them a female Zabrak with longer horns than usual for her species, the other a human, tall and with incredibly impressive musculature, unable to be hidden by robes that appeared to be 3 sizes too small. You try to avoid staring at her? It's surprisingly difficult to tell, well-defined anatomy, but are apparently unsuccessful when they catch you looking and stare right back. Caught, you decide that you might as well press forward and ask your question. "Excuse me. What are you looking at, youngling? Have I got something on my face?" The big one cuts in. We were looking for some Padawans. You're a Padawan, right?" The Zabrak Padawan turns her head slightly, showing off the string of silka beads draping down. She then reaches upwards and grabs the braid of the big one and shows it off to you, causing them to wince in pain. Oddly, she speaks no words the whole time. "Guilt! Let go! That hurts! Ah, that's better." They reel back as the Zabrak, guilt apparently, releases the braid. Then they sock the Zabrak girl on the shoulder, then continue. "My name's Lana, and this one is Guilt. She doesn't like speaking very much to new people, so don't mind her. So what do you want? Actually, how about you tell me what you are first? I haven't seen anything like you before." "Hey!" Tara butts in, literally jumping in front of you. "That's rude. How about you tell us what you are first?" Lana turns to Guilt, who just shrugs her shoulders. She leans down and picks up Tara and tucks her under her arm before striding down the hallway. You and Guilt stand there for a moment, look at one another, then race after the two of them. "Let me go!" "Nah, I'll bite you. Just try it." "Ow! My teeth! Why is your arm so hard?" "Pure muscle, lil' wimpy one." "Ah! Let me go!" You can just barely hear them ahead of you as you try to catch up. All you can see is the shape of Lana's broad back retreating into the distance with a comparatively tiny pair of legs kicking away from the crook of Lana's arm. Despite her longer legs, Guilt doesn't seem to have any better luck keeping up. Surprisingly, she seems to already be flagging by the sound of her wheezing breaths. Another dozen meters and she's stopped to catch her breath, arms akimbo. Seeing this, you pump your legs harder. You must save your friend. In the far distance, you see Lana turn a corner, Tara still wailing like a baby bantha. All around, Jedi watch in varying degrees of confusion, amusement, and concern. All 3 of these only go further up when you race past at top speed, which is admittedly not very fast. Your efforts are all for naught, though, when you turn yet another corner and see no sign of them. The scuff of a boot against the ground and the beginning of a scream give you just enough warning to leap backwards, a massive hand just barely missing your arm. "Watch out, Xena!" Tara screams, half a second later. Lana seems to have been covering Tara's mouth, keeping her from speaking out. It was only during the clumsy ambush that Tara was freed to attempt the warning. "Let her go!" you cry, launching yourself at Lana. You jump on their back, doing your best to wrap your arms around their neck to choke them out. Alas, Lana's trapezius is just as incessantly swollen as their meaty biceps that you can't encircle their neck fully, leaving you to dangle pathetically off their back. Lana roars with laughter as they spin around. You swing out, radially accelerated by the centripetal force, toes skimming against the walls in the tight hallway. In terror, you try to dig your fingers into Lana's beefy neck, but find no purchase. A few more rotations and your fingers slip, sending you tumbling away, screaming. but rather than slamming into the stone-carved wall, you instead impact a significantly softer and fleshier target. Guilt collapses beneath you and the both of you go sliding back down the hallway. "Oh no, Guilt, you okay?" Lana quits the fanatic twirling and rushes over toward her, dropping Tara along the way. In a moment, Tara's back on her feet, but as she too attempts to make her way over, she stumbles dizzily and has to rest against the wall. "Ugh, I don't feel so good." As she fights to keep her dinner down, Lana reaches you and Guilt. She reaches out and painfully flips you off of Guilt, dropping you to the cold, hard floor. "Guilt, speak to me. Are you all right?" "I hate you, you know." "You're okay!" While Lana begins premature celebrations, Guilt reaches out with both arms as if to give them a hug, then slams her palms into Lana's cheeks with a tremendous smack. "Ow! Why?" "You deserved that, you oaf. What were you thinking? Why'd you just up and kidnap an initiate? And why'd you throw the other one at me?" "I'm sorry. I thought it'd be funny. And I didn't mean to throw the scorpion kid at you. She did that herself." "Hey!" Guilt cuts in before you can say more, physically stepping between you and Lana. She turns toward you, giving Lana another lighter slap for that last comment. "I'm sorry about her. She doesn't think very much. She's very stupid, as you can tell." You intelligently reply. "I'll answer your questions, just please don't tell anyone about Lana doing all this. She's gotten into enough trouble already. I'm really very sorry about all that." You stare into her eyes, searching for sincerity in her words. To all your senses, she appears genuine. You give a quick look at Tara, now resting against the wall. Thankfully, there doesn't seem to be any vomit on either the floor or on her clothing, so you think she might have kept it in for now. She doesn't seem to be in any condition for the interrogation session, though, so you'll have to see what she thinks later. "Oh, all right, I'll forgive you for now. I don't know if Tara will, though, so your answers had better be good." "I understand. Go ahead." You take a quick look around, but there's no place to sit comfortably, so you choose to stand. The hallway is completely deserted. It appears as if this is one of those low-trafficked areas, similar to the place you had your little birthday party in all those months ago. Guilt, in the meantime, just gestures at Lana to stay kneeling as she was earlier, then hops up and sits elegantly upon Lana's back. That's probably deserved, but probably not what a Padawan should do to another. At your look of disapproval, Guilt rolls her eyes and drops back down, standing instead. Firstly, Guilt. Why didn't you say anything earlier? You speak perfectly fine. That's a bit personal. I thought you were going to ask about something else. You said you'd answer my questions. This is one of them. She sighs in exasperation. Oh, all right, fine. Like Lana said, I don't like talking to new people. I literally don't like it. I'm not scared of it. I just don't like doing it. I'm only talking to you now because Lana's actions have forced me to do so. Wait a minute. Lana, did you do all that just so I'd have to speak? Maybe? I really, really hate you. We'll talk more about this later. Anyways, what was your name again? Xena, that's Tara over there. Okay, Xena, keep going. What I actually wanted to ask you is what are the initiate trials like? They're coming up soon. Oh ho, she laughs, sounding suspiciously like one of those hollow film villains. Preparing yourself, I see? Well, there's not much to tell. As long as you've been preparing well, then you have nothing to worry about. First, you just recite the code. That's it. Easy enough. Second, you meditate for a bit. I think all they do is test to see if you have the willpower to not fall asleep after meditating for 2 hours. That's what I had to do. I heard that the alternative to the second trial is to fight a knight for a little bit. You don't have to win. You just have to show that you don't suck. Some people might have to do both. For the third task, you need to go and find a golden cup hidden somewhere in the temple. You'll face many terrible foes along the way, like uppity peasants, man-eating rabbits, and worst of all, French people. What's a French? Wait, don't answer that. I think you're lying about that last trial. What makes you think that? You're smiling. Guilt covers her mouth, then swipes her hand to the left. Her mouth is now set into a stern line, but the effect is ruined by the crinkling in the corner of her eyes and the angle of her eyebrows. Can you please answer my question? Only if you first tell me your favorite color. What? Kidding. Same holofilm as that other bantha crap. Okay, so the third trial is to just show your connection with the Force. Just juggle something with telekinesis and you're good to go. Is it really that easy? No. You glare at her. Then, what are you leaving out? I can't tell you. It's different for everyone. The third trial is the most personal of the three. You need to show your own personal connection to the Force. Mine was literally juggling some balls. What I didn't say was, how many? I trained my dexterity with the Force such that I could concentrate on catching and throwing as many small objects as possible, then use that to show my competence. It's up to you to prove your own worth. You're quiet for a moment, thinking, what is it that you can use to prove your own competence? You've always had some troubles with manipulating the Force with significant dexterity. If you go slow, you can handle delicate tasks, but even that sometimes fails on a bad day. Would just demonstrating your capability to use Force stanch be good enough? It isn't that complex of an ability, but it does show your dedication to studying the Force outside of the basic lessons. Hopefully the masters will accept that. Looking back up, you meet Guilt's eyes, then bow to her surprise. Thank you for answering my questions, Guilt, and thanks for being a good sandbag. I thought I was actually going to get hurt earlier. She rolls her eyes again. Just covering for my idiot friend. Again, please don't speak about this to anyone. You walk down the hall to Tara, helping her up. With a nod to Guilt, you drag Tara out the door. That was interesting. Interesting, my foot. That was horrible. You give her a guilty look. Sorry, Tara. I absolutely did not expect it to go that way. Do you still want to go do something? Yes, now even more so. But after I shower again. You're lucky you're not the one who was trapped under that ranker's armpit. Sorry. Again. 1 to 25 Spire shenanigans. All right, so what is it that you want to do? You ask Tara. Hush! Keep quiet. The two of you are in your quarters, Tara having finished her quick shower after that rather exciting meeting with the Padawans. Tara drags you closer, lowering her voice down to a whisper, to the point where you have to turn your head to hear her more clearly. We're going to do some stargazing. You stare at her in incredulity. Initiates have a nightly curfew to prevent you all from making trouble. Each clan of younglings also has at least one caretaker who checks in from time to time to ensure your safety. If you were to disappear off into the night, you have no doubt that you'd be caught in moments. Not only that, but there is no way you'll be able to even get a good look at the stars. Despite the temple being on the top levels of the city, that doesn't mean you're able to escape the all-encompassing smog of industry. It diffuses the light of the surrounding districts, making it impossible to enjoy the view of the stars. And how are we going to do that, you ask? If she's proposing something like this, she must have a plan. I asked Nine and Cho'an to cover for us. If Master Binaj notices we're gone, they'll just say we're using the fresher. I guess that might work. She might be able to tell if they're lying, though. We'll just have to take that risk. You shake your head in exasperation. Oh, Tara, always so enthusiastic but terrible at planning. She lives in the moment, failing to consider the consequences of her actions at times, usually when she gets too excited. You did promise to go along with her, though, so you'll just have to suffer along with her when the two of you inevitably get caught. Okay, but where are we going to go? It's not like we'll get much of a better view from anywhere else than from the window here. To your great concern, Tara gives you the biggest smile you've seen from her all day. Her teeth flash, reflecting the light from your eyes. We're gonna go up. Up? What do you... Oh. You pause in realization. Oh no, 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 no. You can't be serious. There's only 5 places within the Jedi Temple grounds that will allow you to rise above the choking smog. 5 places that you really shouldn't be. We're going up one of the spires. Tara, this is absolutely insane. You're absolutely insane. We're going to be punished so hard for this. Shh, she hisses at you. Leaning forward, she peeks around the corner, then dashes forward, dragging you along. The two of you dash across the hallway, feet muffled by 2 layers of socks. You've left your boots behind, for you're sure that the tapping of the soles would easily give you away. Darting into an alcove, the two of you pause to catch your breaths. You're only on the first leg of your little adventure, and you're already stressed out of your mind. Right now, you need to first make your way to one of the 5 spires. There are 5 spires of the Jedi Temple, each one dedicated for a distinct purpose. The central spire, the tallest, is the most sacred of the 5. Within the spire are many chambers and items held to the utmost importance to the Jedi, and thus is guarded at all times. Obviously, the two of you aren't going to risk the Master's wrath by trying for this one, despite it probably having the best view. The southeast spire is also right out. It is there where the most active of councils sits. The Tower of Reconciliation serves to solve political disputes throughout the galaxy, helping with crucial steps of peaceful negotiation. In these turbulent times, the masters of that council are kept busy all day long, and sometimes deep into the night. You have no wish to wander up that spire, only to bump into a council member sneaking out for a well-deserved break. The southwest spire is yet another tower you wish to avoid. Within that spire sits the Jedi High Council. Even if it's unlikely for the old farts on that council to be up this late, you're pretty sure that spire is still going to be rather well guarded. That leaves 2 potential candidates for late-night shenanigans, the northwest and northeast towers. The Northwest Tower is home to the Council of First Knowledge, who hold all decision-making power in the management of the Jedi Temple, different from the High Council in that the High Council holds power for the Jedi Order as a whole. The Northeast Tower holds the Council of Reassignment, who deal with young initiates who fail to obtain an apprenticeship. Hopefully, if or when you're caught tonight, you don't end up in front of those masters so soon. You'd like to at least make it to the trials first. However, between getting caught by those masters versus getting caught by those of the Council of First Knowledge, you'd much rather it be the former than the latter. These masters are certainly more used to dealing with wayward younglings, hopefully with kindness. Therefore, when the two of you come to the next junction, you pull Tara down the right-hand path. You make good time, dashing down the hallways when you're sure no one's near. As you run, you reach out with all your senses, watching for shadows around corners, straining your ears to catch unexpected sound, feeling for any life besides you and Tara though the Force, casting your gaze about, warp eye blazing behind your headband, looking for any souls around. Your effort is not in vain, for more than once are you able to perceive a potential threat to your mischief. Each time you pull Tara aside, ducking into a nearby room or behind furniture with more than enough time to spare. As you do so, you resist the urge to watch the wandering knight or master pass, instead keeping your glowing eyes hidden and simply waiting until they've gone far enough to fade from your force sense. And before you know it, you've made it to the base of the spire. You've certainly learned a lot from your experience. Both the Force and your witch sight were incredibly useful for sneaking around, and you're sure you can pull it off again. It is a bit taxing on the mind, though, so you'll certainly sleep well tonight. If you can make it back to your bed before being caught, that is. Not only are your senses useful for stealth, but they're extremely useful for detecting others too. After all, that's what you were trained to do with your Force sense. However, it requires concentration to truly work. You're sure that the Jedi who passed you by sensed you subconsciously but paid you no mind. After all, this is the Jedi Temple. What threat could there be hiding in the shadows? It's likely you faded into the background, blending in with the life force of all the other beings around. You're unlikely to be spotted by a random wandering Jedi who is not actively looking for curfew-dodging younglings. However, ahead of you lies the spire, most likely guarded and a much greater challenge to face. This is your last chance to turn back, the last chance to walk away from near-certain punishment. But this is exhilarating. Sneaking around, moments away from getting caught, is fun. The adrenaline continues to pump through your veins and you're practically vibrating with excitement. So, you turn to Tara and ask, "You ready?" "Yeah." Just around the corner are the main doors to the spire, flanked by a pair of guards. The temple guards are garbed just like Master Masbow when he's at work. Each one anonymous, each imposing with their double-sided pikes and clear strength in the force. And it happens that these two are now leaving? Well, that's convenient. They stroll off around the corner, leaving the door completely unguarded. At an unspoken signal, the two of you rush forwards, barely making a sound as you cross the distance. You're not sure exactly where the guards are going, but you're certain you'd like to already be inside by the time they're back. However, as much of a rush as you're in, you make sure to hold Tara back from yanking the door open immediately. Instead, you pause for a second, leaning into your force and warp senses to check for anybody inside first. Finding no one, you nod to Tara and lead her inside. The whole place is dark. Good. That means that everyone's already left. A bit strange considering you thought the entire temple was supposed to be busy every hour of the day, other than for initiates, that is. You're given a nightly curfew to, according to the masters, make sure you get enough sleep so that you grow up big and strong. You're pretty sure it's actually just to keep you out of trouble, at least for the night. Well, considering you're out here and not safely in bed, that's just wishful thinking on their part. The center of the spire hosts a turbo lift, very helpful for the aging masters who sit on the council. You're pretty sure you wouldn't want to trudge up the several hundred steps of stairs every day when you get that old. Right now, though, you're young and still shaking with excitement, and therefore are all right with climbing the stairs tonight. The stairs are going to be much safer, too. If you sense anyone ahead, you'll be able to stop and backtrack. You'll not be able to do so from inside a turbo lift. So you silence Tara's complaints with your good reasoning and begin the mighty climb. Again, luck is with you. Nobody seems to be around at all, not even droids. You hear no sounds of movement other than the muffled shuffling of your and Tara's feet, and you again sense no signs of life. You lead Tara by the hand as you move, for it is too dark for your friend to see. Poor Tara has to feel her way forward with every step, trusting you to keep her from tripping over something and tumbling backwards down the stairs. Fortunately for her, you are a good friend. You'd never do something so evil, like let go of her hand and disappear into the darkness. Eek! She lets out a soft shriek, swiping her hands around ahead of her in search of you. She kneels down for safety, then calls out for you in panic. Xena! Xena, where'd you go? Don't leave me! Okay, you'll admit it. That was a bit mean of you. Guiltily, you step back over from the side of the stairs and whisper to her. Sorry, Tara. I, lost my grip on you for a second. You liar! I know you let go on purpose. She grabs onto your arm with all her strength as she speaks, causing you to wince in pain. Don't do that again. Sorry. Let's just go. A few hundred more stairs and you're definitely tiring. This is looking to be less and less fun than you'd thought. Hundreds of stairs to the top? No. More like thousands. Your legs burn. You're definitely going to feel this in the morning, even more so than you do now. So you decide to compromise. You and Tara take the turbo lift up a few dozen floors, then hop off to walk up another few levels while carefully searching ahead with the Force and with your warp sight. You repeat the process until you're nearing the top, then decide to walk the rest of the way. But just as you think you're in the clear and are about to speak your relief to Tara, you hear something echoing from up ahead. Voices. That ain't good. You stop in your tracks, causing Tara to bump into you. Fortunately, she's able to recover herself and doesn't fall. Hopefully, you're far enough away that whoever is ahead of you is unable to sense you with their indubitably better force senses. You shuffle over to the side, crouching down, ready to move back down. There are no nearby floors other than one up ahead, so you'll have to backtrack rather far if whoever is over there comes this way. Fortunately, they don't. You can hear the faint whine of motors, then the soft whooshing as turbolift doors open. After a moment, you hear both noises again as the turbolift makes its way down. You're safe. You move upward again, cautiously. Who knows if there is anyone else ahead? You're unfamiliar with the spires, so you have no idea of its layout. It could be that the council is currently in session, and someone just stepped out to use the fresher, and the only fresher around is at the bottom of the tower. Best use caution in times like these. But your fears are unfounded. Though the lights have been left on, it seems that nobody else is around. Instead, all you find is a damp floor, smelling faintly like cleaning chemicals. The person who just left was probably just janitorial staff, doing a late-night cleanup. "Tara, I think it's clear." She moves up ahead, also reaching out with the force. "Oh good, I think you're right, let's get going." You move through the various rooms of the penthouse floor of the spire, looking for somewhere with a good view. As much as it would be fun, you're pretty sure it wouldn't be a good idea to make your way outside the spire at this height. The winds this far up can get quite strong, and you'd much rather not make your way down from the outside of the spire. So instead, you find the council meeting room. In here is a circle of seats, which you make sure not to touch, as well as a set of large windows, giving you one of the best views in all of Coruscant. You avoid the center of the room, trying not to imagine what it would be like to stand there in the future. Instead, you wander around the edges, peering out at the city around you. With the lights off, the view is magnificent. From here, you can see all 4 of the other spires. Each one stands tall and proud above the temple ziggurat below. Down there is the courtyard in which you were first found, next to the walls of the temple grounds. This is your home, the greatest and most sacred of Jedi academies in the galaxy. Here is a place of knowledge, a place of peace, a place of understanding. You sigh as you look down. The temple is beautiful, but this is all you know. Other than on short and painful trips to the endless city around, the only other place you've been outside of the temple was Ilum. It was during that trip that you made some of the most critical decisions and memories of your life. You look up at the stars, accomplishing the goal for tonight. Out there is also home. As much as the temple means to you, you cannot help but feel that there is something missing. The temple holds all the people and values you hold dear, yet it was only out there in space that you realized there is another home for you. The void calls to you. It beckons. And as you look out there into the great beyond, you feel something change within you. Something odd. You take a quick look within, but see nothing at your inspection. Looking back up, you continue to watch the stars. Streaks of light pass through the sky. Ships, satellites, stations, beautiful vessels dancing on the edge between space and not space. The dream you had showed you what could be. It showed you something greater. There's something both within you and without you that needs to be explored. But you're scared. Why? You're so curious. You must know what is within the darkened hull of the ship. But something about it fills you with dread. Is it the fear of the unknown? Or is it something else? This isn't what you came up here to do, though. You came out here to have fun with Tara and look at the grandiose views you cannot claim from below. Out there is the smog-coated city. Lights shine through, blurred by the tangible blanket of pollution settling between the towering buildings. And up there are the oh-so-beautiful stars. They call to you, just begging to be explored, but so far out of reach that it almost hurts to think about it for too long. The void, the stars, the ship, the warp. All of these hold the answers you seek, along with so many more questions to confuse you ever more. Tomorrow. You'll talk to Master Mazbow tomorrow. He'll know what to do. It's been a very long day, and you're really feeling the day's fatigue now. You look over the Tara, and it appears she's just about ready to go too. She's swaying slightly, fighting back a yawn, but still looking eagerly out at the constellations above, soaking in one last view. Tara, we should probably go now. Ah, yes. I agree. A voice booms out from behind you. Yelping in surprise, you drop down into a fighting stance while Tara bolts for the door. But after a few steps, she slows and stops, realizing that it's futile since you've already been caught red-handed. You're kicking yourself for you'd been so absorbed in your thoughts that you didn't pay attention to the approaching anomaly in your force sense. Stepping forward, a temple guard is illuminated by the city's lights pouring through the windows. Oh no, you recognize that voice. And you certainly recognize that true self you see with your witch sight. Xena, Tara, I hope you've had your fun, Master Mazbow continues. It's time for bed. Come, I'll take you two back. Yes, Master. you say in defeat. Well, that's it. Adventure complete. A partial success. How'd you know we were here? Asks Tara. Your caretaker alerted us when she realized you were missing, and your friends ratted you out. I just guessed which spire you'd gone up. Looks like I was right. Bantha crap. He just knows you well enough to understand your thinking process. You guess he can't admit that in front of Tara, though. He's operating off the assumption that she can't recognize him with his mask on. You're pretty sure she does, though. The two of you can expect a good talking to from Master Benaj tomorrow. Don't think you're getting away with this stunt just because you're not being punished now. He's way too gleeful about this. You're sure he'll make your training session with him tomorrow absolute hell. Oh well, at least you had some fun. You'll deal with the fallout of this tomorrow. 126 Mind and Matters. So, Xena, what in the world were you thinking? You dodge Master Mazbau's punch, springing forward and lashing out with your own. He easily blocks the attack with his forearms, but doesn't retaliate, instead backing off and waiting for your response. I don't really know, Master. Tara suggested it. And you just followed along? I'd promised to do something fun with her, and it did end up pretty fun. Other than the consequences, that is. Other than the punishment. Yeah. You'd received a verbal lashing this morning from Master Benaj. She was understandably upset about last night's bout of rule-breaking and has been exuding a truly devastating aura of maternal disappointment. You're now consigned to a month's work of gopher duty, now having to spend an hour of your after-dinner free time every day doing errands she asks of you. You'll be doing anything from simple courier work to kitchen cleanup until she's satisfied you've served your sentence. Honestly, you were expecting far worse of a fate. You leap forward again, closing the distance quickly, but as you move, so does Master Mazbau. He shuffles backwards, staying just out of reach. Seeing that your attack has once again failed, you pause briefly to disturb the flow of the fight. In the middle of his next step back, you throw yourself forward at him, hoping to catch him on the back foot. Instead, you find yourself on the ground again. Master Mazbau simply took another larger step backwards, while swinging his arms downwards and pushing you face first into the dirt. Groaning, you look up again and spit out some dust and pick yourself back up. How'd you get so far without being caught? You take the chance to brush dirt off of yourself as you respond again. I trusted in the Force to see me through. Really now? Yes, and my empathetic senses. I could feel people coming and just got out of the way. Master Mazbau smiles. In approval? Strange. Good work, Xena. And you know what got you caught in the end? Nain and Choan? Ha! Yes, they helped. But what let me actually catch you? I wasn't paying at... You duck down, just barely avoiding the punch he throws. Tyon, that was dirty, Master Mazbau. You dodged it anyway. Well, as I said, you did well. But when you're sneaking around, you should never lose your vigilance, even if you think you're safe. I don't need to go into examples here, do I? No, sir. You had a real-life example just last night, but you can easily think of situations in which his advice would be even more pertinent. Infiltration is a difficult skill to master, but I think you may have the talent. Just need to find a way to dim those beacons you call eyes. You should think about finding a master who specializes in it once you pass the trials. But, Master, what about you? What do you mean? You look at him in surprise. What does he mean? What do you mean? Can't you be... you'll take me as your Padawan, right? No. He looks away, and in his emotions you can see guilt. His emotions are in turmoil, though he tries ever so hard to stay in control like the Jedi Master that he is. Guilt, peace, righteousness, love. He looks back up at you and meets your eyes, and as he does, you understand. It is the way of the Jedi. No attachments. What you said all those months ago about the familial-like bond he has to you has been gnawing at him all this time. As much as he would like to be there for you as your master, he thinks that it is in the best interest of both of you to limit that bond. And maybe he's right. You are a Jedi. You have heard the tales and the teachings. But it hurts. It hurts to see this rejection, as gentle as he tries to make it. and so you turn away, fighting back the tears. I'm sorry, Xena. I can't do that for you. He trails off. You blink away the tears, rubbing at your eyes to cut off any threats. You take in one massive breath, then let it out, letting go of your disappointment. Or as much of it as you can. The rest, you bottle up and save for later. Turning back to Master Mazbao, you once again meet his eyes. The guilt in his soul is reflected in his eyes, causing you to have to blink back tears once again. But you control yourself. I understand, Master. I'll do my best. For you. And me. Thank you, Xena. Thank you for your understanding. And your maturity. At times like this, that is. He gives a small smile, then continues, just know that I am proud of you, and that I will always care for you, as much as I can. Thank you, Master, you say, fighting to keep the sob out of your voice. You do understand. As much as you hate it, you understand. He will do what he believes is right, and is to be admired for that. You can respect his decision, even if you are disappointed by it. Before things can get awkward, you take your stance again, forcing him to do so as well. At a shared nod, the two of you are trading a flurry of blows again. You dodge and weave around his strikes, for even blocking a hit from Master Mazbao will still send you flying, even if he is pulling his punches. The fight is truly unfair. Your pathetic reach and strength mean that hitting him at all is nearly impossible, and any connecting attack won't even cause a bruise. But you've long since become used to this disadvantage of yours. Here, you are safe. You are training with a martial expert. This fight doesn't matter, for it is the best way for you to learn. Because of this, no frustration clouds your thoughts. Instead, all you think about is new strategies of attack and defense, putting them into play almost the instant they pop into your mind. But eventually, your exhaustion catches up to you and you have to wave off to take a break. You slump where you stand, then just give up and sit on the floor. Master Mazbao, curse him and his force-enhanced stamina. Hasn't even broken a sweat. And so, he walks over to the side of the arena to fetch some water and a towel. He walks back over and passes them to you, then sits down next to you. For a minute, you sit in companionable silence, and you can almost forget about the disappointment burning in the back of your mind. To stave it off, you instead decide to ask his advice on the ship. After all, this is probably the best chance you'll get in a while to do so. Master Mazbao, I've found out some more, things with my meditation. Oh? I meditated on the dream I had, the one of the ship. Didn't I tell you to come to me immediately if you had that dream again? Yes, I remembered, but I didn't dream it again. I just meditated on it. And I found it. He looks at you with concern. Found what exactly? I tracked down the dream in my memories, then realized that it was just a memory of a dream. Useless to me. I feel, that the ship is something somehow integral to me. So I thought that maybe I could look into it like a deeper memory, and so I went searching. I don't really know how I did it, but I tracked it even further within me. It kind of felt instinctual, as if I worked with means I have known since birth, but do not understand. But, however I did it, it worked. I found the cause of the dream. Or, at least I think I did. Master Mazbao continues to sit silently, radiating continuous concern. But he doesn't interrupt, and so you continue. I found the ship, inside of me that is, just like I saw in the memory but hidden within the manifold of my true self and shrouded in warp stuff. At this, he finally speaks. And then what did you do? Nothing. I didn't touch anything or even get near. Really? You nod. Good. And now, you want advice? Yes, but there's more. I need to tell you all of it first. Why is there always more with you? Oh, very well. Continue, please. The reason I didn't go near was because it just felt wrong. The ship feels bad, but I don't really know why. There is one other thing, actually, that might be contributing to it. Or it might be a result of it. I tracked down my droid phobia, too. You can probably guess where it comes from. He grimaces. Really? All right. Is there anything else? No? Wait. Yes. But I think it's not entirely related, at least I hope it isn't. I've been clearing warp taint within me, but for some reason I can't clear it anymore. It's definitely still there. I can clear more, but it just comes back almost immediately. I think it's because of the bloodlust, but I can't really say for sure. All right. Well, so far the warp taint doesn't seem to be malignant. I do not think that is something to panic about. Just make sure to tell me if anything changes. As for the ship and your droid phobia, he furrows his brow, staring off at nothing as he thinks. There's two things you can do. Ignore it or deal with it. Ignoring it might not be as stupid as it sounds. If it feels bad to just be near it, then it would certainly make sense to just not go near it. Don't touch it and it won't bite you. How deep did you find it? Far within my true self. So you might have lived with it your whole life so far. Perhaps it would be fine to leave it be. On the other hand, you say that your droid phobia springs from this ship. If you are to eliminate your fear, you may have to deal with the ship after all. And if you decide to do so, there are several approaches to take. First, you can take the direct approach. Find the first way in and take it. Beeline it for your droid phobia and take it out quickly. Then get out as soon as you can. The second way is to do this the smart way. Do some reconnaissance and look for something that looks less threatening. Somewhere where there's fewer skulls, I would imagine, and no guns. Then do the same as the first option. The third option is to find a way to attack this problem indirectly. Maybe you can figure out some way of dealing with your droid phobia without having to do some insane boarding action within your own mind. I would advocate for the third option. It is clearly the safest of the three, but there are no guarantees it will work. Then again, there's no guarantee any will work. The choice is yours, Xena. This is your own true self, after all. As he finishes speaking, you fidget, having realized you did in fact leave something else out. Master, there's definitely more to the ship than just the droid phobia. No, I know I need to explore it. I can feel something missing from me, and it's trapped there, somewhere in that ship. I need to find it, but there's also something else there. Something that I know I don't want to mess with. Master Mazbow sighs and shakes his head in exasperation. All right, well, maybe it is just the droid phobia that is making you so uncomfortable near that ship. Deal with it first, then go about exploring. Carefully, but as I said, I think you should come up with a plan to do so, or just leave the whole damn thing alone. It's up to you. 127 breaching. Master Mazbow's words stick in your mind throughout the next day, and the day after that. As much as you want to get to work, you realize that his words have merit. Whatever it is that causes you to hesitate so when you get near the ship is clearly dangerous. On one hand, you'd very much like to just leave it alone and forget about it. On the other hand, you really don't like the idea of leaving something so disconcerting inside your very soul. This thing, whatever it is an obstacle towards accomplishing your goals of removing your droid phobia and exploring the ship. But right now, you're not really sure how exactly you can deal with it. It's dangerous. Truly dangerous. You can feel it. If you awaken it to your presence, who knows what will happen? Do you have the strength to fight it off? Would you be able to escape it? What would happen if it, Emperor forbid, escaped the ship and began rampaging about inside your soul? This cannot happen. You must not let it. And so, you plan. You will be careful. That much is sure. You must find a way around it while accomplishing both objectives. As Master Mazbow said, you should tackle the issue of the droid phobia first, then go exploring. First dealing with something that you can pinpoint, and then going after the ambiguous goal of exploring a multi-kilometer-long ship is just common sense. Therefore, you will do your best to enter the ship close to your target while also avoiding the enemy. This calls for some reconnaissance, and so this evening's meditation session finds you inside an isolated meditation chamber. You've sent a message to Master Mazbao, telling him to come find you here if he doesn't hear from you within the next 2 hours. Just in case. You certainly hope nothing like what happened after the warp dream happens again, but it doesn't hurt to make sure you have a safety net. With you, you've also brought your usual knife and napkins. If you need to use force stanch for whatever reason, then you will be prepared. You go into your usual routine of calming yourself before meditation. Once ready, you shut your normal eyes, then open your warp one. Something is odd. Your sight. It's different. It's somehow clearer. It is as if you've just been given some sort of corrective lens, and also not. Your new vision is at once clearer, sharper, and deeper. It's as if you were given some sort of prescriptive telescopic jeweler's loupe, allowing you to see just so much more. Is this what you felt back then, on the night you gazed at the stars? You haven't used your warp eye in a while. After so long of keeping it closed, you're still not in the habit of using it outside of certain meditation sessions. So, you suppose it's not so surprising that you didn't realize what had happened until now. Now, what happens when you turn it inwards? Well, now, it's even better. Your gaze pierces deeper into the warp stuff forming the matrix to the composite of your true self. The shroud of vision-impairing fog simply appears to be less opaque than before. And as you marvel at your new view, you look deeper into your true self, dipping down deeper into your inner self as an experiment. And you see even more. The colors are richer yet just as indescribable as before. Glimmers of light and currents of warp far off across the plane of your inner self are revealed. Upwards is the ever-rising layers of your true self, mesmerizing in its gilded beauty with eddies of both warp and force swirling in between. Wispy pillars of light flow outwards and upwards and all around. Warp energy shines brighter than before, almost blinding with thought and vitality. Your deeply held memories sway to and fro in with the movement of your emotions, showering you with discarded bits of warp stuff and conceptualized dreams. And through it all is the ever-present force, flowing amongst and osculating the winds of warp as they slide past. It twists through you and around you and all through the world at large. It dims and glows with each beat of your heart, bending and unbending with every breath. Looking past yourself, you look out into the beyond, and what you see dazzles you. You don't just see the floor of the austere meditation chamber. No, your warp eye sees far, far more. Your eye follows the trail of the force as it streams past you, out into the welling of life beyond the room. It flows in great sheets across the hall, the temple, the planet-wide city. It blankets the world, wrapping everyone and everything in its energy, and far beneath your feet is yet more to see. The core of the planet gives off a dizzying amount of energy, swirling in great looping swirls throughout the world, circulating, forever returning back to the beginning, then sweeping out once more. And past the planet itself is the void itself, pure nothingness, empty of all, harmonizing. Faintly, you can see, no, feel, the movement of matter and energy in the great expanse beyond, also looping in a fascinating celestial dance. The sun, the planets, the moons, and every celestial body spiral about, revolving about an ever-changing barycenter. And beyond even that is the universe at large, stars, systems, galaxies, all playing a great entropic game of which you have the distinct honor to experience firsthand. It is beauty incarnate. But the more you look, the more dizzying it all gets. There's just so much to see. So much both within you, and without that, your thoughts are seized up with the overload of information. Too much, and yet not enough. You can feel it, the possibility of even more refinement in perception. Perhaps with time and training, you can become better at handling all this information. For now, you'll have to make do. But it is ever so difficult. You've glimpsed but an infinitesimal fraction of the galactic truth, and you cannot help but yearn for more. Yet you know you cannot handle it. And so, you restrain yourself. You concentrate, falling back to the mental exercises taught to every youngling by their minder. With a sigh, you close your warp eye for but a moment, then open it again, aimed squarely at the ship within you. You see it, a massive statement emblazoned just past the prow of the ship, a name at last. The Golden Doctrine, Daikn. While it's nice to not have to refer to it merely as the ship anymore, this isn't exactly your goal. And so you look around, searching for the thread you traced to this ship before. There. You see it coming in from the memory flying high in the upper reaches of your memories, linked inseparably to this ship, the Doctrine. It leads straight to the hull, rooted to an enormous rent in the plates of armor. The thread is tangled and tainted, swelling to a bloated size to seal the hole. But that makes no difference to your warp-attuned eye. The thread shines through the gilded armor. You trace the glowing thread as it spiders out behind the hole, twisting through corridors and tunneling deep into the bulkheads. It branches out, but from your vantage point, you can see its bulk movement through the belly of the ship, and as you continue to trace this web of warp, you see it consolidating once again. The strands reunite the farther and farther they go, and finally, you see it, a sickly glow, deep within its bowels. This is where your droid phobia originates. And now, to find an entrance. You stay far from the ship, keeping your point of view well out of reach of that disturbing aura. You circle it, pinpointing possible entrances while keeping an eye out for whatever it is you are so afraid of. And then you see it, a faint, bluish glow. It pulses softly, almost as if it were breathing, and as you observe it from afar, you feel revulsion. This thing should not be here. It must not be here. But you're still unsure if you can do anything about it. Whatever it is, you can feel it now. You can feel how exactly it matches the aura you've been avoiding. This thing is undoubtedly the source. And what's worse is that it is uncomfortably close to your target. Far too close. From the proximity of one to the other, the two sources of your despair might be in the very same room, or at the very least in rooms adjacent. You are going to need to be quiet and careful. Carefully quiet? Whatever. Your entrance probably isn't as important as you originally thought, now that you've identified both threats. As long as it isn't too close, then you'll be fine. And so, you begin your approach. You choose another hole in the ship, a hole in the hull. Heh. On the same deck as your target, roughly 100 meters away. You make sure to enter on the side opposite to the thing so you can avoid having to sneak past it on your way to your true target. As you move, you contemplate a thought that's been tumbling about in your mind for the past day. Though this is deep within your own soul, you are somehow not omniscient, which strikes you as rather odd. Why is it that you cannot simply reach in and pluck out what does not belong, evict the grotesque squatter and flick away the droid phobia, and be done with it all? Somehow, it doesn't work like that. But why? In order to enter the ship, you manifest a representation of your own body, stepping in lightly and orienting yourself as if gravity existed in this inner world. How are you able to do such a thing, generating a notional body for yourself, yet are limited by an imagined source of gravity? And now, you must enter this fortress of a ship and sneak around like a rat in the hopes of avoiding some sort of inner demon. Confusing. Tremendously so. But you do what you must do, and so you slip into the hole and pad down the passageway toward your goal. As you do so, you maintain a constant vigilance. Debris lines the path, and you must be careful to avoid tripping over any, all the while keeping an eye out for unseen threats. And threats do indeed abound. The thread of warp stuff you'd tracked all the way here, now split into hundreds of individual strands, is clearly tainted. Within the ship, it gives off a sensation as if it were a mix of the droid phobia and the terrifying thing making this ship its home. As you'd seen from outside, it lines the hallways of the ship, almost like tripwires. As you move, you're forced to step over or duck under these threads, fearful of what would happen if you were to break one. You proceed with utmost caution, scanning each doorway or passage with your warp eye, looking for the telltale glow of a thread. Oftentimes, you follow a thread for it leads you toward your goal. But sometimes, a way is so thoroughly blocked, either by a physical barrier or a tangle of uniting threads, that you must backtrack and find a way around. Around and around you go, making your way through the labyrinthian complex of the ship. Faintly, you can feel sweat beating on your forehead as the stress builds. But finally, after what seems like hours, you've made it. There, in the heart of the ship, is a cavernous room within which are towering pillars made out of skulls. At first, you are horrified. There must be thousands of human skulls assembled within this room. Who would do such a thing, and why? Was it the thing you are so afraid of, the grotesque horror dozing not 20 meters away? Or perhaps, are you not the pilot of this ship, as told within the dream? Did you condone this dreadful act? Did you, perhaps, do this yourself? You do not know. You do not want to know. But it gets worse. As you look closer, you see that these skulls do not stare emptily throughout the room. No, these craniums are not vacant. Each one is filled with arcane machinery, the purpose of which is not immediately clear, and each skull is linked to its neighbors, forming a network of tubes and bones. Is this the source of your fear? Perhaps you must put each one to rest. The thought fills you with despair, for there are just so many. But the threads of warp stuff do not lead to the individual pillars. No, they lead elsewhere, toward the center of the aft side of the room. There, an enormous skull, carved from marble, hangs up high, around which is the semblance of a giant mechanical gear. Below is a small mountain of more machinery. Across it is a haphazard series of vents and interfaces, tubes and cables connected wherever possible. The harnesses are strewn across the steel floor, leading to each individual pillar of skulls. Whatever is flowing, whether it be energy, information, or unknown fluids, must pass through this disturbing altar. In front of this thing is a console, obviously made for human use. And it shines. It positively radiates with malign light. The threads snake their way across the room, trailing down from the ceiling or lie slack on the floor. Each one ends here. This man-made interface is your target, and on the other end of the room is the horror you'd been trying to avoid. It is truly indescribable, for it continuously changes before your very eye. It is like that monster in your dream. The demon. The A is inserted into the word as you think it. It springs out of the rear of your mind, and somehow the mere thought echoes through the room. You freeze in place, ready to bolt, for you're sure that the creature will wake up to that abstract racket. But fortunately, it continues to lie still long after the silent noise dies down. The thing sleeps. Despite its unending shape-shifting, it fails to move from its place. And so you breathe, letting out the breath you'd been subconsciously holding. You creep forward from your entrance on the side of the room, still watching out for wayward threads. Step by step, you near the console, and as you get closer, the feeling of fear grows ever larger. The console is active. Glowing green symbols cycle across the screen. As you examine them, you get the strange feeling of familiarity. It's not a language you've studied or seen in your lessons before. And yet, as you look at it for longer, you begin to glean just a bit of understanding, enough for you to understand that a great deal of text is describing errors and statuses. There's quite a few things clearly wrong with the ship, judging by the number of errors and unknowns and offlines you can see, and flashing in the center of the screen are the following words: primary power, offline; emergency power, low; recoverable faults detected; perform system restart; yes, no. 1 to 28. Cogitation cacophony. You stare at the options, trying to weigh them against each other. What would restoring some functionality to this ship do? The information you have is so very incomplete. Perhaps pushing this button will make your phobia go away? A thought strikes you at the moment. You were supposed to only be here for reconnaissance. What are you doing here? Sure, you used caution to advance all the way here, but why did you even risk this much? The monster, the creature, that's why. It must not be here. And the threads you've been following all lead to this console after all. They bundle together into a singular mass, flowing into the rear of the console. Oh, that reminds you. You've been avoiding touching these tainted things as you traveled here, but now you're contemplating poking at the source of it all? And yet, you feel as if this is something you must do. Why else would it have led you here? Why else would you even have this choice to make? The threads you've been following all lead to this console after all. They bundle together into a singular mass, flowing into the rear of the console. Oh, that reminds you. You've been avoiding touching these tainted things as you traveled here, but now you're contemplating poking at the source of it all? And yet, you feel as if this is something you must do. Why else would it have led you here? Why else would you even have this choice to make? And so you reach upward and stab at the screen with your finger, right over the word yes. Nothing happens. You look around in confusion, then roll your eyes when you see physical knobs and buttons on the side of the console. You reach over to the largest knob and turn it slightly. A green box flashes on the screen now, highlighting the word of choice. You rotate it again, and watch as the box now flashes over the no. You return it back to yes, then examine the buttons more closely. A few are scratched and illegible, but fortunately you can see one labeled confirm. Well then, that's easy enough to understand. You check again to make sure the selection box is still correct, then brace yourself as you depress the confirmation button. A series of soft clicks resounds from the console and your command is processed. The rotating icon of a ghastly skull appears on the screen as a bar fills below. As it progresses, you check behind you to see that the demon is still asleep. Reassured, you turn back to the console just as the bar is filled. However, you have no time to begin deciphering the words on the screen. Dim lights click on all around the room, suffusing the console with a red glow. The cables growing from the machinery ahead of you pulse with blue-white light, which travels slowly down their lengths toward the pillars of skulls beyond. The whine of servos, the chittering of analog informatic transfer, and the thumps of great mechanisms echo through the room, just as the glowing yellow eyes of thousands of skulls flick on. As the skulls awaken, they start to scream. A high-pitched keening fills the room, echoing down the passages and erupting out of the ship itself. Your very soul trembles with the sound, and you wince in phantom pain. After a full minute of torture, the sound begins to peter out, yet doesn't fully go away. Past the ringing in your ears, you can hear what sounds like chanting, an electronic hymn, a binary song for something greater. But what exactly it is, you do not know. And there, at the other end of the room, the demon stirs, eyes open, swirling madly in their sockets. Limbs flail about, clawing at the floor and leaving jagged rents as they pass. The thing heaves itself up, its great pink mass jiggling as it moves. It fights to push legs underneath its bulk, but their ever-shifting nature seems to make the task exceedingly difficult. You stare in horror at the beast. Then, remembering yourself, you quickly duck behind the console, taking care to avoid the tendrils of tainted warp energy. Finally, the creature stands. It balances precariously on 3 ungainly legs, wobbling back and forth as the legs shift in size and shape, and as it stands, it opens its slobbering mouth and begins to cackle wildly. You stagger backwards, startled by the sound, and as you do, you brush against one of the threads you have avoided thus far. It burns at the touch, branding a thin line against your skin. You choke back a scream, heedful of the monster so very nearby. But as you yank your arm away, the thread comes along with it. You pull frantically, trying to end the stinging pain, until suddenly the thread snaps. The laughing of the demon ceases, as does the caroling of the skulls. All you can hear is the rhythmic clanking of machinery and the hum of energy, and then the thumping of footsteps, growing ever closer. Something scrapes against the floor as it moves, sending a piercing sound into the still air. More threads attached to the console, leading out through the room and trailing on the floor, are drawn taut, then snap as the demon plows through them in its search. You hold your breath, hoping that it will just go away. But it doesn't. It keeps coming closer and closer and closer. It breathes heavily as it moves, and you can hear the dripping and sizzling of warp-laced slobber onto the floor. The light dims as a shadow covers you and you look up into the beady eyes of the demon. Not wasting any time, you leap away. Stunned at your speed, the demon stands there stupidly for a moment, then shrieks in manic rage. You race across the room, hopping over strands of warp stuff as you go. Behind you, the demon gives chases, hobbling forward at speed. Glancing backwards, you feel a slight sense of relief as you see it falling behind, which is cut short as it begins laughing even harder. Its third leg shifts as it moves, roaming upwards on its body and morphing into an arm instead. The hand at the end of the arm stretches out and you feel a rush of warp energy throughout the room. Threads tear away, sucked into the mini maelstrom at the end of the thing's arm, until a burning ball of warp fire is held upon its palm. Cackling in glee, it hops forward on its two diminished legs into a cartwheel. As it spins back around, it uses the momentum to hurl the blaze towards you at astonishing speed. Seeing it coming, you duck, letting it fly over your head. It impacts the wall ahead, splashing the surroundings with a conflagration of warp flame. You skid to a halt as the door you'd been aiming for is cut off by the fire, then turn and dash for shelter behind a skull-laden pillar. You duck behind it just as another ball of flame flies past, setting yet more of the room alight. The red of the ship's internal lighting is now almost overridden by the flickering blue and pink light of the fires. With your original path cut off, you now have to find an alternate one. But where? You peek past the pillar, trying to keep your face obscured behind the skulls. You look around, searching for another doorway. Nothing, or, well, nothing besides the door you'd entered from and the exit now cut off by warp fire. The demon still dances in the middle of the room, giggling in crazed delight and jabbering on in some alien tongue. Its eyes loll in their sockets, then suddenly focus, locking onto you. Its mouth curls into the rictus of a grin, then opens just wide enough for a slobbering, long purple tongue to slide out. With another laugh, it raises its 3 arms, conjuring more flame in each hand as it skips its way toward you. You sprint across the floor towards the next pillar as the demon hurls the blobs of fire at you. You duck as you move, but this time, one of the 3 connects, bathing your arm in horrific warp flames. You scream in agony, collapsing to the ground in shock. It hurts! It hurts! It hurts! It hurts! You beat at your arm with the other, trying to put it out, but it only gets worse. Your other arm catches a light, and your continued screams are only interrupted by choked coughing as you inhale the scent of your own flesh cooking. Faintly, you can hear the rush of footsteps, and the door to the meditation chamber slamming open. Loud voices echo through your head as someone calls to you in the materium, but what is said is drowned out by the stomp of demonic feet, closing in and your own choked sobs. You're yanked upwards by 2 sets of hands, one in the materium and another within your psyche. You struggle as you're lifted, but cannot escape either one. Your arms are now numbed, the nerves deadened, either by the shock or burned away, you do not know. The demon cackles as it brings you up, forcing you to stare into its horrific mouth. Hundreds of dagger-like teeth lie within, and as they gnash against each other, you see the sparks fly and burn briefly, consuming a thimbleful of warp energy each time. As you gaze into its mouth, you shriek in fear, then flail your legs about in an attempt to get it to let go. Instead, it only tightens its grip more, laughing all the while. To your continued horror, its malevolent eyes light up in amusement, as if an idea has just sparked within its warp-addled mind. And what an idea it is! It laughs in delight as you cry out piteously while it shakes you to and fro. It rejoices at your suffering, howling in mirth all the while. It goes on, until finally the shaking stops once your screams die down, your voice lost to the continuous abuse you've placed upon your vocal cords. It glares at you as it gives you a final shake, as if trying to elicit more mewling from its prey. But you have no more to give. Tears drip down from your cheeks and fall upon the floor below, shining in the light given off by the embers dotting your charred arms. Growling at the waist, it pulls you forward and positions your head above its gaping maw and moans with delight as each tear now lands upon its salivating tongue. This cannot be. Why? Why is this happening to you? Perhaps you should give up. It hurts, oh so very much. You just want the pain to stop. It hurts. The tears continue to flow, prolonging your fate. The demon writhes in ecstasy as it drowns itself in your sorrow. Its features continue to shift as ever, and all you can do is hope that the arm holding you loses its grip so that you will fall into the deadly abyss below. Xena, wake up. You hear something a long way off. A voice, a familiar voice. Master Mazbow? You gasp as you feel a familiar sensation, one of peace and calming purity. A small weight lifts from you as a speck of warp taint is removed, but returns just as quickly. But that reminds you. Force staunch. Master Mazbow is unable to reach so deep down within your true self. He cannot help you here, but you can help yourself. You fight through the pain, concentrating on the force. You can feel it still swirling within you, but mostly blocked by the hull of the ship. You tug on it gently, feeling it begin to permeate through the various rents and airlocks dotted around, and as it flows, you grasp it more firmly, willing it to gather quicker and quicker. But the demon notices. You've stopped your sniveling, cutting off its source of ambrosia. It shakes you again, interrupting your work. You glare at it in defiance. The wisps of force are growing thicker. Just a bit more and you'll be able to... The demon glares right back, then raises another hand, and above its palm glows yet another ball of warp flame. It smiles, bringing it closer and closer to your face, causing you to rear back, fighting to keep away. But you have nowhere to go. The demon's other two hands hold you fast and you cannot wiggle free. Your forehead beads with sweat, which instantly boils away from the growing heat. You're so close to completion. Just a little bit longer. You continue to glare in open defiance to its threat, unwilling to back down when you're so close. You feel the force stanch gathering, still rate limited by the sieve of the ship. It's almost there. And done! Pain. Your eyes burn as warp fire enters the sockets, boiling them away in seconds. Your world is engulfed in fulmination, and your mind blanks with the pain. Strangled gasps leave your mouth, the agony too great for you to do more than stiffen in the parody of struggle. Despite the all-encompassing pain, you must focus. You unleash the force stanch with the last of your strength. The beating of your heart thunders in your ears, with the onrush of blood between each thud thump. And just beyond that is the sweet sound of your foe shrieking in fear as it is, you hope, banished from your soul. With that, you finally close your warp eye, intact for it was protected behind your headband, and you think no more. Darkness. You float in an endless abyss. It's empty. Emptier than even the void, that wonderful ocean of stardust. You feel light, weightless? No, not weightless, massless. Where are you? You've been here a while, floating around, not really doing anything. The screams of 1,000 souls shatter the silence. You rotate in place, searching for the source. Ah, there it is, the Astronomicon. Beloved Terra, the birthplace of humanity, where the master of mankind holds endless vigil upon his golden throne. The light sears your eyes, blinding you with its divinity, and you weep with ill-contained joy. A trade, is it? Your eyes for your life? Can you at least keep your arms? They're quite useful. Thank you. The forever light dims, darkening until there is naught but a speck remaining. You hold out your hand, and it settles upon your palm. As it touches you, a warmth spreads throughout your body. A golden soul flares its wings above you, its flayed skull gazing down, judging you. You stare back up at it with your remaining eye, unflinching despite its cold stare. It finds you wanting, for you desire evermore. Well then, a boon you shall have. Take your pick, then be gone. But never forget, little one, the warp will always be with you. Arc 1 end.